American entertainment. At the start, Taylor Swift writes a song about me. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 201: A Chance Encounter with Nora. Ryan hung up the phone and began searching for keywords like Russell Fabish, Ultra Music Festival, and co-founder. The information available was very limited. Russell Fabish founded Ultra Productions in 1997, initially producing electronic music warehouse events and rave parties in the Miami area. The following year, he met Alex Ohms, publisher of Devox, and the two co-founded the Ultra Music Festival. Initially, Ultra was part of the Winter Music Conference, an industry trade show. It was through the Winter Music Conference's introduction that some European DJs came to perform at Ultra, and it even facilitated connections with the city to have the festival held in a park. Now, however, Ultra's fame has significantly surpassed that of the Winter Music Conference. Russell Fabish, the Winter Music Conference is slowing down Ultra's expansion and is the main culprit for the poor Ultra experience. The founder of Ultra stated that there are better places to hold a music festival than Miami. Winter Music Conference spokesperson, Russell Fabish actively obstructed DJs from Ultra Music Festival from participating in the International Dance Music Awards ceremony. Ryan found some related information. Clearly, Russell Fabish felt the Winter Music Conference didn't deserve to sit at the same table as Ultra Music Festival, while the Winter Music Conference, as an early investor in the festival, didn't want to let go of Ultra Music Festival's lucrative business. Such conflicts of interest are quite common. As for Russell's partner, Alex Ohms, he was obviously the bridge that initially connected the festival and winter music. This can be seen from their backgrounds. Russell was just a local Miami party organizer, while Alex was a publisher. The latter obviously had more connections in the DJ industry. Ryan shut down his computer and went downstairs. Taylor and Daddario were still talking. Daddario wants a ride with you to Miami. She's meeting her fiancé there, Taylor told Ryan. It seemed her relationship with Daddario was even closer than Ryan's with Daddario. Ryan sighed in relief. I won't bother you any longer, I'll head back to the hotel now. Daddario stood up and said goodbye to Ryan and Taylor. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Stay a little longer, you can stay here tonight. There are so many empty rooms anyway. Taylor indicated that she didn't want Daddario to leave. Honey, Daddario has come all this way to Florida, you can't just keep her locked up in our house. Didn't you hear she wanted to go out for a walk? Ryan quickly winked at Daddario. Yes, I have something to do, I won't bother you any longer. Daddario picked up his bag and left. He's one of your actors, why are you keeping such a long face? That's so rude, Taylor muttered as soon as Ryan chased Daddario away. Since she's an actress, it's a working relationship. A working relationship shouldn't interfere with your personal life. She wants to stay here, and she'd love for you to get along with her so she can earn more money. Besides, aren't you worried about something happening between us? You can rest assured if she comes over less often. Ryan stroked Taylor's face. Her skin was firm, smooth, and soft. You're so thoughtful. Taylor finally realized Ryan's good intentions and chuckled. It's good that she's gone. No one will bother us. As Taylor spoke, her hand slipped inside Ryan's clothes and began to touch his waist. Needless to say, she was up to something again. Didn't you let your dad yell enough last night? I won't see you for days. You have to make it up to me in advance. If I remember correctly, didn't I make up for all the debts yesterday? That was for the previous days. Today is an advance payment for the next few days. The two don't conflict. You're quite the calculating one, collecting it in advance, then making me pay again. Even slaves wouldn't dare do that. I reserve the right to final interpretation. 2 days later, in the van heading to Miami, the navigator Taylor had given Ryan was no longer sufficient for his travel needs. He bought a luxurious Mercedes-Benz modified van, with a driver's seat completely separated from the rear. A television was placed on the partition, along with a wine cabinet and refrigerator. There were 2 airline-style seats in the middle, and the last row consisted of soft, connected seats. You look quite energetic. Daddario looked at Ryan beside her. Ryan looked even more energetic than before. What, Taylor let you off the hook? She continued. Do you think that's possible? Ryan recalled the events of the past few days. He had originally planned to rest for 2 days, but Taylor had turned it into overtime. Not bad, you're a natural athlete. Let me see just how energetic you are, Daddario said, reaching for Ryan's groin. Ryan gestured to Teresa, who was sitting in front of him. He had brought Teresa along for work, but she would have to leave before Taylor arrived at the Ultra Music Festival. What's there to be afraid of? She eats more than me. Daddario glanced at Teresa, slightly annoyed. Teresa understood what Daddario was referring to, but didn't dare turn around. Sure enough, a moment later, they heard Daddario eating snacks. By the way, has Amber been behaving herself these past few days? Ryan suddenly remembered something. I heard she became very well behaved after you killed someone. Afraid she'll be next, Daddario replied. Aren't you afraid? What am I afraid of? Take my life if you want. I'm yours in life and in death, Daddario answered without hesitation. She had resigned herself to her fate. The van eventually stopped outside a 5-star hotel very close to Bay Park. Daddario and Teresa, fully disguised with hats and masks, went inside first. Ryan, however, didn't get out of the car and had the driver take him to Bay Park, where Russell Fabish was waiting for him. Did you come to Miami alone? Russell asked curiously, glancing around Ryan. Besides his bodyguards, there was no one else. Seeing Ryan didn't answer, he deliberately skipped the question. The main stage is already under construction. As for the secondary stage, we'll choose a location first, then apply to the city, Russell said. Are we confident we can get it approved there? Ryan stood on a high point, looking out over the edge of Bay Park. At the southernmost point of the park, there was a large open space, backed by a headland, with a fantastic view. Moreover, it wasn't far from the main stage, so it wouldn't be affected by the main stage's noise and could still attract the audience there. The location was excellent. It shouldn't be a problem, Russell nodded, then made a phone call. Sir, this is Russell Fabish. Alex asked me to call you. It's nothing. Don't worry, I swear there won't be any more deaths at this year's festival. The no fighting signs are all in place. There's one more thing. The stage location needs to be changed a bit, to the southernmost point of Bay Park. I know, but plans change. Okay, I'll call back later. Russell hung up, looking rather dejected, clearly having run into a snag. Ryan, I think you should come with me. My words don't carry weight, but you're different. You're a big star, your influence is undeniable. Russell changed tactics, taking Ryan directly to the city office to meet with the relevant officials. The festival organizers, for example, couldn't even secure a venue? You heard it too. The main problem is the complaints from the local residents. And those people attending the music festival. Last year they practically turned the park into a chaotic battle royal, with kids around too. Hundreds were arrested last year. This year, we're trying to reduce the number of arrests to under 200, Russell shook his head and smiled wryly. Last year, Ryan didn't attend the last day of the music festival at all, missing the outdoor show. Ryan and Russell waited outside the city office for a while, vaguely hearing women arguing inside. That woman has a really loud voice, Russell grinned. A little while later, a short-haired woman in a suit walked out of the city office, her figure curvaceous. That loud voice is quite pretty, Russell remarked, glancing at her a few more times. The next second, he saw the short-haired woman walk straight towards Ryan. The two seemed to be there. What are you doing here? Nora looked at Ryan in surprise. To be continued in another chapter. Chapter 202 on opportunity. Ryan hadn't expected to run into her here, and the two exchanged pleasantries for a moment. Here to handle land-related matters, Ryan glanced at the office behind her. Nora shook her head. That's under the jurisdiction of the Land Planning Office. Will it go smoothly? Ryan asked. He wasn't particularly in a hurry, since the asset management company had already covered it. It was Nora who was anxious. Don't worry about that. What are you doing here? Nora glanced at Russell beside Ryan. Land acquisition for the music festival. It needs the municipal office's approval, Ryan said. Nora nodded, but didn't linger, leaving with her subordinates, her high heels clicking on the floor. Your woman? Russell inquired. Ryan shook his head. Ryan and Russell entered the office one after the other, stating their purpose. The other party, not expecting Ryan to come in person, quickly had his subordinates pour coffee. It's not that I disagree, it's just that when we were choosing the location this year, Alex already agreed to keep it away from residential areas. The land you mentioned is right next to two seaside apartment buildings, the other person said with a smile, implying that there was no room for negotiation. Ryan looked at Russell. Oh, Alex did say that, Russell nodded quickly. Also, Alex came to me the day before yesterday, asking me to terminate the authorization. What exactly happened between you two? The other person continued. It's a small matter, it doesn't matter. Russell's smile was somewhat forced. Alex has been in charge of the site selection communication, right? Ryan looked at the municipal office staff member. Since Russell had been hiding it, he had no choice but to ask personally. That's right, the other person nodded. No wonder Russell had been telling the media that the Ultra Music Festival was moving out of Miami. You and Alex had a falling out? Ryan asked immediately as he left the office. Based on all the clues he had gathered, he had deduced the general facts. There's a bit of a dispute over profit sharing, but I'm already working on a solution. I swear, this matter will be resolved this year, Russell shrugged, speaking casually. As for the stage allocation, since we can't hold an outdoor event, we can hold it indoors. I have shares in several large nightclubs in Miami, Russell suggested another idea. Alex had connections, and so did Russell. So the two of them rushed to a large nightclub in Miami. This nightclub was converted from an abandoned warehouse. Even before entering, they could hear a strong bass. The corridors were dimly lit, the walls were covered in graffiti, and there were many call cards for escorts. In the corners sat several female zombies with their pants half down and heads down. These kinds of people were common on the streets of big cities, ruined by drugs. Didn't I tell you to chase away those cockroaches in the corridor? Russell said, somewhat displeased, grabbing a security guard as he entered. The man was quite respectful to Russell and quickly said, those people still owe us. Realizing Russell's murderous glare, the security guard immediately shut up. Russell gave a few more instructions in a low voice before the security personnel left. It's common in nightclubs. Don't worry, if you choose this as your secondary stage, I guarantee it'll be spotless, not a single cockroach, Russell chuckled. Ryan remained silent throughout, while Russell gave him a tour. From backstage to the main hall, and then to the upstairs private rooms. The overall environment was chaotic and reeked of entertainment, the facilities were barely adequate, and a group of glamorous, heavily made-up women in a corner stared intently at Ryan. On the other side were several thugs, all covered in tattoos, their eyes fierce, but compared to Berwick's old gang, they were far less menacing. Upon arriving at the private room, before Ryan could even sit down, the nightclub manager appeared, sandwiching Ryan between him and Russell, addressing Russell as boss. Ryan, this space is big enough to hold a lot of people. If you still think it's not big enough, we can set up a big screen in Bay Park as a second venue. You just need to nod and pay a token fee, Russell said with a smile. The nightclub manager accompanying him immediately picked up his glass. Ryan, however, reached across the bottle and grabbed a can of Coke. Not even 21 yet, Russell grinned. The nightclub manager then gave a few instructions, and soon several young women walked in. These two are new, they just dropped out of school, Russell pointed to one of them. Tonight you're in charge of entertaining Ryan, what are you standing there for? Come here, Russell growled, and the two girls then came to Ryan's side and sat down on either side of him. Go all out, Ryan. These guys are trained, they know the rules. We can do a lot of business together, including your bedrooms. There's a lot of money waiting for us in Miami. Russell pulled aside the other guy next to him in front of Ryan. Look, everything here is all natural, no fakes, top-notch quality in Miami. After about half an hour, Ryan got up to leave. As for the two recent dropouts, Ryan didn't touch them. As for the venue, I'll consider it, Ryan said to Russell as he left. Russell saw Ryan downstairs, and once Ryan was out of sight, the smile on Russell's face vanished immediately. Stop pretending, Russell spat. Boss, do you think he'll agree? He has to agree, whether he likes it or not. Russell waved his hand, and his subordinate immediately offered him a cigarette. By the way, boss, a new batch of goods arrived today. We have a new chef, and I heard the taste is authentic. A new chef? Let me try it first, Russell sniffed. You've got some skills, sell it to me at a higher price. Oh, and those cockroaches, try to get rid of them in the next few days. See if there's a recycling center, a lower price is fine, even if most of them are unusable. Corneas or something will do, right? Ryan returned to the hotel and saw Teresa and Dario in his room. It's obvious the deal didn't go through. Dario turned around, seeing the result from Ryan's expression. The two had been chatting and had ordered a lot of food through room service. The separate stage has to be cancelled, we can only perform here. Taylor's new song will still go through the original promotional channels. Ryan decided to terminate the plan. The Ultra Music Festival was mired in internal strife, and there was no benefit in getting involved. Just then, Teresa's work phone rang. Ryan now had 3 phones, but he usually only carried one with him, the other 2 were with Teresa. Unknown number. Teresa glanced at it and then answered. This is Ryan Rivers' work number. Ultra Music Festival? Okay, sir, I'll pass it on. I can't guarantee he'll call you back. Teresa spoke for a moment, then put down the phone. Someone named Alex Omes said he wants to contact you, saying he has something important to discuss with you. Teresa looked at Ryan. Russell's partner? Call him back now. Ryan nodded. Ryan took the phone and walked to the windowsill. Outside, the neon lights of the night scene flickered, and the sea shimmered under the moonlight in the distance. Ryan Rivers, I advise you not to get involved in Ultra Music Festival. This is not your business, the person on the other end of the line said coldly, his tone almost threatening. Russell told you, someone will naturally tip me off, the one from the city office, Ryan immediately asked. The person on the other end of the line paused for a moment. That's right. I don't care what you and Russell are plotting. You still have a chance to leave, otherwise, you seem very scared. Ryan immediately saw through his bluff. Russell said he'll deal with you soon. I guess you're hiding somewhere right now, Ryan continued. I wouldn't hide, I'm waiting for him. He dismissed Ryan's last statement. I have no intention of getting involved in your affairs, it's just a performance. I'll leave after the performance, Ryan said bluntly. A wise choice, the other person seemed relieved. But you're at a disadvantage now, aren't you? Russell controls everything, you've become an outsider, Ryan probed. But I have a part in Ultra Music Festival, that's right, and Russell needs you. Without you he seems constrained, he can't even handle a venue. That's all because of me, from the beginning. Without me there would be no Ultra Music Festival. What did he do? Simple organizational work, and now he's the organizer. Alex on the other end of the phone sounded somewhat angry. So, where's he now? Do you still have a place? No, he and his brother, along with another henchman, ousted me. I'm trying to figure out a way, like filing a lawsuit, Alex said. The fact that he'd considered using a lawsuit made him sound like a simple businessman. Who's supporting you? Lewis Kelly, a member of the Recording Academy, and the organizer of the Winter Music Conference, Alex said. Besides that? Where did you get your connections? Why are you asking that? Maybe I can help you. My sister knows the state legislator. I see. What does she think? She told me to quit, Alex said. You have connections in the city office. Some of the state legislators' friends have businesses in Miami. My sister occasionally acts as a go-between, and over time she got to know the head of the city office. As for what kind of exchange of benefits exists between the state legislator and the city office, my sister doesn't know much. A standard revolving door. Alex, Russell, Nora, Ultra Music Festival, a plan gradually formed in Ryan's mind. This might be a good opportunity. You want your share back, of course. I invested a lot of money. Now they don't want to give me a single penny. Maybe you can get more, but only if you cooperate. What are you planning to do? I'll call you back later. Ryan hung up. Then, he dialed Nora's number with another phone. Thank you to the Florence Savibeschi for the 7,300 points in total. Thank you for your support. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 Bait. Calling me so late at night, missing me, speak properly, what's wrong, got rejected by a woman? Using me to cheer yourself up, Nora chuckled on the other end of the phone. If you don't want to talk about serious matters, then pretend I didn't call. Ryan pretended to hang up. Who talks about serious matters so late at night? Can you even call it serious business at night? I bet you had a tough time in Miami this afternoon. Perfect, I might be able to help you with this. You? Give me a break. This isn't a small matter. In fact, I've been dealing with this for half a month. The click of a lighter came from Nora's end. You know Highland Hill in the south of the city? There are several commercial streets there. Last month, our company just acquired the rights and is planning to demolish all those old commercial streets and merge them into one large shopping mall. Everything is going smoothly, but getting here from the main road requires a detour. If a side road were to be branched off from the main road, it could connect to a dead-end road behind the mall, separated only by a stretch of wasteland, a slum. If it could be connected, it would only take 3 minutes to drive to the mall, but the Miami Public Works Department just won't approve it. Maybe I can give it a try, Ryan said, his connections with Alex being a perfect fit. You didn't say you had that ability. Nora's tone changed on the other end of the phone. You didn't even ask. After it's done, we can give you a gift. No need for that, but I might need you to do something else for me. What is it? I've got my eye on an asset, and there might be other people involved. If necessary, you'll have to show up. Ryan stated his specific requirements. It's not difficult to handle, but you have to tell me first what asset you're eyeing so I can do a risk assessment. The Ultra Music Festival, which one has been complained about multiple times for disturbing the peace? You're going all in this time. How much is it worth? Not much in your area. I'll wait for your news. Nora hung up. Ryan then called Alex again, informing him of Nora's needs. What are you trying to achieve by talking about this? I don't want to get involved in these things right now. If you want to get back what's rightfully yours, then meet my demands, Ryan stated bluntly. You're targeting the Ultra Music Festival. Alex realized Ryan's intentions. Then we're on the same side now. Let me make this clear, the damages I'm seeking from the three of them are $15 million, that's my share. I can only give you 1/3, Ryan said. Deal, Alex said without hesitation, clearly indicating that this damages amount was heavily inflated. Of course, there was another way, such as reinstating him to his original position and letting him continue running the Ultra Music Festival, but to get him on board, Ryan had to give him a promise. Tell me your specific plan. Who's behind him? Ryan asked first. I don't know much about that. He rarely reveals anything. He owns a nightclub and is a donor to the local police. I've seen his photo at the police station. In fact, he supplies a lot of the merchandise for the festival, mainly Molly. That's where the real profits are. Anything else, that's all I know. Although we're partners, we each manage our own affairs. Ryan had to handle it himself, remembering what Russell had told him that afternoon. What do I need to do? You probably won't need me. Right, you're a key figure. Tomorrow at 3:30 p.m., call Russell and do as I say. Remember, it has to be at that time. Later or earlier won't work, Ryan emphasized. Why? Don't ask, just do as I say. Anything else I need to be careful about. You're the boss now. Hire 2 bodyguards, don't leave their sight, and watch your diet. Don't say 2, I have 4 right now. Ryan put down his phone, turned around, and went back to the room. He saw Daddario lying on the bed in a pink Victoria's Secret style outfit. Teresa's personal belongings were beside the bed. She'd probably gone to take a shower. If you hadn't come back, we would have fallen asleep hugging each other. Daddario yawned. She'd just showered, and her hair was still wet. Ryan went over and cuddled with Daddario for a while, then stripped naked and went into the bathroom. Teresa was showering and was startled. Seeing Ryan approach, she offered to help him. Her movements were gentle, and she washed him carefully. Whether it was from being a secretary for so long or her personality, she was far superior to Daddario in serving others. After showering and drying her off, Ryan carried her out and placed her on the bed. Daddario had already folded the blankets and made room for Ryan. Ryan lay on the bed, and the 2 of them snuggled up to him. One was blonde, the other brown, both fresh from the shower, still damp with moisture. One was cute with a touch of sexiness, the other slender yet voluptuous. Together, they made a perfect pair. If it weren't for Amber Heard, Teresa would definitely have played Caroline. I told you, we 2 are the most suitable partners. The celebrities you found have no idea how to run a nightclub, but I'm different. You just need to send some people to perform. As for the testing, forget it. Ryan, do you think American nightclubs make money by selling alcohol and songs? Actually, they make money from 2 other things. The first is party entertainment products like Molly's. The second is, Russell pushed open the door, revealing a large dressing room, or rather, a lounge. A whole wall was covered with high heels of various styles and colors, along with all sorts of sexy and revealing clothing. There were 7 or 8 women chatting inside, and they immediately stood up when Russell entered. Look at these faces, these figures, they're all top-notch. These are the most valuable assets of a nightclub. You may not like them, but you're a man, so I won't say anything more. Russell pointed at the women, discussing nightclub business. Ryan's expression remained unchanged. He then looked at Russell. There's a condition for the cooperation. It can't be in Miami, and it can't be in Florida. It has to be far enough away from Orlando. Ryan, Florida has a lot of tourists, which are the target customers for nightclubs, and they're rich enough. The whole of Florida can accommodate at least 5 bedrooms. There can only be 1 bedroom per state. That's a rule that's been set. Otherwise, how can I explain it to Leanville and Arthur? Ryan shook his head, his attitude unusually firm. Just like all franchises, bedrooms also have a protected distance. Russell opened his mouth. You really don't know how to do business. Fine, then it'll be in Birmingham, Alabama. Alabama borders Florida and is one of the poorest states in the U.S. Those are all a bunch of country bumpkins. Are you sure you want to choose that place? Ryan asked. Even among country bumpkins, there's a difference between rich and poor. Birmingham is a major city in the state, with 2 University of Alabama campuses nearby, and I know the area quite well. Ryan was waiting for this. I'll do as you say. We'll start preliminary preparations tomorrow. You and I will each send one of our men to scout locations, okay, but there's a condition. In exchange, you must place this year's branch stage here. This is crucial for promoting the nightclub, Russell said. Ryan nodded. If I had a choice, I wouldn't consider this place because it can't hold enough people. But since you can't handle the municipal, before he could finish, Russell's phone rang. Russell glanced at it and immediately walked out of the room. Alex, what's up? Have you thought it through? Russell smiled. Yes, that's the choice a smart person should make. Got a municipal. Russell didn't know whether this was good news or bad news. The two chatted for a while longer, then Russell returned to the room and had to tell Ryan the truth. He couldn't hide this from Ryan. The Parks and Recreation Department under the municipal office has approved the temporary requisition of Parkland. You can build the substage in your ideal location. Ryan nodded. That's even better. As for the stage, I need it built according to my design. I won't use Ultra's construction team, I'll use my own people. In front of Russell, Ryan didn't call Robert Allen but called Barrick directly. Bring a group of construction workers over first. The fully equipped construction workers are ready and heading to Miami, Barrick said cheerfully on the other end of the phone. Ryan had discussed this with Barrick that morning. However, this was more of a defensive measure, in case Russell became desperate. Only 3 chapters left today. This paragraph is a bit difficult to write. I'm a little exhausted and need to go to sleep. The remaining 2 chapters will be updated this afternoon. Chapter 204 Opening. Ultra, at Bay Park. A few miles south of the main stage, workers were putting the finishing touches on the stage setup. The large screen was in its final testing phase. Robert Allen had been temporarily reassigned to Miami, and Taylor had suspended his tour to make way for Ryan's Ultra substage. It looks almost as big as the main stage next door. Barrick, wearing a hard hat and reflective vest, now looked like a foreman. It's bigger than the main stage, Teresa added. Ryan now had a skilled stage design and construction team, and for the sake of the final performance, they were naturally willing to spend a fortune. Besides, the cost of building a stage wasn't actually that high. Robert Allen had already brought a team along, and they were very efficient. Ryan then turned his head and saw another group of tents set up in the distance. The scene was exactly the same as last year, outlandish costumes, a no-holds-barred party, drug-fueled revelry. Judging by the size of the tents, this group was even larger than last year's. With so many people, the daily expenses on Morley's side must be astronomical. Where there's demand, there's a market, and there will be sellers. Berwick noticed Ryan's movement and leaned closer, whispering, our people have uncovered quite a few sales locations these past few days. Some are phone-ordered, some are hawking at fixed locations, and as usual, there will be on-site stalls in the park. Based on last year's locations, all the sales locations have been marked on the map. Don't look at me like that. These people have come from all over the country. Nobody knows anyone here. It wasn't difficult to find out. What do we do next? Notify the MPD. Ryan shook his head. Now is not the time. Besides, Russell is a donor to the MPD, and he likely has informants in his jurisdiction. Notifying the MPD now would only make Russell more vigilant. Have you heard the story of Robin Hood? Ryan countered. Robin Hood, robbing the rich to help the poor, something like that. Over in Alabama, my two old buddies have been tracking him for days. The tracker on his car shows he frequents only a few places: his home, his mistress's apartment, and the factory. Call 911 tomorrow. Ryan nodded. The road repairs are done, but we have to cover the costs, otherwise we won't get past the city council. That's all my sister could do. Alex's voice came from the other end of the phone. That was enough. Your mission is complete. Thank you for your help, Ryan said. Don't forget my share after it's all done, of course, but only if I complete the acquisition. You're rich and have connections, plus the intelligence I provided. You can definitely handle Ultra, Alex said, feeling it was a done deal. Hopefully. I hope Ultra doesn't run into any problems this year. Ryan nodded slowly. What could possibly go wrong? Ultra does this every year. Even if there's a scandal, it's nothing serious. The following afternoon, in an abandoned warehouse in Birmingham, Alabama. This is the last address. If you're not satisfied with this place, I suggest you don't open it. A bald man in a shirt and a gold chain kicked a can at his feet as he spoke, his tone impatient. This man was Russell's subordinate in Alabama. For the past 2 days, he and Ryan's men had been searching the city for potential locations for bad rooms branches. Unfortunately, these two subordinates were very picky, dissatisfied with wherever they were taken. The two remained silent for a while, then said to the man, "We will report to Mr. Rivers." Finally, it was over. The man with a gold chain was almost shouting with excitement. "Then I won't take you back to the hotel. I have some things to do." He needed to check on the factory. The two didn't say anything, watching the man drive away before walking to a nearby restaurant and dialing 911 from the restaurant's phone. About half an hour later, the car stereo was blasting music, and the man with a gold chain was humming a tune. Just as he turned the corner, he suddenly saw a dozen police cars parked at the entrance of an abandoned parking lot. "Shit," the man cursed under his breath, quickly reversing. The next second, the rear of the car was violently slammed into him, and with the immense force of the impact, his forehead smashed into the windshield, cracking it. When the man regained consciousness, he was in a hospital, handcuffed to a hospital bed. The DEA agent guarding him immediately reported to his superiors. "What are you doing?" "I'm just a passerby. I want to see my lawyer," the man with a gold chain shouted. After a while, several DEA agents entered. The leader braced himself on the hospital bed, looking at the man with a gold chain. "Alexander Garcia Lopez, the factory boss. Don't struggle. Unless you saw off your hands, you won't get out." This man pulled over a chair and sat down next to the man with a gold chain. "Your men have all confessed. The goods we found in your factory are enough to put you in jail for 200 years. If you want to see the sunlight outside of prison, you'd better tell us everything you know. Tell us, where did the raw materials come from? And who did you sell them to?" The man grabbed Alexander by the collar. "The raw materials came from Florida," Alexander screamed. As evening fell, the Ultra Music Festival officially opened. Ryan's substage was designed in a classical Baroque style, resembling a dilapidated building. Of course, these were just decorations. The interior was still a simple steel frame structure. But illuminated by the lights, it was already dreamlike enough, even surpassing the main stage not far away in terms of grandeur. Ryan delivered an unprecedentedly long performance on his substage, including last year's annual remix and his new song. Ty wouldn't arrive until tonight. She would take the stage tomorrow to perform Despicable for the first time. After a performance lasting over an hour, Ryan left the stage, and Kevin Harris took over. The fact that he was chosen to replace Ryan shows how highly they value him. However, he's not yet ready to live up to Ryan's favor. Despite his energetic performances, many people who came to see Ryan are heading to the main stage. It seems they need to sign a few more promising DJs. He wonders if any of the DJs on the list will actually perform this year. Ryan thought to himself, standing backstage. "Everything's going smoothly here," his subordinate replied on the other end of the phone. "Has the nightclub location been confirmed?" "It should be confirmed," the subordinate sounded unsure. "What happened over there?" Russell immediately sensed something was wrong. His subordinate wasn't usually like this. "Ugh, it's all about women. They're always saying they want to leave," the voice on the other end said. "I told you not to spoil them so much. They need to be taught a lesson," Russell sneered. "All right. I'm not talking to you anymore. The music festival has started, and I'm very busy these days." Of course, he was busy selling Molly. That was the real moneymaker. How much could the music festival itself possibly make? I switched networks this afternoon, which caused a delay. In addition, I edited and rewrote this chapter repeatedly. Originally, my conception process was quite lengthy and involved many steps, but I felt that some steps were unnecessary, so I switched to a more direct approach. Chapter 205: Igniting the Explosive Barrel. Late that night, a radiant Taylor landed at a private airport in Miami. Accompanying her were her team and band members. Taylor had been staying at her parents' house in Nashville for the past few days, rehearsing the song Despicable with her band. When Ryan opened the door, Taylor eagerly pushed it open. "Let me see how many women you've hidden in your room," Taylor said, pretending to peek out. Ryan chuckled. Dario and Teresa's room was downstairs. That afternoon, a convoy of 7 or 8 black vehicles entered downtown Miami. While the vehicles appeared unmarked and unmarked, they actually carried an investigation team composed of senior agents from the FBI and the Alabama DEA. Russell Fabish is cunning and one of MPD's biggest donors. This operation is currently kept secret from the MPD. These next few days, based on our subordinates' testimonies, we'll first investigate Russell's situation in the area. A man in the lead car said into a walkie-talkie. "What if Russell senses something's wrong and runs away?" the female agent driving asked. The man glanced at the enormous stage in the park in the distance. Although it was still over 10 miles away, the sheer size of the stage was palpable. "It's his Black Friday weekend, how could he possibly run away?" the man said. "Once we've investigated enough and got some leverage, I'll contact the MPD chief. He can't escape responsibility this time. To keep his job, he'll have to agree to the previous conditions, like ending the investigation into the series of sexual assault cases in Palm Beach over the past 2 years, the man continued, having already switched off his walkie-talkie. The MPD had intricate connections with local powers, and the same was true elsewhere. Different law enforcement agencies, of course, involved exchanges of favors. You have your donors, and I have my friends. This time the evidence was conclusive. He wanted the case, he wanted the credit, and of course, he couldn't forget to grab some extra benefits. If these extra benefits outweighed the merits of the case, then there was no rush. But that's within the local prosecutor's jurisdiction, the female detective added. Then we'll see what benefits he can offer the local prosecutor, the man sneered. Backstage, Taylor found Ryan standing with Berwick, both gazing at the park in the distance through an opening inside the stage. Following Ryan's gaze, Taylor saw a large group of people in outlandish costumes emerging from their tents. Their day was just beginning. The early hours of the morning were when their energy was at its peak. They numbered well over 5,000, perhaps even approaching 10,000, making up a tenth of the festival's audience. Taylor smiled faintly, knowing that the only thing she could do at this point was not to trouble Ryan and let him do as he pleased. Taylor left silently, so much so that neither Ryan nor Berwick noticed her presence throughout the entire event. "I personally checked out the stalls in the park today. Each stall only has 2 thugs. Due to the cramped space, they definitely don't have heavy weapons, and they can only carry pistols. Dividing them into 8 groups of 4, plus the time spent traveling within the park, it will only take less than 20 minutes to paralyze all these sales outlets. There are vehicles waiting at all 4 exits of the park. We'll leave by car." Barrick had already rehearsed the entire plan on a map more than 10 times to ensure it would go perfectly. Operation Codename, Robin Hood. Ryan turned to look at Barrick. "You've forgotten the most important thing, clown mask, hood, stockings, which do you think is more suitable?" Barrick whispered. Ryan shook his head. "Since we're here, we have to fit in." Berwick's lips twitched. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Reveler emerge from a tent. He was clearly a man, but dressed in women's clothing, with plastic wings on his back and heavy makeup. It was already 8 p.m. After a brief opening performance on a separate stage, Ryan picked up the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, this year at Ultra was fucking awesome, wasn't it?" A roar of cheers erupted from the audience. "You may have noticed, but there are a lot of reporters and photographers here tonight," Ryan pointed out. The crowd was blocked by barriers, with security personnel on the other side. There was an open area between the barriers and the stage, where more than 20 print and television media outlets were present. These media outlets had received advance notice from Ryan, receiving not only free food and lodging but also substantial travel expenses. Besides promoting Taylor's new song, they naturally had to record the crazy scenes that were about to unfold. With the media's coverage, Ultra would undoubtedly become a disgrace to the music festival after tonight. This was Ryan's true intention. He never intended to acquire Ultra. Instead, he wanted to rebuild a new music festival from the ruins, which was far more worthwhile than acquiring a Ultra. At this moment, the audience below the stage began chanting Taylor Rivers' name. Ryan pointed the microphone at the audience. Taylor, 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 the shouts grew louder and louder, and finally, Taylor appeared amidst the clamor. She blew kisses to the audience, and then, in front of so many people, she and Ryan kissed on the lips on stage. But this kiss only lasted for a dozen seconds, and the audience erupted in a frenzy of cheers. These cheers echoed throughout the park. What's happening over there? Taylor's here, the engaged couple's exercising on stage? Go see. Even many audience members on the main stage were drawn to the side stage. And at this moment, the accompaniment for I Need Your Love was already playing on the side stage. At the same time, several dilapidated jeeps bought from an abandoned junkyard parked at the park entrance. Many burly men, mostly middle-aged, got out. Their eyes were like those of hungry wolves, yet they were dressed like fairies, wearing brightly colored women's bikinis, their heads adorned with bizarre decorations, and their faces painted as red as monkey buttocks. Each carried a bulging travel bag. Haha, I have to take a picture of you to show your wife. You don't think your body paint is any less than mine, do you? Who's afraid of who? The men passing by are giving us strange looks. Won't we give ourselves away? They're interested in you. Barrick laughed, wearing a green hat, not much less discreet than his men. Such an outfit would be conspicuous in other places, but since most people around were dressed similarly, it served as cover. Come pick us up in half an hour, Barrick told the driver to leave first. Start the operation. Meet here in half an hour, Barrick then gave orders to his men. I'll try to update 4 times today. Chapter 206 Blood and Fire. On the stage, Taylor Swift sang and danced, headbanging wildly, her golden hair cascading like waves, moving up and down, left and right. She brought her 2 tour headbanging skills with her. After finishing a song, Taylor was slightly out of breath. Catch, Ryan's voice came from behind. Taylor turned, caught a bottle of water Ryan tossed her, unscrewed it on stage, gulped down 2 mouthfuls, and then, not satisfied, poured it over her head twice. Woo, the coolness invigorated Taylor. A cheer erupted from the audience, and cameras flashed incessantly from the media. This kind of scene was rarely seen. Music festival performances were much more relaxed than formal Grammy live performances. I know you don't want me to leave, right? Taylor put one hand on her hip, leaned slightly to the side, striking a pose. Don't be ridiculous, that kind of thing is only for indoors. Hearing a shout from the audience, Taylor waved her hand, making an evasive gesture. Laughter erupted from the audience. But I have a gift for Ryan, a gift you can watch. Taylor snapped her fingers. The band members then entered from backstage, clearly preparing for a new performance. Strangely, Taylor's band members were dressed in retro country-style clothing from the 1930s. Taylor herself appeared in a pale yellow knee-length jumpsuit, dressed like a country girl, perfectly matching the band members' attire. The audience realized that what followed was just a prelude. The main event was yet to come. Taylor then accepted a banjo from Grant, the Black Lion King, a traditional instrument in country and bluegrass music. Accompanied by live music, Despicable began its first performance. You used sharp words as weapons against me, once again striking me until I felt dizzy and worthless. You called to me with the sound of your fingertips tracing the blackboard. You're just a bully. Taylor's distinctive style of long, drawn-out sentences began to emerge in this song. Country music? I thought it was Ryan's new song. Boring, the man muttered, taking the money with his left hand and pulling a small plastic bag from a bag under the table with his right, handing it to the customer. Inside were several Molly pills. To improve their appearance, this batch of Molly had been treated with chemical dyes, which, although highly carcinogenic, were cheap. I'm giving you $100 bill, the customer reminded him. This is the price at the music festival, don't you know the rules? The man winked at someone nearby, and a thug with tattoos on his face immediately approached the customer, deliberately showing off his holster as he walked. The man was startled and immediately took a few steps back. This scene had played out many times at this temporary stall since the music festival opened. From the outside, it looked like a temporary tent, with drinks piled up at the entrance, making it seem like a small shop. In reality, the drinks were freebies. What they were really selling was Molly. "How much do you want?" the man asked without looking up, noticing another customer approaching. "All of them," the man replied. The man looked up and saw a muscular, burly man with a menacing face, dressed in a bright yellow women's bikini, heavily made up, almost unrecognizable. His brown, curly hair, resembling that of an older woman, was clearly a hood, topped with a green hat. Several other friends of similar build and attire stood beside him. It seemed they would have a good time wielding weapons once they got their hands on Molly. "Can you handle that? Aren't you afraid of overeating?" the man sneered. "That's the amount for 500 people. Sorry, we don't have the money," the muscular man grinned. The next second, one of the men immediately grabbed the thug by the neck. At the same time, another muscular man flipped over the counter. The salesperson didn't even have time to react before being struck on the back of the neck with a chop, instantly losing consciousness. "Only 2 people," Barrick chuckled. He hadn't expected that instead of increasing security at this crucial moment, the number of people would decrease. Ultimately, it was because these mobile stalls were doing too well. The remaining 2 had gone to deliver food. The prepared weapons were practically useless. Everyone, including Barrick, wore long fairy gloves, which, of course, concealed fingerprints. Barrick glanced around, confirmed there were no surveillance cameras, exchanged a look with his men, and the group quickly left. A short while later, another buyer, with a woman in his arms, arrived. He stood there for a few moments, then called out twice, and had his female companion push the man to confirm the seller was unconscious. The 2 immediately began ransacking the place. "The money's here," the woman exclaimed, rummaging through the drawers. "I brought you here." The man snatched the money. After a brief argument, they decided to leave with the money. On stage, 2 band members approached Taylor and suddenly ripped open a prop costume, revealing a gold-tasseled Broadway-style long dress underneath. Although this trick had been used many times, it still worked. A cheer erupted from the audience. Although country music didn't quite fit the electronic music festival, as a new song, it still attracted a large audience. Only a very small number of revelers weren't particularly fond of this style of music. "Can't shake it up. Do you have any more Maury?" a young man with a pink mohawk, shaking his head wildly, said to his companion. His eyes were bloodshot, his expression extremely excited, veins bulging on his forehead, and his exposed skin showing an eerie flush. "All gone," his companion replied, grinning foolishly. "How can you laugh like that?" The mohawk-wearing man shoved his companion. "Free Maury. First come, first served." Just then, a voice came from behind. Not only the mohawk-wearing man, but dozens of people around him heard it. The mohawk-wearing man and his companion exchanged a glance and immediately took off running towards the sales outlet. He remembered. Regardless of whether it was true or not, the mohawk-wearing man couldn't tell the difference between reality and fiction at that moment. Soon, the mohawk-wearing man arrived at the sales outlet, panting. A crowd had already gathered outside, and several people were wrestling. Maury and other medicines were scattered on the ground. The mohawk-wearing man crawled on the ground like a dog, grabbed Maury from the ground, and stuffed it into his mouth along with the dirt and weeds. A gunshot jolted everyone in the room. A man with a crazed expression stepped out of the tent, carrying a heavy bag in his left hand and a trembling pistol in his right. Everyone instinctively took 2 steps back, but quickly, these already frenzied lunatics saw what the man was carrying, and their faces lit up with greed. "Don't come any closer." Bang, 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 Mohawk lunged, knocking the man down and biting his neck without a word. "Ah!" a scream echoed. When Mohawk looked up again, his mouth was covered in blood. He spat something out, and when he turned around, he found the bag the man was carrying had been taken by someone. "Where's my stuff?" Mohawk, his eyes bloodshot, glared at the person next to him and threw a punch without a word, which led to another fight. Fueled by the treasure, the already frenzied individuals began to fight more and more frequently. The situation had escalated beyond simply robbing Molly, it had become an outburst of violence. Women watching the commotion were tackled to the ground, and the vulnerable were often the first to suffer. "Give me the money," someone shouted, pulling out a dagger and pointing it at a stranger. People rushed towards the tent area, countless people were buying things for free. The chaos, like Los Angeles' annual wildfire, spread rapidly through the park. Meanwhile, real flames began to ignite in a dense forest, quickly becoming a raging inferno. In the silhouettes of the firelight, there was fighting, beatings, screams, roars, gunshots, crying, and maniacal laughter. This is the real carnival. A bruised and battered Mohawk man stood up, surveying his surroundings with a satisfied smile. This is the real music festival, he shouted, arms outstretched, towards the sky. Nearby, news cameras had captured his expression perfectly. Aren't you coming with me? Taylor got into a golf cart parked backstage. Ryan had arranged it beforehand. These carts would drive directly to the exit, where Taylor would transfer to another car and return to her hotel, away from this chaotic place. When she saw that Ryan didn't seem inclined to get in, she immediately sensed something was wrong. You go back first, we'll meet at the hotel, Ryan nodded to her. No, I'm coming with you, Taylor said, making a move to get out of the cart. Ryan gave her a look, and Erica immediately stopped Taylor. Several golf carts started moving immediately, carrying Taylor, the band members, and Ellie Goulding and other performers. It's not like it's a matter of life and death, why all this sentimentality? Ryan muttered. He wasn't staying here to play the hero, of course. With a scene so chaotic, someone had to step in and evacuate, right? Ryan turned around and quickly walked to the front of the stage, deliberately choosing a spot where he could be illuminated. There's another exit. Go one by one, don't run, Ryan shouted to the audience in front of the stage, then began directing the entire process. Hey you, slow down. Don't you know there's going to be a stampede? Someone come and help this lady, her legs are shaking with fear. Whose child is this? Ryan acted like a concerned citizen, of course, all under the spotlight. A few film crew members who hadn't yet reached the chaotic scene in the distance heard Ryan's voice and were immediately drawn to him. Quick, point the camera at Ryan. Chapter 207 Desperate Rush. On camera, Ryan was directing traffic, holding the hand of a crying child. A park light was shining directly overhead, clearly illuminating his expression and demeanor. The lighting and set design are perfect, the cameraman remarked, zooming in for a close-up of Ryan and the little girl. A moment later, the girl's parents arrived. Ryan scolded them briefly, then told them to take the child away. He then ran towards the other spectators, his face filled with urgency. All of this was captured on camera. At the same time, Tiso was performing on the main stage. When he saw the distant flames, a chill ran down his spine. The next second, he heard the signal to stop the performance through his headphones. He immediately retreated backstage, where many DJs who had just performed were gathered. What happened? Didn't you see? There's a fire in the park. What do we do? It's chaotic outside. Stay here. If all else fails, jump into the sea. Bay Park, as its name suggests, is located by the sea. On the other side, a group of burly fairies were traversing a dense forest ablaze with flames. Fortunately, the flames were still some distance from reaching the sides of the road, but even so, the pungent smell was still unpleasant. I smell barbecue. Oh no, my wings are melting. Stop talking nonsense, we're almost at the exit. You want to keep it as a souvenir, Barrick? Look at that, I told you, when I'm working. Barrick was getting impatient, then he saw a power distribution box by the roadside. Next to the box, several people were fighting over a DV camera. The busybodies were recording the scene, but unfortunately, they ran into a black guy who wanted to buy it for free. Should we? His subordinate suggested. Barrick remembered Ryan's instructions and shook his head. That's enough. The team ignored the fighting and quickly walked past. The robbers had now gained the upper hand, grabbing the man's head and slamming it against the power distribution box. In his panic, the man struggled, and in the chaos, the door of the power distribution box was opened by someone. Several black men worked together to push the man against a circuit board covered in wires. In the struggle, they touched something, and everyone's bodies suddenly stiffened, becoming completely straight. Smoke began to rise from their bodies, and sparks flew from the electrical box. As the men caught fire, the entire park lost power, leaving it dark, and more people began to stir. Barrick and his group reached the exit, where the dilapidated jeep was already waiting as planned. Without a word, they got in, though the surrounding area was somewhat congested. Roll the car aside and take the oncoming lane, Barrick ordered. As the jeep turned, several police cars sped towards them, their red and blue lights flashing and sirens blaring. In a split second, the jeep weaved through the traffic. MPD's attention was entirely focused on the park. They couldn't care less about what was happening outside. On his way out of the park, Berwick saw several police cars, fire trucks, and ambulances pass by. The first batch of MPDs to arrive got out of their vehicles and were about to enter when suddenly gunfire erupted from inside the park. All the MPDs immediately retreated behind their vehicle doors, using them as cover to peer into the park. However, the power was out, it was pitch black nearby, and ablaze with fire in the distance, making it impossible to assess the situation inside. Evacuate the people at the entrance first, wait for reinforcements before going in, said an MPD officer present, then began calling for backup over the radio. The park contained tens of thousands of people, far exceeding the MPD's control. In this situation, the National Guard had to be called in. More and more vehicles converged, completely blocking the roads, but not a single MPD officer stepped even a centimeter into the park. Ambulances were mostly in the same boat. Firefighters were spraying water on one of the fires inside the park through the fence, but as soon as one fire was extinguished, the flames spread to 3 other locations. 4 helicopters were already circling over the park, but they were all media helicopters, intentionally or unintentionally engaging in aerial combat, afraid that the other would get better footage. Meanwhile, the MPD officer received a call. What? The senator's daughter is inside, at the same time, in a nightclub in Miami. Has the backup arrived? The FBI agent from earlier in the day asked. Only 2 vehicles haven't arrived yet, the female agent nodded. We can't delay any longer, everyone put on your bulletproof vests, that guy is charging in. The male agent took a deep breath. Originally, the 2 of them had come here tonight to scout out the location, take some photos, and prepare for the next step of the operation, but not long after arriving at the nightclub, they saw groups of Russell's men leaving. Soon, they also received news that there was a major disturbance at Bay Park. Plans can't keep up with changes, so the agents had to start their operation tonight, closing in early to try and capture the suspect first. If they could catch him alive, the MPD would have no choice but to submit. Everyone, begin the operation, the female agent shouted into the portable microphone on her collar. As she spoke, she saw Russell and several of his men rushing out. FBI. Put your guns down, you're surrounded, the male agent yelled immediately, then crouched down. His female partner reacted quickly, drawing her gun and firing several shots. Russell and his men immediately pulled out submachine guns and began spraying bullets at their cover. The nightclub instantly descended into chaos. The reinforcements had arrived at the entrance, and a firefight ensued. Russell, with only 3 or 4 trusted men, was quickly overwhelmed by the superior numbers and equipment of the agents. Seeing 2 of his men riddled with bullets and another so terrified he wet himself, Russell hardened his heart. He grabbed a nightclub patron lying on the ground and pressed a gun against the hostage's neck. Back off. I told you to back off, Russell shouted from behind the hostage as he retreated. You can't escape, put the gun down, an agent yelled. Russell raised his gun and fired a burst, then shoved the hostage and turned to run towards the back exit. The agents immediately returned fire. Russell wasn't hit, but the hostage was riddled with bullets. Chase him. We absolutely can't let the MPD catch him, an agent yelled to his men. The target went to the back door, the people outside prepared to surround it. Take him alive, the agent roared into the walkie-talkie. At the back door of the nightclub, a group of people were blocking the exit, waiting for Russell to rush out. Everyone's attention was focused on the back door, forgetting that Russell, as the owner, had already prepared a backup plan. Boom, a wall nearby was smashed open, and a Mercedes-Benz G-Class burst through it. In fact, the wall was hollow inside, serving as a hidden back door. Russell was driving. The massive G-Class accelerated at full speed through the narrow back alley, hurtling towards the 2 cars blocking it. With its high chassis, the G-Class ran over the roofs of both cars, and with a full acceleration, it even slid a short distance in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The powerful shock absorbers compressed the car violently several times, making Russell feel like he was on a roller coaster. However, he quickly regained control, slamming on the brakes and jerking the steering wheel. The car drifted awkwardly along the road, tires emitting wisps of white smoke and leaving deep marks on the pavement. Russell floored the accelerator, and the G-Class sped away. Get in the car. Keep Russell's family under control. The agent quickly got into the car, and at this point, there was no more concealment. He put the lights on the roof, and the numerous vehicles began a massive chase after the G-Wagon. Russell immediately called his family, but the FBI answered. Fuck, Russell cursed, bewildered as to why it was the FBI. The whole thing felt eerie. Alex's return. The chaos of the music festival, the FBI raid, everything was too coincidental, too fast. In half an hour, from heaven to hell. It was as if someone was manipulating everything from the shadows. Several more MPD vehicles approached from the front. Come on. Run me if you're not afraid to die, Russell thought fiercely, cursing as he accelerated. It looked like a scene from a Hollywood movie was about to unfold, but in reality, the MPD didn't dare to stop him. They obediently pulled over and watched the G-Wagon rush past. The next second, these vehicles turned around and joined the chase. At the next intersection, on the wide main road, Russell saw that spikes had been laid on the south side of the road, and more than a dozen police cars completely blocked the road. Russell swerved the steering wheel, making an emergency U-turn and choosing to drive north. After driving for a few more minutes, Russell saw countless MPD vehicles almost filling the entire road, while the other side was completely dark. Bay Park. Russell immediately realized that this was his only chance of escape. Without hesitation, he drove his G-Wagon into the railing, smashing a gap in it and driving the G-Wagon directly into the park. The pursuing cars behind him followed. Once in the park, it was the G-Wagon's domain. In a panic, Russell floored the accelerator, driving straight through a thicket of bushes. By the light of the fire, he saw a tent area in front of him, and in front of the car was a group of revelers fighting. At this moment, Russell had completely lost his mind. The vehicle continued to accelerate. Bang! A pink mohawk-wearing man was hit and sent flying by the vehicle. After ramming wildly through the tent area for hundreds of meters, the G-Wagon finally lost control and crashed into a tree. Russell shook his head, hearing the increasingly intense shrill sounds outside, knowing he had completely lost. He began rummaging through his clothes, finding a crumpled cigarette, lighting it, and taking a puff. Then he got out of the car, and amidst countless angry shouts, he began reaching for his waistband. The next second, dozens of long and short guns began pouring bullets at him. Even as Russell fell, the gunfire continued unabated, a continuous barrage like firecrackers. All the agents present opened fire. All for an administrative leave. The firing lasted a full half-minute. The bullets embedded in Russell's body must have weighed several pounds. Good guys get shot on the body, bad guys get shot in the head. In America, this would probably be changed to good guys get riddled with bullets, and bad guys get riddled with bullets too. Time for a meal. There's another chapter after that. Chapter 208. This world needs heroes. The fire has been completely extinguished, and the park has been cordoned off. A large crowd has gathered outside the park. It is reported that the incident occurred during the Ultra Music Festival, and there were more than 40,000 participants in the park. Inside the room, Taylor was watching TV. She changed the channel. Another TV station was also reporting on the tragedy at Bayview Park, showing a Mercedes G-Class crashing into the tent area. Some parts of the footage were blurred due to their graphic violence. The video was accompanied by a prominent headline, Ultra co-founder Russell Fabresh drives his car into the tent area. Taylor continued changing the channel, and the TV continued to broadcast reports related to the Ultra Music Festival. All the channels were broadcasting emergency news about Ultra. Taylor picked up her phone again. She had wanted to call Ryan several times during this time, but she had held back. Just then, there was a sound at the door. Taylor turned around and saw that Ryan had returned. She immediately dropped the remote control and ran to Ryan. Without saying a word, she carefully looked Ryan up and down to make sure he was all right before letting out a sigh of relief. Ryan started watching the news, having just learned that Russell had driven his car into the park. The news then began reporting on the history of the Ultra Music Festival. Besides Russell, the culprit, who had been brought to justice, the Winter Music Conference was also named, including a host of well-known DJs who participated in the festival. Ryan was prominently listed, and Taylor was mentioned later as a performer. This year's Ultra Music Festival performers included the Black Eyed Peas, Per Farrell, Sugarland, Tintin. I'll draft an apology statement tonight, stating that although I was only invited to perform, I failed to oversee the festival's safety measures. I will also establish a charitable foundation to prevent similar incidents from happening again, Ryan said. I'll do the same, Taylor nodded. At that moment, the television screen switched to Ryan, who was directing the chaotic crowd, holding a little girl's hand. This is, you? Taylor was stunned. She now realized what Ryan was doing there. Just doing it for fun, Ryan shrugged. You're going to become America's superhero like this, Taylor chuckled. Then Ryan received a call from Berwick. The interiors of several purchased abandoned vehicles were thoroughly cleaned, and the vehicles were then sunk into the sea. Berwick and his team then returned to Orlando. Their trip to Miami was under the guise of stage construction workers, a completely discreet move. The videos and photos already posted online directly prove this was a public event, and their attire in the park made it difficult to suspect anything. Ryan and Taylor's statement was released early that morning, the fastest reaction of all the celebrities involved. Soon, Ryan's MySpace was flooded with replies. Some photoshopped Ryan into a Superman costume, or replaced Superman's body with Ryan's face. This post received the most likes. Ryan's name also ranked third on Twitter's trending topics, only behind Ultra Music Festival riots in Bay Park. Clicking on Ryan's page revealed various photos and videos of him directing events on site. As for Taylor, his work is currently focused on this matter, but many people have realized who the song Despicable was actually written for, which still needs public discussion to develop. The following afternoon, Ryan's Augie MPD spokesperson statement on television. The statement described yesterday as a somber day, followed by the release of the investigation results, attributing it all to the out-of-control revelers and pointing the finger at the lax management of drugs at large gatherings like music festivals. Various Florida lawmakers also began to speak out on the matter, indicating that the Florida legislature would pass new legislation to increase penalties for drugs. Similar bills were also proposed in Congress, such as strengthening the regulation of music festivals. Ryan was certain that none of this was effective. It was merely treating the symptoms, not the root cause. If the root is rotten, no matter how many leaves grow, they will be crooked. However, this was a major advantage for the music festival Ryan planned to establish in the future. It could become a powerful weapon against other music festivals. Russell wasn't the first, nor the last. Those festival organizers wouldn't let go of this piece of meat. At most they could only turn a blind eye. Thinking of the music festival, Ryan called Alex again. "Ryan, what do we do now?" Alex sounded worried on the other end of the line. He was now a villain in Miami, all because he was the co-founder of Ultra Music Festival. "What can I do?" Who knew things would turn out this badly? Ryan shook his head, implying the acquisition was off. "You promised me you'd help me. This is an act of God, like a hurricane. Russell is dead, and Ultra Music Festival is gone." Alex hung up the phone dejectedly. This guy was still somewhat useful to Ryan, but Ryan wasn't ready to reveal his intentions yet. He'd wait a couple of days, at least until the scars on Ultra Music Festival had healed. In the following days, more and more facts were unearthed by netizens and television media. Online opinion had already concluded that the deceased were a group of high-dose lunatics. After all, those who fought over the drugs couldn't have been normal people. Television media began focusing their investigation on Russell Fabish. With the scandal escalating, MPD naturally targeted Russell's entire criminal organization, exposing his alleged involvement in selling Molly at the music festival. However, the fact that Russell was a donor to MPD was completely ignored, as if nothing had happened. Furthermore, the little girl Ryan was holding hands with was also brought up by the media, specifically the CW. The family of three was an ordinary family in Miami, and they thanked Ryan on television. This news further boosted Ryan's reputation. Ryan appeared on the front page of local media for several days. It was clear to everyone that Ryan's role was exaggerated. The reason was simple: the incident was inherently ugly, and only by using Ryan as a prime example could public attention be diverted. 3 days later, at the memorial service, the governor and a number of Florida legislators were present. The mayor announced that the park would be renovated and reopened to the public, renamed Memorial Park. He also announced that a statue over 5 meters tall, depicting Ryan holding the little girl's hand, would be erected in the park. "Thank you, Ryan, for your contributions to Miami. The world needs heroes," the mayor said at the end of his speech, followed by applause. As the camera panned, Ryan suddenly noticed a familiar face in the audience, Nora. Could she be here because of land ownership? Ryan wondered. Thanks to Basky from Florence for the 600 points. Thanks to the sheep catcher for the 1,800 points. What else can I say? A deep bow to my supporters. Without you there would be no book. Chapter 209, The Tea Party. You guessed right, one thing after another. I'm like a spinning top, constantly turning. But then again, if it weren't for this big incident at Bay Park, these people wouldn't have gotten together. Ryan, the Bay Park thing isn't related to you, is it? Nora said on the other end of the phone. She answered Ryan's call, not hiding her intentions. This time, she came for the land Ryan and the bishop were jointly developing. "You think I let those hyped-up lunatics attack each other?" Ryan asked with a laugh. "Not really," Nora shook her head. She knew Ryan intended to acquire the Ultra Music Festival, but it was just an acquisition. Coercion and bribery of Russell and the like had taken an unexpected turn. "You're still in Miami, right? I need your help this time." Nora changed the subject. "What use would I be if you couldn't handle it?" Ryan said casually. "This really needs your help, only then can you be of any assistance." "Why?" "Because you saved this man's daughter." On the other end of the phone, Nora looked at a bald man named Rick Scott not far away, with former Governor Jeb Bush standing beside him. "What benefits could I possibly get?" Ryan immediately asked. "I'm doing you a favor." "No, you're doing yourself a favor." "Oh, no need to be so formal. How about this? I'll let you contract out the land I asked you to build the road for. Is that alright?" Ryan certainly couldn't contract it out, but he could subcontract it. That was a real perk. Ryan arrived at Nora's side within an hour, by which time the memorial service was nearing its end. After these big shots finished chatting, "Let's find an opportunity to slip in. You didn't make an appointment. It happened so suddenly. Where am I supposed to make an appointment?" "The person is right here." Nora glanced at Ryan, speaking with some unease. "Could make an appointment?" Ryan reconsidered the influence of this Carlyle Group subsidiary in Florida. The next second, Ryan found himself increasingly drawn to the gaze of people. In this setting, he couldn't feign innocence. "Ryan, you're the one who truly deserves to be here. You're the savior of the Bay Park tragedy." Someone immediately extended a hand to Ryan. Those seated in the first 3 rows of the memorial service were undoubtedly prominent figures in Florida, and Ryan responded with a smile. More and more people approached Ryan, primarily to commend his outstanding contributions to the tragedy. The news media, who had been preparing to shut down and leave, were forced to resume filming due to Ryan's sudden arrival. Soon, Ryan was led to Governor Charlie Crist, a figure of considerable influence in Florida, a former elephantist who now leaned towards independence. "Thank you for everything you've done for Miami. You are a benefactor of Florida and a representative of Florida's cultural and entertainment industry. If you encounter any difficulties in your future endeavors, as long as they are not matters of principle, the state and the people will support you as much as possible," the governor said, patting Ryan on the shoulder with a gesture of encouragement. Ryan glanced at Nora and saw her shake her head at him, realizing he couldn't discuss the land ownership issue with the governor. Ryan then posed for a group photo with a group of high-ranking Florida officials. Standing on either side of Ryan were the governor and a Florida House Speaker named Marco, a South American with a sleazy appearance and a traitor's face, exuding the air of a sycophantic lackey following the main villain in a movie. Nora's target for this public relations effort, the bald man Rick Scott, stood slightly to the side with former Governor Jeb. This positioning clearly revealed the hierarchy of the people present. After the open discussion, Nora finally led Ryan to Rick Scott. "Thank you, Ryan, for evacuating my daughter immediately and protecting her from harm. I thank you on behalf of my wife and daughter." Rick Scott nodded to Ryan, casually introducing Ryan's current businesses in Florida to Jeb. This man remained calm and composed throughout, his true nature unreadable. When mentioning Jeb, one cannot ignore the Odds family. From the perspective of the Elephant Party, the Odds family represents and leads the traditional establishment. However, looking at the future, the establishment is somewhat out of date, belonging to the old era, unable to sing new songs. Starting in 2009, the Tea Party was the rising star, and 8 years later, the Tea Party gradually integrated into the new right, and what happened afterward is well known. Mr. Scott, I discussed with you before the proposal to expand Sorrento Emergency Medical Center to other parts of the United States. We can help you get the medical insurance qualifications in Kentucky and Michigan. You know it's not easy, after all, the HCA case caused a huge uproar, Nora whispered to bald Rick. Then what do you need me to do? Rick, sensing Nora's intention, said without hesitation. APG and Ryan are jointly developing a piece of land, but the land's nature is rather complicated. Nora explained the details. The two did not avoid Jeb while speaking. At this moment, Jeb and bald Rick gave Ryan a meaningful look, and then the two exchanged a few words in hushed tones. Jeb pointed to Speaker of the House Marco not far away. Rick nodded and walked towards him. Ryan realized that Rick was just a front man, using the influence of the Percy family to operate a private medical institution in Florida. Nora and Ryan exchanged a glance, Both felt there was potential. Don't get too excited. Marco is a clown who changes his tune with the wind. Before the end of 2008, he repeatedly stated that the United States did not need to apologize for slavery. Then his attitude did a complete 180-degree turn, talking about the abuse of blacks. This guy is completely unreliable, Jeb sneered. As for the reason for the turn, it was obviously related to the president. After a while, Rick returned, shaking his head. The negotiation results were not ideal. He's unwilling to help. I even mentioned you. This guy has obviously forgotten how loyal he was to you in the first place, Rick sneered. I didn't expect him to turn on you so quickly. Can't we think of another way? Nora frowned slightly. You must have thought of many ways to find me, right? I'm sorry, you too. I can't help you with this. Rick shook his head, glancing at Jed beside him as he spoke. Sorry to bother you. Ryan nodded and immediately pulled Nora away. Ryan and Nora reached the edge of the field. What are you doing? I finally found a breakthrough. Don't you want to continue developing it? Nora muttered, still wanting to try. Didn't you see Rick already hinted? This isn't something you can discuss with Jeb. Maybe he has another way and will call you in a bit. Ryan noticed Rick's subtle movements as he spoke. Are you sure? Nora retorted. Nora waited anxiously. A short while later, Rick actually called. Nora glanced at Ryan and answered quickly. Rand Paul? Ron Paul's son. What benefits can this father and son bring to Marco? The Tea Party? Okay, Ryan and I will talk in your car. Nora nodded. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 It's no use no matter who comes. Marco is an ungrateful dog. He won't agree to anything without a tangible benefit. And Jeb can't give him what he wants right now, but the Tea Party is different. Did you hear that broadcast on the Chicago Mercantile Exchange the other day? Someone was loudly criticizing the government's mortgage refinancing plan, and guess what? A huge response. Those extreme conservatives are jumping out again, saying they're organizing a Chicago Tea Party in July. Commentators, reporters, hosts, activists, like my smelling cheese, they've all swarmed out, hyping it up. It spread like wildfire, then senators started joining in. Rand Paul fired the first shot, followed by Michelle in Minnesota, Sarah in Alaska, Mitch in Kentucky, Ted in Texas, Jim in Idaho. Don't you think it all happened too fast? Rick spoke about tea in the car. Nora and Ryan exchanged a glance and said in unison, someone is providing support behind the scenes. That's right, the American for Prosperity, AFP. This organization, founded by David Koch, has been promoting extreme conservative views for nearly 20 years. Rand Paul's father is Ron Paul, a veteran Kentucky congressman and a retainer of David Koch. He was also a proponent of some Tea Party proposals, tax cuts, spending reductions, refusing to tax tobacco, embracing traditional energy, abandoning environmentalism. In short, his interests are highly aligned with the Koch group. The financial crisis has just passed, and people are inevitably resentful about not having money. The AFP is exploiting this. This emerging force shouldn't be underestimated, and Marco is adept at changing his stance. Naturally, he'll be interested in tea. If we can get support from tea, the land grant will be easily secured. Rick explained the whole plan. Coincidentally, I know Rand Paul. We can ask him to pass on a message to Marco, and everything will fall into place. The problem is, Rand won't help for free, Nora said slowly. That's right, it all depends on what benefits you can bring him, Rick said. Nora and Ryan exchanged a glance. Ryan naturally couldn't be of any help, he'd never even heard of these names. I need to make a few calls, Nora said, waving her phone. Go ahead, Rick nodded. Nora got out of the car, leaving only Ryan and Rick inside. Ryan Rivers, if you have any problems in Florida, you can come to me. That's how friends are made. You help me today, I'll help you tomorrow, Rick laughed. After a while, Nora returned. Does he have any specific requests? Nora asked after closing the car door. I'll have to ask him for you, Rick said, taking out his phone, but like Nora, he also got out of the car. Who is this guy? Ryan asked. Nora glanced at the driver standing outside, a big shot on the healthcare complex. He did business with a former president back in the 90s, but suffered a major setback in the new century when he was exposed as the mastermind behind the biggest health insurance fraud in history. He was kicked out of HCA, one of the top private healthcare groups in the U.S. Since then, he shifted his focus to Florida, where Jeb was governor at the time, and has stayed ever since, getting involved as a businessman, investor, and broker. He said Markle was an ungrateful dog, but isn't he the same? He's a middleman for profit, Ryan said subconsciously. Nora looked at Ryan with some surprise. Don't ask about this. At this moment, the car door opened, and Rick returned to the car. Rand Paul has an urgent matter right now. He needs a draft of the Democratic Party's Recovery and Reinvestment Act, preferably the whole thing, but parts are fine too. It needs to be done quickly, today. Can you help? We just want to change the land use, Nora exclaimed. Then there's nothing to discuss. Rand has nothing else to lack besides this, for the time being. Rick knocked on the car window, letting the driver in. Let's go to Palm Beach, Rick ordered. His words were a clear message to Ryan and Nora to leave. Palm Beach? Ryan suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. I happen to live there, Ryan said immediately. Rick scrutinized Ryan carefully. Have you been to Mar-a-Lago? This man clearly didn't know the inside story of Mar-a-Lago, otherwise he wouldn't have asked such a question. Ryan's mind raced. I visited once and chatted with the owner. Anyway, we're all neighbors. That guy just made a scene at the city council over the flagpole, and he's also been suing the airline. In short, he's very difficult to deal with, Ryan said, recounting what the real estate agent had told him. Rick's urgency was likely because he was looking for the draft of the so-called Recovery and Reinvestment Act. Obviously, this matter was either related to the owner of Mar-a-Lago or someone within the club. The investigation into the Victoria's Secret model matter had stalled at Mar-a-Lago. Ryan figured that even if the land issue didn't progress, at least he could investigate the Victoria's Secret model matter, or at worst, get to know people at Mar-a-Lago. They were neighbors anyway. Great, can you put in a good word for me? Come with me. Rick took the bait and immediately invited Ryan. If you can get it done, I'll take care of the land issue. Nora knows my reputation. I never agree to things I'm not sure of. Then let's go. Ryan glanced at Nora beside him. Drive, Rick instructed the driver. Are you going to imprison me here? The man with the fox-like face looked up at the person sitting opposite him. This isn't imprisonment. Someone just wants your help. If you agree, what happened at the club before will be forgiven, and you'll still be a member. The large man sitting opposite him was all smiles, his hands seemingly playing an accordion as he spoke. Are you trying to blackmail me with this? Let me remind you, the prosecution has dropped the charges. Those young girls were just here to have some fun, and what happened was consensual, the fox-faced man sneered. Jeffrey, do you know what the consequences of not cooperating are? You'll die like a dog. The blonde man playing the accordion suddenly changed his tone. Really? Have you forgotten what happened in 1992? Let me remind you, there were only the two of us at the ranch, and 28 young models besides us. I have all of their videotapes. Do you think there was one of those? Jeffrey countered with a smile. I don't care. It'll be a good opportunity for the entire American public to witness my prowess, the blonde man smiled. Save it. I know Koch sent you. You have your considerations, and I have mine. I've been involved with the Democratic Party for so long. If you were me, would you do this? Jeffrey frowned. Then it seems you need to think about it some more. Seeing that the man was still so stubborn, the blonde man stood up and walked out of the room. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Rick being led in by a waiter, along with Ryan and Nora beside him. Rick's caught. Rand Paul sent me to help out. I know Jeffrey, Rick introduced himself. I know that name, but why did you bring this celebrity? Want to get Jeffrey hyped up so he can call the Donalds? The blonde-haired man glanced at Ryan. It's useless, no matter who comes. The blonde-haired man shook his head, knowing he couldn't get anything out of him today. How will you know if you don't try? Rick pretended to push open the door. The moment the door opened, Ryan saw the scene inside. He saw a strange man sitting in the room. And the man inside also saw Ryan. Then Rick went inside, but this time he only stayed for a minute before coming out. He wants to talk to you, Rick pointed at Ryan. Me. Ryan couldn't believe it. You? Nora also stared wide-eyed at Ryan. This kid, the blonde-haired man was even more puzzled. That's right, it's you. He said only you are worthy to talk to him, Rick nodded. Looks like we've come full circle. It seems you'll have to handle this yourself. Nora patted Ryan on the shoulder. We've come full circle again? Ryan had a vague sense of fate playing a trick on him. He doesn't have a weapon, does he? Ryan asked. Nothing. I don't trust you guys. I need to get a few bodyguards to guard the door, my own, Ryan added. The entire club is heavily guarded. Even if you don't trust them, where are you going to call anyone at this hour? The blonde-haired man didn't refuse. Perfect timing. I live nearby. Ryan immediately made a call, summoning several security personnel from his neighborhood, who were also trained by Berwick. Only after his security personnel arrived did Ryan step into the room. Chapter 211. This dead is Cox's fault. Sit down, young man. The fox-faced man in the room gestured for Ryan to sit. I never expected to run into you here. I thought it would be somewhere else. How old are you? He wore glasses and looked somewhat refined. The phrase refined beast perfectly described his demeanor. That's not within the scope of our discussion. Ryan shook his head. Then what do you want to talk about? Tea? Donkeys? Elephants? You're too young. You should be in school, not here trying to take sides like adults. You should be closer to the donkeys. The Recording Industry Association sponsors them long-term, he continued. So you're willing to talk to me about these things, Ryan countered. I don't care who you've been in contact with. I don't care how much you can benefit from this. The people behind me can give you more, and that's what you need more. You've chosen the wrong side. You have a fundamental conflict of interest with those people outside. You're not on their side, the refined beast added. You think you know me well, not really. I only noticed you after the Victoria's Secret fashion show, the refined beast shook his head. Upon hearing this, Ryan immediately thought of Candace. It was highly likely that the model named Candace had come to Mar-a-Lago to meet him. In other words, Sharon was probably looking for him. Actually, I was involved in the formation of the Victoria's Secret fashion show. I provided a lot of suggestions, he said, going on to elaborate. You mean that high-end prostitution then? Don't say it like that. If I'm too direct, I won't get high prices, he chuckled. Anyway, I don't make money from that kind of business, Ryan said indifferently. Money and power can often be converted into each other. I now have influence on at least 5 committees under Congress. How many people on K Street can do that? It's just that I've run into some difficulties lately, or rather, some minor troubles, so I have to keep a low profile. But some things can't be interrupted, so you need someone to introduce you. Smart, you're a talented young man. I can introduce you to many big shots, not just in America, but all over the world. Do you know what it means to rise to the top in one step? Compared to real business, the record industry is just a small boat, and it won't sink for more than a few years. Then I have to apologize. I'm a cautious person. This kind of thing is too dangerous for me, Ryan refused directly. You'll agree sooner or later, he snorted and didn't continue the conversation. You can leave, he pointed to the door. Leave? I have to remind you what I'm here for. Then I also have to remind you, if I hadn't asked you to come in, you wouldn't have been able to get through this door at all, kid, the refined beast sneered. Ryan thought for a moment, then stood up. Remember to close the door behind you, and have the chef here prepare some food. They know what I like to eat. The refined beast had barely finished speaking when he noticed Ryan hadn't left but was walking towards him. Ryan turned around, suddenly smiling. Mr. Koch told me that complex things often require the simplest solutions. Strictly speaking, this was working for Koch, and Ryan didn't mind using his connections. Ryan opened the door, whispered something to someone outside, and then closed the door again. Your feast will be here soon. Ryan sat back down opposite him. Just 5 minutes later, the refined beast's feast arrived. 3 muscular, dark-skinned black men entered the room. Feed this Mr. Jeffrey some chicken, Ryan sneered. A heart-wrenching cry came from inside, followed by pleas for mercy. The 3 men outside exchanged glances, somewhat bewildered, then couldn't help but laugh. The door opened, and Ryan stepped out. He agreed. We'll get some copies within an hour. How many depends on how fast the staff works today, Ryan laughed. I'll call Rand Paul right away, Rick said, pulling out his phone without a word. The blonde guy peeked inside and saw Jeffrey lying on the floor crying. He'd been inside for less than 2 minutes and was already quiet. Be careful he doesn't retaliate, the blonde guy said, giving Ryan a friendly warning. Ryan leaned closer and said, put this on Mr. Koch. The 3 black men hadn't really done anything, just trying to scare him. They hadn't expected this seemingly civilized beast to back down so quickly. Hearing this, the blonde guy chuckled, wondering why he hadn't thought of that approach earlier. Sometimes, this kind of thuggish approach is the most direct. Nora also heard this and silently took Ryan's words to heart. "You said you live nearby?" the blonde guy asked, now seriously scrutinizing Ryan. "That's right, my name is Old Tang. I saw the news. Your behavior at Bay Park was quite manly." He offered to shake Ryan's hand. In terms of height, he was about the same as Ryan. However, this man's hands were rather small, only about the size of a 1.6-meter tall man. Years later, Marco publicly criticized him for this, suddenly calling him a tall, chubby little cutie, prompting Old Tang to gesture his size on camera in a panic. Rick returned at that moment. "Ryan, Rand Paul agreed to your request. He'll call Marco right away." Old Tang heard it clearly. He had assumed Ryan was truly connected to Koch, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Could he really be self-made? Old Tang couldn't help but look at Ryan with newfound respect. "I heard your sitcom's internal pilot was very well received. When it officially airs, I'll have to make a cameo appearance," Old Tang offered. This was the first time someone had proactively requested a cameo, because many people didn't know Ryan had invested in the sitcom, let alone know about the internal pilot, which indirectly showed that Old Tang had connections in the television industry. Ryan remembered what the real estate agent had mentioned about Old Tang investing in a reality show. "I need to keep up appearances in front of the audience." Seeing Ryan still considering, Old Tang immediately shrugged and frankly stated his purpose. "Having one more guest star is always better than having one less." Ryan nodded in agreement. "Speaking of which, what's this Jeffrey's background?" Ryan continued to probe Old Tang. "A slacker. I've known him for years. He's not very honest, has no real background, but has a wide network of connections. Last month, I just kicked him out of the club." Old Tang's words clearly showed his dislike for the man. "Why?" "He harassed the daughters of other club members and even brought some teenage girls here. Several of them have already called the police." Old Tang recounted some unsavory things. "No wonder this guy said he'd been having some trouble lately. He was being watched by the prosecutor. But for some reason, the Palm Beach prosecutor actually dropped the criminal charges yesterday." Old Tang seemed completely baffled. This whole thing was also related to Ryan by chance, though of course, it wasn't Ryan's intention, it was purely accidental. Ryan pressed for more details, such as Jeffrey's background. At this point, Old Tang became evasive, clearly knowing something but unwilling to disclose it. With the land issue settled and another matter progressing, Ryan, seeing he couldn't get any more information, said goodbye to Old Tang, agreeing to contact him by phone later. Ryan and Nora were then driven back to Miami by Rick. "I told Rand the truth. You played a crucial role. You're the one who got Jeffrey to talk. He thanked you. Here's my business card. I'm based in Miami, and we'll have many opportunities to meet," Rick said with a smile in the car. He also had business dealings with Nora, and with today's success, he naturally benefited. Ryan accepted the business card. After parting ways with Nora and Rick in Miami, Ryan returned to his hotel. It was already evening, whereas when he left, it was still morning. "Where did you go today? I saw you on TV." "Who is that woman?" Taylor asked, somewhat surprised to see the travel-worn Ryan. She noticed on TV that Ryan was standing with a short-haired woman at the memorial service. "A business acquaintance. I spent the whole day with her dealing with land ownership issues, got involved in so many big things, you wouldn't believe it." Ryan shook his head and smiled wryly. He'd certainly learned a lot today. "Fortunately, it turned out well. Did you hear about the park wanting to erect a bronze statue for you?" "Of course, the mayor told me personally." "What's your next step?" "Rebuild the music festival, of course." "Go get me a Coke." Ryan plopped down on the sofa. The music festival was still going to have a second phase. Taylor took a Coke from the refrigerator, snuggled into Ryan's arms, and Ryan, while holding her, vividly recounted the day's events, omitting some details and exaggerating certain facts. The two enjoyed a moment of peace. Meanwhile, back at her hotel, Nora began packing. After dealing with things in Miami, there were other matters to attend to. She then called her boss, giving him a detailed account of everything that had happened that day. It's been confirmed that Ryan has no connection to the riots at Bay Park, and his network of connections has been further exposed. He just met Rick, a broker for the Odds family, today. He also has a good relationship with real estate tycoon Old Tang, and even coaches closely associated with him. I suggest raising Ryan's internal priority. From now on, you'll be responsible for continuing to contact him. Report to me as needed, and give him plenty of incentives. Do everything possible to win him over. Report any progress to me immediately, the superior said on the other end of the phone. Chapter 212 Madam CEO, you don't want your photos published either, do you? After a long day, Ryan turned on his computer the next day, checking the aftermath of the music festival disaster while logging into the fan forum and sending a message to Sharon. Ryan, how have you been? This time, he waited a long time without receiving a reply from Sharon. Just as Ryan was about to shut down his computer, Sharon's response finally appeared. Sharon, what, are you considering a career change after the music festival disaster? Or have you changed your mind? Ryan, how's the investigation going? Sharon, you've made a new discovery. Ryan, breaking news. I paid a high price for this information. Sharon, in what way? Ryan, it involves the scandal of Victoria's Secret promoting its new generation of angels, and also involves Victoria's Secret executives. Ryan had investigated online the previous night and found that Jeffrey had close ties with Wexner, the owner of Victoria's Secret's parent company, Limited Brands. Sharon, how much money do you want? Ryan, $1 million, in cash. Sharon, are you crazy? This kind of dirty stuff is worth $1 million? You could sell it to the media for $50,000 at most, and that would be because of you. Ryan, this kind of news might not be worth much to the media, but what if you sell it to Victoria's Secret's competitors? Victoria's Secret has plenty of competitors, the more affordable Gap Body and Third Love, the more minimalist Calvin Klein and Hanes, and the higher-end La Perla and Agent Provocateur. These brands would love for Victoria's Secret to have more scandals. Sharon, you're extorting me. Ryan, this news is worth the price. Sharon, $500,000, plus Taylor's song in the background music library of the Victoria's Secret store. This would generate some extra copyright revenue, but not much. Compared to Ryan, Taylor's song is more suitable as background music. Ryan, that kind of publicity is better than nothing. $700,000, plus the background music library. Sharon, greedy little devil. Ryan then told Sharon everything he had found out, including the approximate time of Candace's visit and Jeffrey's background. Sharon, that's all? You talked to Jeffrey? Ryan, more or less. Sharon, what did you talk about? Ryan, that involves my privacy. It'll cost extra. Sarah, forget it. Jeffrey won't say anything except drag you into this. You're only useful to him for now. Sharon's guess was correct. Ryan, consider it a bonus. Sharon, this isn't something you revealed voluntarily. I have a big business deal to discuss with you. You need to play along, outwardly agree to his demands, and further investigate his background. Ryan, find someone else. Sharon's meaning was simple. She wanted Ryan to agree to Jeffrey's demands, to go along with the scheme, and incidentally, to build a closer relationship. Ryan wouldn't do this for any amount of money. Sharon, don't rush to refuse. I didn't say you had to find people, models, etc. I'll provide them, Ryan, but that's in my name. There's no room for negotiation. Sharon, I know what you're afraid of. At worst, it'll be in my name. Ryan, what we say now has no legal effect. What if you renege on it later? Sharon, what other guarantees do you want from me? A letter? The kind with an official seal. Ryan, that's useless. If you really want to cooperate, you have to be prepared to get involved yourself. A guarantee that both of us are safe. Sharon, I'll think about it. You have 5 minutes. Ryan still has to attend the Winter Music Conference exhibition. With the music festival tragedy, the future of the Winter Music Conference has become uncertain. Sharon, pictures, shells containing rhinoceros horn. Lush and beautiful. Ryan, I don't like seafood. Besides, the lighting is too dim. Sharon, image 2, is that alright now? Ryan, where are you? Are you just trying to fool me with some random picture from the internet? Sharon, image 3, Ryan, holding a driver's license. Sharon, Gufficky yourself. Sharon, image 4, Ryan, that's more like it. I've already saved the image. Sharon, then get to work. Ryan, hold on a minute, how can I work without a reward? Didn't you say you wanted me to be Victoria's Secret's music director? How much would the annual salary be? Sharon, I just promised you $700,000. Don't push your luck. Ryan, how can I talk to Jeffrey without a position? Besides, the deal is over. This is the second thing you've asked me to do, Sharon. Shameless. Ryan, Madam CEO, you don't want your phone to be hacked, do you? Sharon, annual salary $3 million. Ryan, I think it's a bit low. With my current reputation, it should be at least $5 million. Sharon, $5 million is fine, but the Victoria's Secret promotional song is your responsibility. We have high standards, so don't try to cut corners. Besides, there's a lot of other work you need to handle. Ryan, no problem. Anyway, those tasks can be handled by other subordinates. Ryan, now can you talk about the purpose of this investigation? Sharon, this is none of your business. Even at this point, she's still so stubborn. Sharon, also, foreign communication is too inconvenient. We'll communicate by phone from now on. It is indeed inconvenient. Ryan had heard people complain more than once in chat rooms that it would be great if there was a real-time communication function on mobile phones. Coincidentally, Sharon was about to give herself some money, so she would use this money to expand the technical team and create a similar function on mobile phones. Smartphones are becoming more and more convenient, and their use will become more and more frequent in the future. Who are you chatting with? Taylor, just awake, rubbed her eyes and walked behind Ryan. One strap of her nightgown slipped down, revealing her smooth, white shoulders. Ryan immediately closed the web page. His movements were as practiced as ever. Taylor sat in Ryan's lap, curling up as much as possible, snuggling close to him. Hold me, I'll doze off a little more. Her voice still had a slight nasal tone from just waking up. With his wife in his arms, Ryan, of course, didn't hold back. Taylor pressed the ring on her ring finger against Ryan's skin, gently sliding it. I have to leave this afternoon, Taylor said slowly. Her new song had been released, and she was waiting for the public opinion to develop. She also had to go back to continue her concert tour. Each show earned a lot of money, and this couldn't be delayed. I'll take you to the airport at noon. Aren't you going to leave me a parting gift? Taylor sat up straight, facing Ryan, and began to adjust her posture. The music festival disaster had just happened, and the participants were more or less in low spirits. Taylor was no exception. She hadn't spent much of her nightlife with Ryan these past 2 days. There are two things in life you can't escape, and I'm afraid I'll have to do one more. Ryan looked at Taylor's slender arms, as thin as branches, without an ounce of fat. What? Taylor hugged Ryan tighter. It's your white tax, that's what a proper citizen does, Taylor chuckled. The chair turned into a rocking chair. Taylor had a subtle habit. At a certain time, all her toes would spread out. At noon, Ryan and Taylor parted reluctantly at the airport. Ryan rubbed Taylor's stomach. Don't press it, we'll talk on the phone tonight. Taylor's cheeks flushed, she patted Ryan, and waved goodbye. Ryan and Taylor both had images of squeezing cream puffs flashing through their minds. Ryan didn't go directly to the music conference venue, but returned to the hotel first. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he saw the two women, one blonde and one brown, sitting on the sofa. They had come over as soon as Taylor left. But this time, Ryan had invited them over, and the two obediently followed Ryan into the room. Chapter 213 Supreme Power of Speech. The schedule for the Winter Music Conference is all set. At 1:30 p.m., there's a discussion for electronic music producers. You'll have to speak. Then you'll visit the WMC booth, followed by a sound technology demonstration. At 5 p.m., you'll watch a DJ technical demonstration, and in the evening, you'll receive awards for the VJ Challenge winners, Teresa reported, filling the day's schedule to the brim. So much? Ryan frowned slightly. They need your presence, and they also said you're the winner of the IDMA, International Dance Music Awards, grand prize tomorrow night. These events are a kind of exchange, Teresa continued. Does that mean I'll lose the award if I don't go? Ryan asked. No, they said the award is still yours even if you don't attend these events, Teresa replied. You can order whatever you want for lunch, and order one for me too. Ryan nodded, looking at Daddario beside him. I already ordered for you, we've both eaten, Daddario nodded. Don't come with me this afternoon. There are too many people there, and you'll easily get spotted if you come with me, Ryan said slowly. Okay, Daddario nodded. Usually, she would cling to him at this time, but today she was quite obedient. At 1:30 p.m., Ryan, Teresa, along with Kevin Harris, D. Bottom, Deadmau5, and other staff and security personnel, a large group of more than a dozen people, arrived at the venue. Compared to last year's bustling atmosphere, this year's venue is very quiet. Many booths had been removed, and there weren't many visitors. Ryan and his group went directly to the electronic music producer seminar upstairs. As a representative of the American electronic music industry, Ryan was the first to speak, talking more about professional production issues and the future direction of electronic music development. Ryan had been producing electronic music for a year and was no longer the novice who had to look up tutorials online for software. He had gained some experience, and with his current reputation in the DJ circle, his remarks became golden rules, and no one dared to refute them. As he left, Ryan saw that Alex had also arrived at the venue. As the representative of the organizers, "I'll be showing you around the Winter Music Conference for the next 2 days, Alex said, looking troubled. This was the first time Ryan had seen Alex in person. He looked relatively young, probably in his 30s, with a kind of ordinary face you'd easily lose in a crowd. The reason for his troubled expression was naturally the music festival disaster. With such a mess, Ultra Music Festival had officially been cancelled, and the staff were already looking for new jobs. Alex hadn't earned a penny and was unemployed, so naturally he wasn't happy. "I'm working at the Winter Music Conference now, at least I have an income," he said softly. "What's your connection to the Winter Music Conference?" Ryan asked. Lewis Kelly was the editor-in-chief of my magazine. He'd studied electronic music for many years and felt that America needed an electronic music conference like AD, so WMC was born. To attract more people to WMC, I came up with the idea of a large outdoor music festival. It was around that time that I met Russell, who was just a party organizer then, Alex explained. "What other industry conferences like WMC are there now?" Ryan pressed. "The International Music Summit, IMS, founded in Ibiza, is gaining more and more attention. This conference is held every May. There's also AD in Amsterdam, an event backed by the local government, the largest in the industry. It's said that AD is considering revealing the top 100 DJs at this event. Although Tomorrowland in Belgium is relatively new, its growth momentum is also very rapid. In the US, Electric Daisy Carnival is currently the biggest competitor for winter music conferences. This event is held in Las Vegas, has a long history, and this year, even without those scandals, it has already surpassed it in scale," Alex continued. "What's the background of this music festival?" The organizer is a performance organization called Insomniac. Although it can't compare to industry giants like Live Nation and Anschutz Entertainment Group, AEG, it's still among the top. Alex introduced many more, and Ryan had a general understanding of the electronic music festivals around the world. "Ryan, I think only you can restart the music festival in Florida right now," Alex added. His purpose in coming here was still this. Considering that tourism is the backbone of Florida and its physical entertainment industry is relatively developed, holding a music festival here naturally has an advantage. It's a market that can't be abandoned. But after the tragedy, the local people will inevitably harbor natural resentment. After much consideration, Ryan is the only suitable candidate for restarting. His performance during the incident made him stand out from the crowd of DJs, breaking through the public stereotypes. Ryan hesitated. "Anyone who holds a music festival in Miami now is asking for trouble, but that's now. Next year, things might be different. Don't forget, the Dead were a bunch of drug addicts." Similar incidents have happened in the UK, and the music and dancing still went on, Alex said. Ultimately, he was still reluctant to give up the lucrative music festival business. "You have the appeal, I have the experience. We can completely ditch the Winter Music Conference and go it alone," Alex added. Ryan rejected this idea. In his eyes, the Winter Music Conference was no less important than a music festival. Just as the Grammys were to the record industry and the Oscars to the film industry, the International Dance Music Awards under the Winter Music Conference could also wield significant influence within the industry. Electronic music differed from the two aforementioned established and closed industries. Besides being an emerging product, more importantly, the United States did not dominate. The main focus was in Europe. Currently, the countries with relatively well-developed electronic music-related fields were the UK, the Netherlands, Belgium, and France, with Spain being considered half-dominant, and none of them looked down on the others. This was the opportunity. In comparison, the Top 100 was merely a magazine's selection section. However, to increase the award's influence, it would take at least a year. And to increase the award's prestige, the entire industry would need to contribute, which was no easy feat. Moreover, the Winter Music Conference's approval was uncertain, requiring multiple preparations. That evening, Alex arranged for Ryan to meet with the founder and current manager of the Winter Music Conference, an older woman dressed in a hippie style. Ryan and I already discussed it this afternoon. We're restarting the Ultra Music Festival, but we'll change the name. We'll tentatively call it the Bad Room Music Festival. Compared to Russell, who's already dead, Ryan is a much more suitable partner. He has a good public image and stays away from those drugs, Alex rambled on. Louise leaned back, looking at Ryan across the seat. You're restarting a music festival, she chuckled, her voice hoarse, clearly that of a heavy smoker. To be precise, we're establishing a new music festival, just like Ultra back then, as part of the Winter Music Conference. I see. Haven't you two died enough already? Or does Ryan think selling Morley is profitable? Her somewhat cloudy eyes swept back and forth between Ryan and Alex. It turns out the Ultra Music Festival was a mistake from the start. There are so many music festivals, there's no need to get involved in these. It's fine as it is. Simple, pure. Louise shook her head. Without music festivals, the Winter Music Conference will only die a slow death. You want things simple and pure, which is fine, but ideals don't put food on the table, Ryan said. Thanks for your concern, but I can eat now, and I don't eat much anyway, she replied nonchalantly. A dozen minutes later, Ryan walked out of the restaurant's private room. Ryan, that woman is a crazy hippie. I'll go talk to her again. There's still room for negotiation. Alex chased after him. No need. It's just an industry trade show, anyone can organize one, Ryan said indifferently. Are you sure you can handle it? This requires the support of experienced people. Louise was one of the earliest people to get involved in electronic music, Alex mentioned. Industry trade shows are inherently thankless tasks, and besides Louise, not many people can actually manage them. But Ryan had his own way of dealing with her. Do as I say, announce it tomorrow, Ryan said. Chapter 214. A great Confucian scholar will debate the classics for me. In the hotel room, Daddario expressed surprise at Ryan and Teresa's early return. That old hippie is tough to deal with. Teresa shook her head, indicating the negotiations had broken down. Daddario casually asked what had happened. It's simple. Electronic music is still a wild frontier. We need to establish a set of rules. Industry conferences are a platform to bring together professionals who will participate in award selections. These awards will influence the entire industry, and music festivals are a tool to attract audiences. It's a trinity, each complementing the others, but you're the one going up to accept the award, not the one presenting it. Players can't be referees, otherwise who'll watch the game? Daddario pretended to think. I'm not leading the judging committee. In your words, I'm not going to be a referee, but to organize the competition, Ryan reminded him. Then, how do you convince people? Daddario pointed out the crux of the problem. The most important thing for a successful awards ceremony is influence within the industry. The entire industry needs to respect Ryan's authority. This can't be achieved in a short time, time will tell. I'm treating this as a long-term investment, not in a rush for short-term gains. As long as the music festival goes smoothly, I can cover the expenses of these events and even have some left over, Ryan said. Are you still going to the International Dance Music Awards tomorrow? Teresa asked. Of course I'm going. I'm actually hoping Louise doesn't give me the Best Artist award, Ryan said. It was a bit shameless to say that, as if Ryan had everything under control, but then again, Ryan was a newcomer of the year in the broader pop music scene, with more than one single topping the Hot 100, and he dominated the dance music charts. If you put him in the DJ circle, it would be like a max-level master returning to the newbie village, a dimensional slasher. Of course, there was another max-level master called Dumb Punk, but Dumb Punk barely showed up in 2008. Let's not talk about this anymore, Ryan yawned, feeling sleepy. Then, shall we go? Daddario glanced at Teresa. The doctor said I have a rare condition that makes it hard to sleep alone. I have to hold on to something, Ryan said, shaking his head with his eyes closed. The condition is called latency sleep paralysis, LSP. The following morning, Ryan announced a new plan on his personal MySpace, to establish a music event called Bad Room Carnival in Florida, encompassing music festivals, industry exhibitions, and electronic music awards ceremonies. Alongside this, an International Academy of Electronic Music would be established, dedicated to the research and development of electronic music. The entire plan was ambitious, but more like a vision, lacking any concrete implementation details. Even so, It caused a stir within the industry. Some were hopeful, others expressed concern, and various groups were active online, including many industry professionals who wholeheartedly welcomed Ryan's actions. What the electronic music industry needs is to take this step, to drive the development of the entire industry. I myself have been engaged in electronic music research for many years and currently work at a university. This is a new chapter for the electronic music industry. Ryan hasn't even figured out electronic music himself. How can he do this? Ryan hasn't figured it out, but you have? I wonder what your masterpieces are? Where are you on the charts? Don't rush to pour cold water on this. At least Ryan did this. He used the money he earned from electronic music to give back to the industry. Just doing this puts him several steps ahead of others. What did he do? I could make 20 of these presentations a day. Regardless, I remain hopeful, at least hopeful for the music festival Ryan founded. Nobody wants a repeat of the Bay Park tragedy. Ryan's music festival must have excellent on-site safety measures. Overall, the public still maintains anticipation for Ryan's announcement. Among them, some so-called experts and scholars related to electronic music are the most supportive, eager to become members of the International Electronic Music Academy immediately. That evening, Ryan attended this year's International Dance Music Awards as previously agreed. The awards ceremony was held in a hotel conference room, and compared to awards like the Grammys, the entire venue exuded a frugal atmosphere. Ryan was undoubtedly the biggest star present. He was seated in the front row, with David Guetta on his left and Tiesto on his right. As soon as Ryan sat down, the two began discussing the Bad Room Carnival with him. "Of course we have to participate in your electronic music festival," they said with a smile. Ryan had always been generous with his colleagues' prices at Bad Room, significantly higher than other nightclubs, ultimately because Bad Room was so popular. The International Dance Music Awards presented nearly 50 awards at a very fast pace, with little to no performances, making it more like an awards ceremony. The awards were given to DJs across various subcategories of dance music. The DJ category alone included Best Breakthrough DJ, Best European DJ, Best American DJ, and Best Global DJ. There were also numerous awards for the media, such as Best Blog Program, Best DJ Radio, and even Best Dance Music Website. Even iTunes received a Best Music Retailer Award. The less influential the award, the more categories it often receives, another way to boost its impact. Louise kept her word. Ryan ultimately won the Best Solo Artist Award. In addition, his Bad Room won Best American Club, and Best Global Club went to Amnesia from Ibiza. Of the 6 nominees for Best Global Club, 3 were from Ibiza. Besides these, there were various manufacturer awards, such as Best Headphones, Best Turntable, Best Mixer, and Best Sampler, essentially advertisements for the manufacturers, each with its own advertising fee. After the awards ceremony, Ryan was led by 2 DJs to the after-party. When it comes to the profession with the most party attendance, DJs are undoubtedly number 1. Besides the DJs sitting in the audience, the party was filled with many DJs who had performed at music festivals. The party was practically a showcase of the DJ industry. This party, comprised of such a large group, lacked not only energetic electronic music but also a complete lack of backing tracks. After a year of dancing, my ears deserve a rest, David Guetta chuckled. This party is really great. Ryan couldn't help but laugh as well. At the party, many young DJs came up to Ryan, even asking for his autograph. "You said your name is Rehab." Ryan paused, surprised by the name. "To be precise, the E in my name is replaced with a 3, so it's R3hab, he wrote on the bar counter with his finger. Ryan nodded and pointed to the empty seat next to him. "Sit down." The man exchanged a glance with his companion, looking flattered. "What, don't you want to sit?" Ryan put down his glass. "No, I'm just so excited. I didn't expect to sit across from you." He quickly sat down. Ryan smiled, the DJ list he'd gleaned from the déjà vu flashing through his mind, R3hab being one of them. Chapter 215 Hard and Good. Middle Easterner, Ryan looked at R3hab across from him. Moroccan, R3hab, later known as Brother 3, replied with a smile, then quickly added, "But currently, I work and live in the Netherlands." Brother 3 had already held 15 sold-out shows in China back in 2015, and later even collaborated with K-Zuken on electronic music. That song was even the promotional theme for a Tencent mobile game. Relationship-wise, he was closer to China, Unlike some guy who stood up 4 times for shows in China and never actually set foot there. You know, the DJ industry in the Netherlands is quite developed. In my final year of university, I hosted some parties in Morocco, and I found that this line of work suited me quite well. So after graduation, I went to Breda in the Netherlands, and my residence is quite close to this guy's. Brother 3 pointed to a man with a pompadour next to him. Ryan turned to look at him. This man looked a bit naive, with chubby cheeks from his baby fat, combined with his messy hair and wise eyes, a complete airhead. Robert van der Kopt, seeing Ryan looking over, he shook hands with Ryan somewhat awkwardly, smiling shyly. That name is hard to remember. Ryan picked up his glass. So, I took a stage name, a direct translation of my name from Dutch into English, which means hard and good, so I'm Hardwell, he said. How about Hardwell? Hardwell sounds even harder, Ryan casually suggested. Good. Hardwell it is, Robert nodded immediately. I was just saying, the stage name is quite important, Ryan quickly explained. This was a big deal, concerning his career. I really think this name is good, and since you came up with it, it has even more special value. Hardwell quickly smiled. Hardwell is your biggest fan, he really likes big room style electronic music, he bought your whole set of effects plugins, and spends all his time fiddling with jagged waves, third brother added at this moment. Ryan clearly hadn't expected that this hothead he nicknamed Hardgood would become one of the true kings of the DJ world. Not only did he win the Top 100 DJ award in both 2013 and 2014, but he also maintained a top 3 position until 2018, except for a drop to 4th place in 2017. Keep in mind, those were the years of booming electronic music and the most intense competition among DJs. The prestige of that award is absolutely comparable to today's. Okay, Ryan waved his hand. How's your DJ work going? This question seemed to touch a nerve with both of them. Third brother and Hardgood exchanged a glance and smiled sheepishly. Clearly, things weren't going well. Can you pay the rent? Ryan continued to probe. It's alright, with support from my family, I can manage for now. Third brother nodded, a blank paying 55 thumbs with a black dial on his wrist visible. Nice watch, Ryan commented. Just a little decoration, and here I am on the music festival stage, third brother chuckled. A simple renovation would cost tens of thousands of dollars, the family must be quite wealthy. A Moroccan graduating from university and immediately going to the Netherlands to fulfill his dream, he wouldn't dare do that without a substantial financial backing. Having gathered enough information, Ryan extended an olive branch. Consider a residency in the bedroom. Third brother nearly fell over, his good friend Hardgood quickly catching him. While third brother's achievements in the DJ world certainly weren't as high as Hardgood's, his path was different from other DJs. He specialized in mixing and collaborated with many artists, including Taylor Swift, Rihanna, and Lady Gaga. Of course, I mean, performing in the bedroom is my dream, third brother laughed, revealing a set of white teeth. You two will have to move to America. Ryan then looked at Hardgood, considering he was third brother's friend, and suggested they come together for company. In reality, the two were indeed neighbors and had collaborated before. I'm fine with that. Third brother's eyes were practically crinkled with laughter. I think you should listen to my work first, Hardgood said slowly, opening his mouth. It wasn't that he didn't want to go, but he lacked confidence and was afraid he wouldn't be able to handle the situation at bedroom and would be fired again. No need, you two are exactly what I want, but I have to tell you first, bedroom and bedroom records are one entity. All the music from bedroom's DJs will be released by Bedroom Records. Which record company are you signed with now? Ryan continued to ask. If he simply let the two of them perform at his nightclub, it would be like using his resources to benefit another record company, a losing proposition Ryan wouldn't do. He wanted to buy their contracts, considering that the two of them were still relatively unknown, it shouldn't cost much. The penalty for breach of contract is a bit high. I remember it's $200,000. Third brother looked a little depressed. $200,000? He could earn that back with just one song. That's a steal. Third brother and Hardgood looked at each other again. I'll call my mom, she'll agree, or I can go back and talk to her in person. The rich second-generation third brother agreed to the idea. Then lend me some first, Hardgood said softly. Ryan chuckled. These two thought he'd have to pay a penalty for breaking their contract. They really went all out to get a spot on the bedroom. After Ryan explained, they understood, feeling somewhat flattered. By the way, Which label did you sign with? They're right there. The two brothers, 3 and Hardgood, turned around in unison, pointing to a spot not far away. Not far away, a weasel-faced man was clinking glasses with a DJ. Seeing Ryan's gaze, he seemed a little confused. Afrojack? I did sign R3 Hab and his brother. It's a sub-label of Spinny Records. The weasel-faced man warmly shook hands with Ryan. Afrojack made it into the top 100 DJs in 2011, but his representative works were far fewer than 3's, let alone comparable to Hardgood. However, he had another advantage: artist management. Spinny Records? That made things easier. He could even negotiate the price. It would be best if 3 and his friend could come to your place, but I have another idea. How about you buy me 2? Badroom has more and more DJs, and someone needs to be in charge of show arrangements. I'm good at that. Afrojack also started offering his services. Ryan's Badroom is practically a temple in the hearts of DJs, and Afrojack naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity. Then come and give it a try. Ryan is currently short-staffed. The New Orleans branch has opened, and the Atlanta branch is on the agenda. Winter has only just ended, and the manpower shortage is huge. To Badroom, Ryan raised his glass. To Badroom, the other 3 followed suit. By the way, how old are you all? Ryan looked at the 3. I'm 86, 3 said. I'm 87, Afrojack said. I'm 88, Hardgood said last. Goodness, he was the youngest. Then we might have a lot in common. Ryan clinked glasses. For the remainder of the party, the 3 stayed with Ryan, chatting about everything from electronic music to life and girls. The 3 DJs immediately started dreaming. If you just say you're the resident DJ for the Badrooms, I guarantee over 20 girls will want to sleep with you every night. If they're good looking, the number will increase, Ryan joked. The 3 of them gaped, wishing they could start performing tomorrow. Ryan, this engagement seems a bit premature, Afrojack chuckled. Ryan smiled, not going into details. Normally, such hints should decrease after an engagement. In fact, after each Ryan performance, even more female customers flirted with him and asked his staff to pass them their phones. These women felt that Ryan being interested in them under these circumstances proved their charm. Poor Taylor. By the way, you haven't told me why you love big rooms? Ryan asked the clueless Hardgood. Because big rooms have the most power, Hardgood blurted out. Power? Ryan was stunned for a moment when he saw the hard object, then suddenly stood up. Ryan, I've thought of a new song, and you'd be perfect to sing it. Chapter 216: Borrowing a Chicken to Lay Eggs. A big room style mixed with progressive house, 132 BPM, F minor, with lyrics, a powerful electronic pop song. The name is Power. The clueless Hardgood stared blankly at Ryan as he said. I feel you up in bones that can't ever break. Take you to a darker shade of gray. Warm you like a sun that will never fade. This is Power. Hardgood continued reciting a few lines of English. Third brother quickly gestured for him to sit down. Where did you copy this from? It even rhymes, the weasel-faced Afrojack chuckled. I didn't copy it, it's the lyrics, they just popped into my head. Hardgood pointed to his head. This song suits you, Ryan, it might even be a hit. Hardgood excitedly slapped the glass-covered table. Ryan is busy. With your skill level, you can't collaborate with him right now. Afrojack quickly shook his head, proactively declining on Ryan's behalf. He had heard Hardgood's previous work. Technically, it was still very immature, merely a crude imitation of a few of Ryan's songs. Why can't we collaborate? After I sign with him, I'll be an artist under his management. Is it wrong for him to help me? Hardgood's stubbornness kicked in, and he immediately retorted. Afrojack looked at Ryan, somewhat embarrassed. That's how he always talks. How do I talk? Ryan and I are about the same age. Electronic music isn't the traditional record industry. Why make so many rules and regulations? Hardgood chimed in. Yes, you're right, Afrojack nodded repeatedly. Knowing his stubbornness, he just went along with it. It's just that Ryan is a bit busy and can't spend all day fiddling with those effects pedals with you, Afrojack rephrased. Hardgood nodded, seemingly convinced, but then added, I'll call him tonight when he's resting. This time, even third brother couldn't hold back, chuckling. Ryan's not spending time with his family tonight? You want the boss's wife to hold a grudge? Then I'll call him after Ryan and the boss's wife are done. Right, Hardgood came up with another idea. Brilliant, third brother sighed, giving Hardgood a thumbs up. Ryan sized up this clueless guy. Actually, I have time during the day too. No need to wait until I'm sleeping to call me. You go work on the demo first, and I'll talk about the rest after I hear it. I'll go now. Hardgood stood up again, but whether from standing too suddenly or from drinking too much, he swayed slightly. Finally, he staggered out of the party. What can this dullard possibly do? Jack shook his head repeatedly. He's usually quite withdrawn, often sitting in front of the computer all day long. Third brother chuckled. Fun deal. R3 Hab is different. He's very talented, Ryan. I think you should focus on him, Jack introduced to Ryan. I treat everyone in the bad room the same. The cook won't change the menu and replace fries with chips just because they bought round potatoes today, Ryan said calmly. This was both a compliment to Hardgood and to the two men in front of him. That's so true. Standing at different heights, you see things differently, Jack smiled, raising his glass again. It's getting late. Excuse me. You're heading back tomorrow. Pack your things, and someone will contact you within a few days. Ryan stood up abruptly. No problem. I won't contact Spinny then. After all, your relationship with Spinny Records is much stronger than mine. Jack quickly stood up as well, as did his brother. You still have entanglements with Spinny, Ryan immediately retorted. It's nothing, it's just that they've been very good to me over there, giving me a lot of preferential treatment. I feel a bit bad leaving like this, Jack said with an embarrassed smile. He'd probably made some kind of guarantee, but Jack was just an unplanned addition, not indispensable to Ryan. The next morning, before dawn, the three of them were woken up by a phone call. Who is it? Calling so early in the morning, Daddario smacked his lips, half asleep, instinctively snuggling closer to Ryan. Teresa, go get the phone, Ryan said, barely opening his eyes and glancing at the sky outside. Ryan's several phones were charging on the bedside table, with Teresa between them. Teresa, still holding Ryan, slowly reached out and groped around, finally finding the still ringing phone, unplugging the charger, and handing it to Ryan. Ryan saw it was an unfamiliar number. Who's calling me so early in the morning? As soon as Ryan answered the phone, he heard a familiar voice on the other end. Ryan, the demo is finished. When are you awake? I'll bring it to you. The voice on the other end was genuinely excited. I'm already awake. Bring it over now, Ryan sighed. Bring what? Daddario asked upon hearing Ryan's reply. The demo. I met a DJ yesterday who said he'd write a song for me. Ryan put down his phone and struggled to get up. Teresa, on the other end, also tried to sit up. Teresa, you should sleep a little longer. You were running around with Ryan all night last night. I'll do the work for you. Daddario threw back the covers and got out of bed. It's just a demo. Neither of you can help much? Go catch up on your sleep. Ryan started getting dressed. I'm not sleepy. I slept all afternoon yesterday. Daddario shook his head and started putting on his underwear. You have to work. How can you not eat something? I'll go to the restaurant and get some. Daddario finished dressing, didn't even wash his face, and went straight to the restaurant downstairs. Before Daddario even arrived, there was a knock at the door. The door's unlocked, Ryan said, wiping his face. Hardgood, crouching low, entered the room. He hadn't slept a wink all night. The first thing he saw was Ryan, the second was the enormous suite. So this is what rich people live in, Hardgood thought to himself. Go to the study, there's a computer there, Ryan pointed, then turned and closed the bedroom door. Okay, Hardgood readily agreed, catching a glimpse of a figure lying in the bedroom out of the corner of his eye, only the ends of golden hair peeking out from under the covers. That must be Ryan's fiancée, country music singer Taylor, Hardgood thought to himself. Ryan and Hardgood went into the study. Ryan turned on the computer, and Hardgood plugged in a USB drive. Did it sleep? Ryan noticed his bloodshot eyes, greasy hair, and deeper nasolabial folds than the night before. Could sleep. What if I forgot when I woke up? Hardgood chuckled. The recording could only capture the main melody. The details couldn't be recorded. Did you drink some? Ryan sensed he was a bit too excited and asked again. Hardwell shook his head repeatedly, but I downed 4 bottles of Red Bull. He was referring to the blue cans of Austrian Red Bull, which was very strong. You know the most basic principle after coming to this bad room, right? Ryan reminded him. Of course, refuse all drugs. I don't even touch cigarettes. These things affect my thinking. Ryan put on his headphones and listened. Initially, There was only the crisp sound of cymbals, paired with Hardwell's off-key vocals, which sounded unremarkable at first. However, from the climax onwards, accompanied by two screams of power, the style of the entire song suddenly changed, with a powerful and heavy synthesizer bursting forth with strong energy. The unique timbre made it feel like being on an ancient Roman battlefield, with a peculiar brightness and retro feel. Ryan listened to it several times, and looking at this clueless guy, he found his blank expression somewhat endearing. This wasn't a clueless guy, he was a rooster that laid golden eggs. Sawtooth wave bass, combined with sidechain compression, delay, reverb, and glissando effects, plus additional layers to make the tone fuller and richer. You use all of these very skillfully, Ryan nodded. It's all copied from your song. Hardgood scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed by the first time someone had praised him like that. But compared to my song, the main part has a bit more bright sound. How did you do that? Ryan asked. This was indeed his blind spot. You can't hide it from me. I spent a full 3 hours trying to find this effect. And guess what? I used the simplest equalizer. I cut off the low frequencies and boosted the mid-high frequencies from 2000 Hz to 6000 Hz, and that's how I found the sound in my head, Hardgood explained in detail to Ryan as if he had found a kindred spirit. Found the sound in his head? Yes, it was like a flash of inspiration. This feeling was new to me, but it was fleeting. I couldn't capture much of it, so there are still large blanks in this song. Apart from what's shown in the demo, I have no clue about the rest, Hardgood nodded. Hardgood's description felt like a scaled-down version of déjà vu. Ryan had previously wondered why Taylor's songwriting style had suddenly become so much better after meeting him, with one great song after another. Now, Hardgood's experience confirmed his previous speculation. The sense of déjà vu was also affecting others through him, though to a limited extent. Whether it was Taylor or Hardgood, the new songs they received all had a distinct personal touch, simply bringing forward future songs. It was more like using someone else's work. The barrier to entry was also lower than his own sense of déjà vu. In the end, wouldn't he be able to get even more songs? Ryan looked at Hardgood beside him and said with a smile, "Have a seat." Okay, Hardgood quickly complied. What did you mean by missing earlier? It's like being disconnected. I have absolutely no ideas for what to do next, Hardgood answered truthfully. This is enough. I'll fill in the rest. Where are the project files? Ryan opened the music software. They're in another folder. Hardgood was particularly excited. After all, this was about making music with Ryan. How about we eat first? Or I'll leave it here. Daddario appeared at the study door. Leave it here. Ryan was already engrossed in his meal and didn't care about eating anymore. He stood up and took the tray from Daddario, saying, "Thank you, Mom, waitress." Daddario glanced at him, somewhat displeased. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 Clash of Regimes. Why is the service at this hotel so bad? Hardgood recalled the waiter shoving the tray into his lap, and asked, somewhat puzzled. Maybe you forgot to tip her, Ryan said, chuckling as he stared at the computer screen. Hardgood put the tray aside and stood watching Ryan's process. Ryan skillfully modified the music, applying various effects including reverb, chorus, vibrato, and distortion. This gave Hardgood a lot of inspiration. How come I didn't think of that? Yes, combining vibrato and glissando would undoubtedly produce a better effect. Then, Hardgood saw Ryan directly cut out the entire gradation of the music. The song is called Power, but it's not powerful enough. The phrases need to be extended. This is power is repeated 4 times, Ryan explained. These were just small techniques, and Hardgood's experience was still insufficient. That makes sense, Hardgood said, standing beside Ryan like a student, observing carefully. Ryan took off his headphones and let him listen. Cool, Hardgood's expression turned incredulous. You've put a spell on this melody, turning the ordinary into the extraordinary. It feels so much better, Hardgood said excitedly. Do you have any ideas for the lyrics to the second verse? Not yet, I'm not good at writing lyrics, Hardgood shook his head. I know someone who can solve all this. Ryan reached for his phone. The phone rang several times before being answered. What's wrong? Honey, you're thinking of me a little early today, Taylor's sleepy voice came from the other end of the line. A friend and I are working on a new song, but we're having some trouble with the lyrics, Ryan said. Aren't you and your friend asleep? Taylor woke up with a start. I just got up too. What kind of song is it? What's the theme? What are you trying to express? Taylor struggled to sit up in bed. Power, that's the theme of the whole song. We already have the lyrics for the first verse, now we just need the second one. Ryan recited a few lines of lyrics. Wait a minute, let me jot this down. Bone marrow, dark places, gloom, sunrise, warmth, these imagery words are alright, they rhyme enough. If I'm going to write a second verse, I need similar words, like soul, heart, Taylor pondered. Cold, flame, fragile, rock, Ryan chimed in. Yes, those are it, let me put them together, Taylor scribbled on the other end of the phone. Listen to these lines, I will grant you a heart containing hundreds of souls. You will be the flame that conquers the cold. I will defeat you as easily as shattering the rock you cannot hold. That's it, Ryan nodded. This kind of a signed essay wasn't difficult for Taylor, in fact, it was quite simple. He copied the lyrics onto a sticky note. Okay, I need to catch up on my sleep now. I have a tour tonight. I'll call you back when I wake up. Call me anytime if you need anything, Taylor yawned. I'll contact you later. Ryan hung up. He handed the lyrics to Hardgood. It's so beautiful. Who wrote this? Hardgood looked up, unable to hide his surprise. Who else could it be but the boss's wife? Ryan said. Isn't she in her room? Hardgood blurted out instinctively. Ryan smiled. We'll start the official recording after you pack your bags and arrive in Florida. Okay, see you in Orlando then. Hardgood nodded. Also, remember to call me at the normal time next time. Ryan stood up, picked up the coffee on the tray, and took a sip. Sorry. I just drank too much Red Bull, I'm a little excited. Hardgood smiled sheepishly. Alright, go back and get some sleep, don't ruin your health because of work. Ryan patted his shoulder. The two walked out of the study one after the other. Then they saw Daddario tidying up in the hall. She was tidying up her own plates, and the action really made her look like a waitress. Hardgood remembered Ryan's admonition earlier, took out $10 from his pocket, walked over and handed it to Daddario. What are you doing? Daddario looked up and glared at Hardgood. Hardgood panicked a little, so he took out another bill, turning the tip into a $20 bill. This is all I have. Hardgood nodded blankly. Daddario wondered where Ryan had found this silly girl. I solemnly declare, I am your little boss lady. Hardgood suddenly realized he had made a big mistake and quickly said, Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. Alright, remember not to call any woman you don't know by name in the future, Daddario said. Understood. Hardgood nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, then left the room. After a while, Teresa also woke up. Daddario called her over to have breakfast with Ryan. He had brought 2 servings earlier, but Hardgood hadn't eaten any. Daddario then brought up the matter of Hardgood being mistaken for someone else. You're not famous enough right now, it's that simple. I'm going to arrange an agent for you. After the first season of the series is finished filming, you'll have to try acting in other movies, Ryan said after thinking for a moment. Filming for the series would only last 4 or 5 months at most, and she needed to have something to do for the rest of the time. He didn't have that much time to spend with her. Moreover, as the series airs, Daddario will at least gain some fame, and if she sets up her own agency, she can earn some money. As for an agent, Marvin will introduce some reliable ones. But that's too tiring, and I'll have to travel back and forth. Daddario no longer wants to be a star, she wants to stay by Ryan's side and be a housewife. What's so tiring about that? You'll have an assistant to take care of your life, a driver to take you wherever you go, and your agent will arrange all your work. Why don't you go work as a waitress at a nightclub and experience it for a couple of days? Ryan asked. Okay, Daddario was a little unhappy, but she still nodded. And Teresa, find an opportunity for you to return to acting. Ryan mentioned his next plans for Teresa. Having her as a secretary would certainly be pleasing to the eye, but it would be a bit of a waste. Okay, Teresa nodded. After dinner, Ryan received a call from Alex. Louise is going to talk to you, she's changed her mind, Alex said. Clearly, Ryan's announcement of the carnival had put pressure on her. She knew it was Ryan's calculated move, but she was powerless to stop it. In terms of influence, she and Ryan were simply not in the same league. Her apparent nonchalance was just a facade, otherwise, she wouldn't have had Ryan endorse the Winter Music Conference. Ryan knew her intentions from the beginning. That afternoon, Ryan met with Louise again and directly proposed merging the Winter Music Conference into the Bad Room Carnival, making it part of the carnival. In return, the name Winter Music Conference would remain, and Louise herself would become the carnival's conference director. Receiving an annual salary and responsible for contacting relevant industry professionals and manufacturers, Alex was appointed festival director, assuming Russell's previous responsibilities, and he would recruit staff from the Ultra Music Festival. It seemed he lost a substantial reward, only gaining a director position, but in reality, he also gained his life. In the original timeline, Alex filed a $30 million civil lawsuit against Russell and his two subordinates, but he died mysteriously the night before the trial. His widowed mother and children never mentioned compensation again. From then on, Russell went free to operate, and Ultra broke away from the Winter Music Conference, gradually expanding to multiple cities and other countries. A year to build a team, that's plenty of time, Alex thought for a moment. You don't have a year. The first Bad Room Carnival is this summer, Ryan reminded him. He couldn't let the entire organization run idle for a year, the cost would be too high. Summer? That's already April. Alex instantly felt the pressure increase. And it will clash with the Ibiza International Music Summit, Alex said worriedly. So many movies clash with each other every year, do you think that's something movie companies want? Ryan countered. Okay, then let's start this summer, Alex sighed. Chapter 218 of ICI, Mom, I'm going to Florida. Ibiza, located on the eastern side of the Iberia Peninsula in the Mediterranean Sea, boasts a pleasant climate. In Greek mythology, it was the site of the gods' dance, commissioned by Zeus. Perhaps influenced by this mythology, the island's history and development revolve around the keywords revelry and enjoyment. In the late 1960s, large numbers of hippies gathered here, partying all night and engaging in passionate lovemaking. From that time onward, nude swimming in Ibiza became commonplace. Today, it has become one of the world's most renowned nightclub destinations, home to hundreds of nightclubs, bars, and resorts, earning it the title of party capital of the world. It is the birthplace of nightclub culture, a haven for young Europeans, and a paradise of desire and extravagance. As the phone rang, Darius awoke with a splitting headache, immediately realizing that the LSD delivered the day before was faulty. Normal LSD wouldn't cause such severe after effects. He struggled to open his eyes and pulled his phone from under a woman. The phone showed 6 p.m., still a bit early for Darren, who usually woke up around 7 p.m. Some kind of liquid, dried and leaving a gray stain, stained the screen. Darren rubbed the screen against the thigh of the girl next to him before answering the call. The caller was the owner of another well-known club on Ibiza, the Amnesia Club. Ryan announced some new news. The Bad Room Carnival will be held this summer, in June. Darren took a cigarette from his cigarette case in the drawer, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and could see the coastline outside, where a group of naked men and women were playing on the beach. At least he hasn't opened a branch on Ibiza yet, Darren sneered. Maybe this year, maybe next year, one day. He's here specifically for the International Music Summit. Do you want to see all the investment go down the drain? We need to take action. How? Plant a bomb in a bad room? Unless you follow my previous suggestion and create a list of band performances, forcing those DJs to choose between two options, this time we must unite, stop competing with each other, and face this new enemy together, Darren said. He was the head of the Spanish Pacha group and the owner of the Pacha Club on Ibiza, founded by his father, and he grew up in nightclubs. I have no objection, but other nightclub owners might not. Anyway, you need to gather these people together for a meeting, the Amnesiac owner said. Tonight, Darren hung up the phone. Turning around, he saw 4 or 5 girls lying haphazardly on the bed, one of them with her head sticking out of the bed and her hair hanging down, and a puddle of vomit on the floor. Darren walked over, pulled a pillow from under one of the women, and threw it at the group. The party's over. Seeing that the women weren't fully awake, Darren grabbed a bottle of liquor and poured it over them. A scream erupted from the room, but the woman who had vomited didn't move. Darren grabbed her hair and saw that her eyes were completely glazed over, and her skin was deathly pale. He checked her breathing, she was indeed dead. Cheap LSD, Darren cursed under his breath, then hoisted the woman up and threw her to the ground. He then made a phone call. I have some trash to throw away, that bastard Alfred Jack. He didn't treat spinny records like this back then, saying he'd stand with spinny records through thick and thin. Came the complaint from the other end of the line. It was the spinny A&R manager who had sneaked into Ryan's house. Never mind then, I'm not really interested in him, but R3 Hab and Hartwell, he's called Hardwell now, I got along quite well with those two, so I thought I'd help them out if I could, Ryan said. Those are Spinny's rising stars. Why not let them stay at Spinny? You can cooperate as you see fit, any arrangements are fine, profit sharing is negotiable, the Spinny A&R manager backed down. You know, the bad room and the bedroom are one entity, Ryan reminded him. I know how Soundgardens operates, but not every DJ performing in the bad room is under the bedroom's umbrella, you're right, but those people are already famous. These two are nobody. No one will give them a chance except the bad room. Alright, you know about the pricing, the A&R manager continued. Also, I have to remind you, Ryan, you're making everyone nervous. You're right, the bedroom will focus on actively scouting new talent from now on, Ryan stated frankly. When you get to Europe, let's get together, Ryan then called Joel. Hi, Ryan, what brings you to call me? Need to buy some new equipment. Joel's voice on the other end of the line sounded exactly the same as when Ryan first met him. Nothing. Just calling to say hello, Ryan replied. There must be something. When you're bored, you only call girls, Joel chuckled. He was currently the hardware manager for the Broken Room. Okay, actually, I've been keeping an eye on some new faces lately, and I'd like you to help me contact them. They're all promising talents, you should have the time, right? Ryan asked. The so-called keeping an eye on was actually a matter of déjà vu. After thinking it over, Ryan felt Joel was best suited for this. No problem, I'll handle this. Just give me their names, and I'll go find them for you, Joel readily agreed. You know new faces can be targeted by many people at the same time, keep it a secret, right? I'm keeping my mouth shut tight right now. I'll handle this personally. Afterward, Ryan called D-Ball. Ryan, I was just about to call you. We're severely understaffed right now, especially the resident DJ. Dipple is now in charge of show arrangements, he's the show manager. Then start open recruitment. Call up Dead Rat, Ryan said. He didn't need to get involved in this, he could leave it to his subordinates. During the conversation, Ryan saw Daddario walk out of the room, neatly dressed. She waved goodbye to Ryan. Besides looking at apartments, she also needed to prepare for the follow-up filming of Bankruptcy Girls. Only the pilot episode had been filmed so far, but filming would continue as the premiere date approached. Ryan, along with Lydia, Old Tang, Paris, and others, would also have to make guest appearances in the series. Stockholm. Tim Berglund was wearing headphones, his eyes fixed on the computer screen, his left hand moving rapidly. He looked somewhat unkempt, a low-budget version of Leonardo DiCaprio. The door suddenly opened, and Tim's actress mother walked in, then quickly retreated. Tim cursed and quickly pulled up his pants. You can't go on like this. You're 20 years old. You need to go out and work, instead of hiding behind a computer screen all day. Even, go find a real girlfriend, Tim's mother said worriedly. I'm working. This is my job. Tim showed the electronic music software on the screen. Next to the computer were some electronic music devices. But the next second, as if deliberately trying to mess with Tim, a purchase and disabling prompt popped up on the computer music software. Tim was still using a pirated version. Tim had no choice but to open his MySpace account. His ID was of SEI. His own name had already been registered, so he had to use this name as his ID. You already have 89 followers. That's impressive, his mother teased. It will grow soon, Tim said somewhat guiltily. Either you go out and find a proper job, like helping out at your dad's office supply store, or you take your electronic girlfriend and all this junk and move out of the house. His mother gave him an ultimatum. You can't kick me out. Of course you can. You're 20 years old now. The mother and son, caught up in their argument, didn't notice a private chat pop-up appearing on their MySpace page. Okay, I'm willing to go out and find a job. Tim couldn't resist his mother's insistence and finally nodded. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the private chat, and a line of small print after the sender's name immediately caught his attention. Orlando, Bad Rooms, Hardware Supervisor, the supervisor of Bad Rooms? Tim's eyes widened, and after seeing the message, he excitedly stood up. Mom, I'm going to Florida. Tim turned around, his face filled with disbelief. Chapter 219 Collaborative Development, Guest Appearance in TV Series. Miami, South Side. A car slowly pulled up in a street that had already been relocated. Ryan got out, accompanied by two men in suits, employees of the Kushner Group. This was Ryan's second meeting with them. "This is our destination. According to the plans, the final building area will exceed 1 million square feet." Ryan looked at the chaotic street. It looked like a mess now, but in the future, a 5-story modern shopping mall would stand here. As a reward for Ryan's help, APG had awarded him the construction contract. Ryan then approached the Kushner Group. The commercial street next to the dilapidated building had only 1/5 the construction area of this one. Based on this, the construction cost would exceed $100 million, a huge deal. Mr. Kushner is very willing to cooperate with you again. The two men were only there for preliminary preparations. As for the subsequent negotiations, that would have to be handled personally by the company's boss, Jared, and Ryan. Also, Jared asked me to convey his apologies to you. He can't come in person because of a project in New Jersey. Ryan said it didn't matter, he'd already been paid enough, so it didn't matter whether Jared came or not. The two subordinates then discussed the total construction cost and timeline, much like what they discussed yesterday, things Ryan had already discussed with Nora last night. Now only one question remained: how much was the Kushner Group willing to pay for the project? Ryan sounded out the two Kushner employees, who indicated that the final compensation would be very generous, guaranteed to satisfy Ryan. Ryan left the construction site first and returned to the hotel. The DJs who had participated in the music festival were already heading home, some to perform in other American cities, others back to Europe. The Winter Music Conference had also come to an end, and the staff were starting preparations for the Summer Badroom Carnival. Louise originally had about 40 staff members, most of whom were part-time. The core full-time employees were less than 10. In summary, the personnel costs of organizing the Winter Music Conference and the International Dance Music Awards weren't particularly high. The real expense was the travel and accommodation costs for attendees, which were the bulk of the expenses. However, the Winter Music Conference had industry sponsors, and the International Dance Music Awards even publicly sold some equipment and prizes, so they not only didn't lose money but actually made a small profit. Louise relied on this small portion of profit to make a living, which was roughly equivalent to the annual income of an average American family. Now, the situation is different. Louise has gone from being the organizer who independently handled profits and losses to a member of the carnival's management team, receiving a salary. Naturally, the revenue pressure has fallen on Ryan's shoulders. In addition, Alex is still recruiting the original music festival staff, and Ryan also needs to cover this cost. Together, the costs are at least $500,000 per month. As for the revenue from the original Ultra Music Festival and Russell's personal assets, they have all been seized by the prosecutors and will be used for compensation for the dead and injured. Medical prices in the United States are quite staggering. Even giving birth can cost $70,000 in serious cases, so it's estimated that this money will not be left. Ryan had no clue how to secure sponsors and would have to wait until closer to the carnival opening ceremony to deal with it. Finally, "That's over," Ryan said, returning to his hotel room with a sigh of relief. "You have to go to Los Angeles tomorrow for a cameo in Two Broke Girls," Teresa said, following him in. Her own affairs were finally settled. "You look beautiful today," Ryan said, turning to look at Teresa as she passed by. Teresa was wearing a business suit, a straight skirt to her knees, and black stockings with flower-shaped embellishments, making her very eye-catching. Her hair was styled in an updo, giving her a very sophisticated office lady look. Combined with her face, a blend of Scarlett Johansson and Kristen Stewart, she stood out even more. When she was with Ryan, she almost always attracted the attention of every man. "Thank you, boss," Teresa smiled slightly. Most of the time, she was quiet and meticulous in her work around Ryan. Ryan had noticed this over time. A few days ago, when Diodario was around, she consciously stepped aside, always playing a supporting role. But Diodario didn't know how to be modest, wanting Ryan to stay with him all night. These past few days, Diodario had eaten his fill before Teresa could even pick up the leftovers. With the secretary doing the work and the secretary doing the rest, Ryan decided to give Teresa some special treatment. "You've done a good job lately, I'll give you a raise next month," Ryan said, stroking her face. Teresa's skin was incredibly smooth. Teresa tiptoed and offered her cherry-like lips. Ryan intertwined their fingers, saying between kisses, "Your ring finger is missing something, just like with Diodario." Her engagement would at least alleviate many of Taylor's concerns. Ryan had intentionally prevented Teresa and Taylor from meeting before because of this. As long as the boss has me in his heart, that's enough. Whether there's a ring or not doesn't matter, Teresa smiled shyly. You're more sensible than Dario. She's just a little scared, feeling like she can't compete with Taylor. At least she has some self-awareness. About half an hour later, the phone rang. Hey, Ryan, how have you been? You're a hero in Miami now. And your business is booming, Jared said excitedly on the other end of the line. Ryan caught a glimpse of Teresa struggling to her feet, supporting herself as she came to his side and knelt down to help him clean up. I've made some new friends, Rick, right? I know him. He's very close to the elephant family. Knowing him means you're deep inside the elephant party's inner circle, Jared said. You also helped him with his commercial real estate development in Miami. Never mind that, Ryan said casually. HMPH, anyway, thank you very much for remembering me. I'll send you a brokerage fee later, a one-time payment of $5 million. What do you think? That's about 5% of the construction cost. Costs in the construction industry are quite transparent, and the Kushner Group's profit margin this time won't be much. Squeezing out this 5% is quite generous, a bit of a gesture of friendship. The Kushner Group is a big company. $5 million is a bit too little. Ryan, of course, wouldn't miss any opportunity to bargain. Ryan, you have to know, this is extra compensation, then I'll have to consider other contractors, Ryan said slowly. $7 million, that's all I can give you. If you still think it's too little, you should find another company. Jared's tone became more serious. $7 million it is, deal. Also, I'd like to ask you, never mind, we can talk about this another time. Jared hesitated. What is it? Why leave it for later? Say it now, I have time now. Ryan looked down and saw a head of loose blonde hair swaying slightly back and forth with inertia. I was thinking, could you help me with a bridge loan, about $20 million, for about 3 months? I'll pay you interest. Can't I go to a bank? I don't have that much money, Ryan refused outright. Banks in New York. I'm afraid they'll have a hard time lending, then you'll have to think of other ways. I have a lot of places where I need the money, Ryan continued. Okay, then this money, as soon as possible, I understand. Jared hung up the phone. Didn't he just spend $16 billion to buy a building 2 years ago? Now he can't even come up with $20 million? It seems his business isn't as good as he thought. Ryan pondered. Ryan led Teresa to the bedside and lay down himself. Boss, I really have no strength left. Teresa's legs ached, and she said with some difficulty. You lack exercise. Consider this a test. Do you still want a raise? Ryan frowned slightly, tapped the drum a few times, and the sound was very crisp. Teresa had no choice but to comply. Finally, seeing she was almost in tears, Ryan stopped and took over, sending Teresa to the little western paradise twice more. The boss is getting more and more capable. I admire Taylor more and more now, Teresa said with a wry smile. Little did she know, Ryan felt a deep pity for Taylor. It'll be better when we get back. Someone will share the burden for you, Ryan said, pinching her cheek. Meanwhile, far away in New York, Jared's life was far less carefree than Ryan's. It was all due to the financial crisis. The Kushner Group had mortgaged everything it could, still owed money to suppliers, and had new projects to invest in. Jared was constantly worried about money, unlike Ryan, who still had the mind to work as a secretary. After thinking it over, Jared dialed someone's number. Hey, how have you been lately? He greeted the person on the other end of the line. Are you free these next few days? I heard a famous French chef opened a branch in New York. I'd like to reserve a table. No time. You're going to Florida? I just got back from there recently. You know Bad Rooms? That super popular nightclub. I'm friends with the owner, and he even said he wanted to partner with me to open a new branch on 5th Avenue, but I turned him down. He patted himself on the back. Want to check it out? Sure, no problem. One call and I can get you the best private room. See you in Orlando. Jared hung up, feeling much more relaxed. What pleased him most was that you had finally agreed to go out with him again. This proved that their relationship might be turning around. Secondly, Yi's father's main business was real estate development. If he teamed up with him, securing the construction project in Miami would be a breeze. This time, he might just get both money and people. Jared smiled. The following afternoon, Ryan landed in Los Angeles, accompanied only by his bodyguard, driver, and Teresa. Ryan only stayed in Los Angeles for one day before returning to Orlando the next day, so he immediately headed to Warner Brothers Studios, Studio 25. When Ryan arrived, filming was in full swing. The entrance was the set for The Big Bang Theory, currently filming its second season. Further on was the set for 2.5 Men, whose sixth season will air this year. Next was the set for Bankruptcy Girls, where Ryan saw the two leads, Daddario and Amber Heard, rehearsing their lines, while Terry Bogard and Julie whispered to each other, "Hey, Ryan." Daddario was the first to notice Ryan, greeting him warmly yet maintaining a respectful distance. Next was Amber Heard, whose expression immediately changed upon seeing Ryan, appearing somewhat nervous. Ryan went straight to Terry Bogard and Julie. Julie explained that the pilot episode would air this Friday, the day before the premiere of The Vampire Diaries. The specific broadcast time is right after Gossip Girl ends, which is arguably the best broadcast slot. "The CW executives have a lot of confidence in our show," Julie said. "Confidence also means higher expectations. Taking over from Gossip Girl is the best slot on this year's pilot season. I really don't know if this show can meet the executives' expectations," Terry said, sounding uncertain. "Don't worry, even if it gets cancelled, it's just a script issue," Ryan said with a smile, trying to put Terry under less pressure. "I'm afraid of wasting your investment," Terry said, glancing at Ryan's pretty female assistant. "The investment is from the CW now. In short, we've already made money, it's just a matter of how much. Don't feel any pressure. At worst, I'll invest in your next project. Anyway, I'll make you a real director," Ryan said with a smile. "I wouldn't spend that much of your money," Terry said, a little embarrassed. "It's okay, it's spent, we can always earn more," Ryan said nonchalantly. "Ryan is really good to you. With his support, you're so lucky," Julie teased, emphasizing the word lucky. "What are you talking about?" "I don't understand," Terry glared at Julie. "You'd better really not understand," Julie raised an eyebrow. Then Ryan began his cameo appearance, appearing under his real name as a singer in a restaurant, contributing a few laughs as a straight man, all in less than an hour. After filming wrapped, Ryan stayed on set, waiting to wrap up. "Want to go out for dinner tonight?" Ryan said to Terry. "You want to eat with me?" "What for? I missed you," Ryan said with a grin. Tara glared at Ryan. "Don't go out to eat, it's a waste of money. Cook for me at home," Ryan readily agreed. As he left, he saw another film crew building a set on the other side of the set. He asked and learned that a comedy called Modern Family had also chosen to film some scenes there. Just like before, in Terry's rented room in Los Angeles, Ryan cooked dinner for her. "It tastes familiar. Taylor eats this often, right?" Therese chewed heartily, her expression one of pure bliss. She had almost forgotten this flavor. "She loves it," Ryan nodded. Every time she finished a hearty meal, she would drag Ryan along to burn fat, in an unconventional way, of course. "You two have a stable relationship now, you should consider having children. I'll help you take care of them later," Therese suggested. Ryan shook his head. "She and I are both very busy. If nothing unexpected happens, it'll be a few years." "That's true, you two are still too young. By the way, what's the deal with Daddario? He got engaged after his return." "Who did he get engaged to?" Therese couldn't help but ask. "John Doe," Ryan said. "I knew it. It was you who did it," Therese chuckled. "And, you didn't really kill that guy, did you?" Therese asked again. "How could I? He just happened to die." Ryan shook his head. "I thought it really was you," Therese laughed. "I'll send you some photos later, just like before, please keep them safe for me." "Whose photos?" "The female CEO of Victoria's Secret." "How did you get involved with her again?" Therese exclaimed. "That's a long story," Ryan said. The two chatted for a while about the TV series, and Therese, seeing that it was getting late, said she was going to sleep and asked Ryan to leave. "It's so late, where do you want me to go?" "Go to any woman's bed, I only have one bedroom anyway, then squeeze in, get lost." Therese pretended to throw a silver utensil at Ryan. "Remember to come see me often in the future." Therese stopped flirting with Ryan and said seriously. "Missed me, so what if I did?" "Can't I miss you?" Therese retorted. "Of course you can, and besides, what about what I said before about you moving to Palm Beach? What do you think about it?" "I'll think about it some more." Therese shook her head, and then saw Ryan get into the car. In the car, Ryan made a phone call. "Where do you live?" "I have another man at home," the voice on the other end of the phone said coldly. "I don't mind, anyway, the other party does mind. Where are you? What exactly do you want?" the voice on the other end of the phone said coldly. Seeing that Ryan didn't respond, the voice on the other end of the phone still gave an address. "Ryan, there are a few paparazzi following us," the driver in front said. "Drive around a few times, then go to another place," Ryan said the address the voice on the other end of the phone had just given him. About an hour later, Ryan arrived at the door of an apartment building and knocked twice. Amber opened the door. Chapter 220, The Big Picture begins, premiere. "What do you want to talk about?" Amber sat furthest from Ryan, glancing at Teresa standing beside her. She was quite pretty. "You changed your last name back?" Ryan asked. "That's none of your business." Amber immediately shook her head, refusing to answer. "Of course it is. Your matter is special, involving propaganda for liberal audiences and tied to ratings," Ryan reminded her. Amber had no choice but to speak. "I have nothing to do with her anymore." Her previous claim about having a man at home was a lie. She wanted to provoke Ryan, but she missed. Ryan didn't care at all. "I called you here tonight to discuss something important." Ryan brought up the agency. He certainly wouldn't miss any opportunity to make money. "You think this show will be a hit, so you're making arrangements in advance?" Amber immediately realized. Ryan didn't reply. "What if I don't agree?" Amber continued. Ryan still didn't reply. "You'll have this person next to me replace me, right?" Amber chuckled. Ryan hadn't left her a second option. "I agree," Amber shrugged. Ryan now had leverage over her. If she dared to resist, she would at best be ruined, at worst disappear without a trace. She knew Ryan's methods. Then, Amber, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, began to undress, throwing her t-shirt, shorts, and underwear onto the floor one by one. "Come on," Amber said, closing her eyes. The next second, she heard Ryan get up, seemingly walking towards her. Then the footsteps suddenly stopped. Amber opened her eyes and found Ryan holding a phone pointed at her. Startled, she immediately closed them. "Next time, remember to wear your clothes more securely," Ryan said, putting down his phone without even turning on the camera. His goal achieved, Ryan and Teresa left. "Don't think this will change my opinion of you," Amber shouted at Ryan's retreating back, but still received no response. As the door closed again, Amber suddenly realized that she might mean nothing to Ryan. "Damn it," Amber muttered under her breath. The car drove around the city for a long time, making sure no paparazzi were following, before Ryan returned to Daddario's cottage. Many of the furnishings in the living room had already been packed up. Daddario was preparing to move. She had her eye on a cottage in a secluded spot in Palm Beach, only slightly more expensive than this one. Correspondingly, it was only half the size of this one. Daddario had chosen the house herself. Besides the constant travel between the two places, the living conditions would be worse. Clearly she just wanted to live closer to Ryan. A table was laden with food. Daddario had cooked specially for the day, naturally waiting for Ryan to return so they could eat together. "I ate at Teresa's, but Teresa didn't," Ryan explained. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Then let's eat together," Daddario said, gesturing to Teresa. Both were actresses, of similar age, and actually had a lot to talk about. "You two tell me, what kind of role do you think I'm suited for?" Daddario had been planning his post-season schedule for the past few days. "I think, anything is fine," Teresa hesitated. "Just tell me, I know I'm a bad actor." Daddario also realized his shortcomings. "She means you're suited to playing pretty faces, especially those brainless, big-breasted girls in horror movies, the kind who are always the first to die." Ryan, naturally, didn't have many reservations and spoke frankly. "Right? I think so too." Daddario's chewing slowed down. He had somewhat accepted the fact that he wasn't a good actor. "But, there's nothing wrong with acting in horror movies. If you become famous, at least the audience will recognize you, and I won't be much better off," Teresa comforted him. "Anyway, we'll take any suitable roles that come along. In any case, let's make some money first, and find an acting coach in between." Ryan made arrangements. Daddario nodded. "I'll do as you say. I'll start honing my acting skills tomorrow." "Did you take some stimulants tonight?" Ryan joked. Sigh, "It's all because I've seen some news about Taylor Swift. The more I think about it, the more I feel like I'm not good enough to compare myself to her." Daddario's eyes were downcast. Taylor Swift's recent momentum has been exceptionally strong. So far, all her tour shows have maintained a 100% attendance rate, and she's been releasing new songs one after another. This makes Daddario feel that the gap between himself and Taylor Swift is widening. Sometimes I think, jealousy and rivalry are only temporary. Besides, I know you don't like me competing with Taylor. I've come to terms with it now. Some facts can't be changed, and constantly attacking and fighting will only make you more impatient with me. I used to think this was a fighting match. You punch me, I kick you, whoever is still standing wins. If it goes on like this, the winner will always be young and ruthless. I don't want that, and I know you don't want it either. Now I think this is a track and field competition. We can only compete to see who runs faster and farther, and we can't foul, because you are the referee. I should compete healthily with Taylor and Teresa, and strive to become better. The track and field rules also protect me. After all, I have an advantage over those who come later, and the end result is that I get more of your love. Daddario looked at Ryan and told him everything he had been thinking these past few days. Competition among women can be divided into benign and malignant competition. The latter involves mutual sabotage and backstabbing, like in the royal harems of feudal times. The former involves fierce competition and mutual blooming, commonly known as involution. That's so well said. I'll go get a bottle of wine to celebrate. Teresa immediately clapped, then got up and went to the wine cabinet to get a bottle of red wine. Ryan never expected that Daddario would open up such a broad perspective so directly. It seems that Taylor had set a perfect example. Looking at the red wine in his glass, Ryan couldn't help but speak up. People are like the red wine in the glass. Every sip is one less sip. Life is so short, so I don't want you to live so hard, especially Taylor and the two of you. You have already made sacrifices. I just hope you can live carefree. It's that simple. Having lived 2 lives, Ryan felt that letting the women around him spend the rest of their lives in the way he wanted was the greatest success. But this is the only way for me to be carefree, Daddario said firmly, still having a strong-willed side. And you? Ryan looked at Teresa. I don't think about that much. Good food, nice things, money to spend, and someone to love me is enough, Teresa nodded. Then let Ryan pamper you more. You're always around him anyway. If you feel too busy, let Ryan hire someone else. Those jobs aren't heavy. I actually hope the boss will boss me around more, like a slave. Teresa said seriously. Daddario was already opening his heart, so she stopped pretending. Like, that time before, anyway, boss, don't pity me. I feel more comfortable that way. Teresa gradually discovered her hidden fetish. It was a masochistic infatuation. Daddario was speechless, realizing that the so-called pampering was literal love. Boss, will you grant my little request? Teresa asked expectantly. I'll try, Ryan chuckled, surprised that Teresa, seemingly calm on the surface, had another side. However, he couldn't bring himself to harm Taylor. It was merely a matter of amusement, not involving any real physical harm or personal insult. Teresa immediately refilled her glass and downed most of it in one gulp. Daddario, having spoken his mind, felt particularly comfortable at that moment, clinking glasses with Ryan and Teresa repeatedly. The two women downed a bottle of wine and then opened a second one. Halfway through the second bottle, the alcohol started to take effect, and their gazes towards Ryan changed. Ryan, why aren't you drinking? Still not satisfied? Want me to feed you mouth to mouth? Daddario said, his face flushed. Boss, how many times did you and Taylor have a heart-to-heart talk in one night? How many times did Taylor open her heart? Teresa stared at Ryan, her eyes somewhat fixed on him. Want to team up with Daddario to break the record? No need, I'm enough on my own. Daddario's a different story. Want to rest tomorrow? Do you have the ability? Teresa smiled provocatively. Stop talking nonsense. The more you say, the less you eat. Tonight, Teresa and I are going to be the fiercest women on the West Coast. Daddario stood up abruptly. The two leaned on Ryan and went into the room, each carrying a bottle of wine. At this moment, the two obviously didn't realize that while they might not be the fiercest women on the West Coast, Ryan was definitely one of the fiercest men on the West Coast. Ryan, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Let's go to sleep, I have to film tomorrow. Daddario began to beg for forgiveness. Daddario had important business to attend to, so he luckily escaped a disaster. Teresa wasn't so lucky, because she didn't have to work the next day. The next morning, a somewhat unsteady Daddario appeared on set. Ryan is a beast, Seeing Teresa smiling at him, Daddario couldn't help but mutter. If Teresa were 20 years older, she probably wouldn't be here today. Therese, when Ryan comes back, you should join him too, Daddario chuckled. Therese raised her hand as if to hide him, but Daddario dodged it. Have you memorized your lines? Get back to work, Therese said with a wry smile. Yes, I started memorizing this morning. And I think the first scene today should be acted like this, with more exaggerated movements. Do you think it would be more effective? Daddario shared her ideas, starting to spend more time studying the character. That's interesting. We'll do it your way, Therese agreed. By the way, a new beauty salon opened near the set. I just got a membership card. Want to come with me sometime? Sure, Therese didn't refuse. Oh, and I saw a dress at the mall that would really suit you. What size do you wear? Daddario added. Oh, trying to curry favor with me? Want me to put in a good word for you with Ryan? No way, even if you say bad things about me, it's because I didn't do something right. You've taken care of Ryan for so long. It's only right that I show you some respect. Taylor isn't around, so I'll take care of you in her and Ryan's place, Daddario chimed in. Taylor has sent me so many things, I'm almost overflowing with cosmetics and stuff, Terry praised Taylor. That's because she earns a lot of money. When I make money, I'll buy you lots and lots of things too. Daddario had already started racing. Okay, let's go to the beauty salon after work tomorrow. Unable to resist Daddario's pleading, Terry had no choice but to agree. What are you two talking about? You seem so happy. Amber joined in at this moment, she had just arrived on set. We're just discussing the scene, Daddario immediately said. That's right, discussing the scene. It's almost time, you two should go get your makeup done and change into your costumes, Terry quickly said. Around noon, filming wrapped up, and Daddario found a quiet corner. She took out a box of fruit she'd bought from a nearby convenience store, her lunch for the day. Americans rarely have lunch breaks, so their meals are usually quite simple. Even in this short time, Daddario pulled out a book on acting and started reading while eating. Daddario, did Ryan tell you about starting an artist management company? Amber found Daddario and asked. Daddario nodded, saying nothing more. Looking at the ring on her ring finger, Amber asked, why hasn't your fiancé ever come to the set? He's busy, always traveling. It's normal that you don't see him, Daddario replied, continuing to read. Amber nodded, then asked something else. Are your legs feeling better? Your gait wasn't quite right today. It's just a side effect of working out my legs at the gym last night. That's what happens when you don't exercise regularly, Daddario replied casually, looking up. Were you working out your legs or your drums? Amber teased. Practice it all, Daddario smiled. Who are you trying to seduce? Ryan Rivers. There are plenty of people to seduce. One more won't make a difference? Daddario flicked his hair and got up to go back to work. Watching Daddario's departing figure, Amber couldn't help but fall into thought. It really has nothing to do with Ryan. It shouldn't be like this. After returning from Los Angeles, Ryan immediately gave Teresa another 2 days off. 1 day was simply not enough for her to recover. Ryan returned to the bedroom office, and soon after, Dipinipo came up with his men, namely the hothead Hardgood and third brother. Is the accommodation arranged? Ryan asked. It's arranged. A detached house in a nearby community, with 3 bedrooms, can accommodate 6 people. The 2 of them moved their luggage in yesterday, Dipinipo said. The contract matter has also been resolved. You two can sign the contract today. Ryan looked at the 2 of them. Then the recording. Hardgood seemed very anxious, wishing he could get to bedroom today, record the song tomorrow, and release it the day after. We'll record tomorrow, but the release will have to wait until next week's nightclub event. Which event is it this time? Ryan asked. The NFL Panthers cheerleaders. I saw the photos on their website, they're all amazing, DiBallo said excitedly. Upon hearing the name of women, and the energetic NFL cheerleaders no less, the 2 young men next to DiBallo momentarily lost their breath. Ryan nodded. After confirming with Sean one last time that everything was in order, they could start promoting it. Ryan, I heard your TV series is about to premiere. Is it true? You can even write scripts, DiBallo asked Ryan personally, mentioning the news his employees had been discussing that day. I just wrote something casually, but I didn't expect the CW to take notice and invest. I thought I'd just film a little bit and make as much money as I could, Ryan said casually. Impressive, I didn't expect you to have this kind of ability. Once you have connections in the film industry, invite more celebrities to the bedroom. From a promotional perspective, it's low cost and high return. The nightclub I used to work at also used it, but they couldn't get any real celebrities, DePaulo added. This reminded Ryan that it's the same principle as celebrity endorsements. A place frequented by celebrities will definitely have no shortage of customers. As for the branch, needless to say, Lee Anvil and Arthur's friends are lining up, and his main branch can't be neglected. I'll keep an eye on it, Ryan nodded. Also, the news of the public DJ recruitment has been spread, and we've received over 300 submissions and resumes. I've shortlisted a quarter, and these people need to come for in-person interviews. Ryan, I have a question. You don't mind if it's a female DJ, do you? As long as the work meets the standards and the professional skills are up to par, it doesn't matter if it's male or female. Ryan didn't care. In fact, he thought having a few female DJs wouldn't be a bad thing. DePaulo nodded, then led the two young men away to familiarize themselves with the venue. At 6 p.m., the CW Network's entertainment news segment began airing a special preview of the new series. Aside from the series itself, Ryan became the absolute focus, appearing live on air. The program featured a live call with Ryan, discussing everything from the previous park tragedy to the creation of the new series. The network even connected live with the parents of the little girl Ryan was seen with. Ryan's actions have deeply inspired us, and his series will premiere later in prime time. At 9 p.m. that evening, Ryan turned on his television. Simultaneously, the television on the bar downstairs switched from sports to the series. Far away in Los Angeles, the entire cast gathered at a restaurant, where the owner turned on the projector. In New York, Iwaka, in her luxurious penthouse apartment, was also captivated by Daddario on screen. Downstairs, Carly Kloss, who had just moved into her new upscale apartment, also turned on her television. As for Taylor, she even moved her tour performance in Greensboro, North Carolina, half an hour earlier than scheduled. Taylor had just finished the first half of her performance, and according to the schedule, there would be a break. Holding her guitar in one hand and a microphone in the other, she said, "I'm sorry, Ryan can't be the guest performer on today's tour. I know you all miss him as much as I do, but he'll be a guest in a special way." Taylor turned around, and the big screen lit up, showing Ryan's premiere drama series. "Let's all watch an episode of this drama together. It's really interesting, but it's my first time watching it too." Taylor sat cross-legged on the stage, enjoying the show with the audience. Chapter 221 Reactions from All Sides, an unprecedented success. In an ordinary residential building in a neighborhood near Badroom, two people pushed open the door and entered. They were carrying supermarket plastic bags. They were two young DJs, 3 and Hardgood, who had just finished shopping for groceries. The female clerk asked me why I settled here, and I said I was a resident DJ for Badroom. Guess what? She gave me her phone number and said I could come see her cat sometime, the kind that can do backflips, 3 said with a laugh. "You're really lucky," Hardgood replied, though. His somewhat awkward appearance clearly didn't appeal to girls. "You'll get some too. The US population is 20 times that of the Netherlands, which means 20 times the size of EZG. The only downside is that we're too old to buy alcohol here." 3 pulled a case of Coke from the plastic bag, tossed one bottle to Hardgood, and opened another for himself. Then he turned on the living room light. "This is huge," 3 said, sitting down on the sofa and slouching a few times. "It's also soft enough, a girl could do all sorts of positions lying on it," 3 gestured. "Then you'd better tell her to keep it down. I don't want to be woken up in the middle of the night." Hardgood opened a can of Coke. "You can put on your headphones and turn on the TV. I haven't watched any American TV channels before. I've heard some programs are really exciting, that would have to be late at night, and on a pay channel, like HBO. Hardgood obviously knew more about it. The two idle young men quickly flipped through the channels. "Why are there so many sports programs?" Third brother muttered. He wasn't interested in sports programs. The screen changed again, and a voluptuous brown-haired woman appeared, wearing a yellow restaurant uniform. "Wait. I've seen her before." Hardgood's eyes widened, and he quickly told third brother to stop. "You didn't see her in a dream, did you?" Third brother joked. "No, she was next to the boss. I mistook her for a waitress." "This is another boss's wife. You absolutely mustn't tell anyone about this," Hardgood warned. "So, This is the TV series Ryan invested in. It's not just an investment. Didn't you hear people say the boss wrote the script? I'm more inclined to believe it was ghostwritten. The boss is always tinkering with electronic music. He wouldn't have time to write a script. Third brother offered his opinion. Whether he wrote it or not, as long as he's credited, it's his work. It's the same in our line of work, Hardgood said. What kind of show is this? I know, a sitcom. Did you hear the canned laughter? It looks pretty funny. Third brother put down the remote. Soon, the two were laughing so hard they were doubled over, and before long, they were laughing until tears streamed down their faces. I love this show, third brother slapped his thigh. It's really funny, at least the two of you are very pleasing to the eye. Hardgood took a sip of cola. I want to be the second Ryan. I'll have a big name fiancé and be able to sleep with all sorts of female celebrities. Third brother was full of fighting spirit. Then you'll have to have at least 5 singles that can reach the top 10 on Billboard. I'd be satisfied if I had just one, Hardgood said. Just like the two young people, more and more people in homes across America were drawn to this TV series. Just as most viewers were initially attracted by the two leading ladies' looks, then amused by the raunchy jokes and the dialogue. And after becoming familiar with the characters and their relationships, they began to immerse themselves in the plot. Time flew by. Sitcoms are often shorter than regular dramas, rarely exceeding half an hour, and tonight's premiere was only 24 minutes long. That's it, third brother seemed unsatisfied. At least there's more next Friday, Hardgood chuckled. Far away in New York, Carly Kloss also seemed somewhat unsatisfied. She skillfully opened the fan forum on her laptop, where the recently concluded episode had indeed sparked a heated discussion. Let me watch one more episode, please. I'll do anything. Her name PLZ securing the Emmy Award for Best Sitcom next year. The chat scrolled by so quickly that Carly couldn't even see the content clearly. She switched to a more private chat group. Paris Hilton, I'm free this week at Ryan. Let me do a cameo. I'll do anything you want. Ryan, hand over your sister, Nikki Hilton. Paris Hilton, Nikki, you can't bear to see your sister forgotten by the public, right? I'm counting on you for this. Smiles. Nikki, sweating, you two go play by yourselves. Don't drag me into this. Tall girl, I watched the live stream. I think this show is going to be a hit. Olive girl, oh no. Lydia, how did it all fall apart? Ashley, Ryan's going to have to focus more on the show from now on. Ryan, then we won't be able to explain to Delphine. The implication is that everything will remain the same. Carly immediately switched to another chat group, which was full of Taylor and her friends. Taylor, photo, it was a selfie, with many audience members behind Taylor, obviously taken at a tour. Taylor, Ryan's new show is doing great. Everyone loves it. Emma Stone, honey, could you talk to Ryan about my cameo? Chuckles. Diana Agron, me too. Smirks. Selena, oh, I can't. Crying. Selena works for the Disney Channel, so naturally she can't appear in a CW show. Carly quickly starts typing too. I want to do a cameo too. Pity. Taylor, don't worry, everyone's in. We'll arrange it one by one. Ryan said the first season has over 20 episodes. I guarantee we can fit you all in. Taylor, also, Emma, is there still a chance for what you told me before? Emma Stone, the door is always open for you. You saw Ryan take the plunge, and now you're tempted too. Taylor, chuckles, pretty much. I'll talk to Ryan about it. I need his approval before I can act. Emma Stone, no problem. Remember to contact me if you hear anything. Is this about the last time? Carly couldn't help but recall the opportunity Emma Stone mentioned when she last met Taylor. Taylor seemed uninterested then, but now her opinion had probably changed. Carly then received another call. Honey, are you still awake? A woman's voice came from the other end. Calling me so late, what's up, Anna? Carly asked back. It was Anna, a listener who had called. Nothing much, just wanted to ask if you and Ryan have been having any trouble lately. Anna chuckled on the other end of the line. What do you mean? Carly was completely confused. What else could it mean? Don't pretend, everyone knows about your relationship with Ryan. Anna chuckled. What am I pretending about? I know where Taylor Swift is, you're just too shy to admit it. It's okay, it's perfectly normal. Rosie and I are going to Florida for a couple of days, and we'll stop by Bad Room. Why don't you come along? Anna suggested. Her idea was simple. By bringing Carly, who was closest to Ryan, she was sure she could see him. I'm busy, Carly said. She naturally understood what the two were up to. Visit Ryan more often. build a closer relationship with him, so that Ryan would think of them if he needed anything in the future. In short, it was all about climbing the ladder. The modeling industry is fiercely competitive and lacks clear standards. To get ahead, connections are everything. Ryan had already established himself in the music industry, then moved into fashion, and now television. Even a small amount of his talent was valuable. Carly knew that she had gotten to where she was today only because of the opportunity at Dior and Ryan's help. Other models understood the importance of connections even more. Come or don't come, don't say I stole your sugar daddy later, Anna laughed. I have no relationship with Ryan, Carly reiterated. When others think you have a relationship with him, you better actually do, Anna sneered. Carly hesitated, then stopped herself from speaking. All right, it's settled then. We'll meet in Orlando in 3 days. Don't stand us up. Wait, Carly was about to speak when the other person hung up. Meanwhile, on the top floor of Carly's luxury apartment, a woman sat on a uniquely designed finger sofa, watching the CW channel. She was going to watch the upcoming episode of America's Next Top Model, a talent show produced and hosted by renowned model Tyra Banks, which Iwaka watched every week. She had also been a model, like Lydia, but more as a hobby. What she hadn't expected was that this new show before America's Next Top Model was quite interesting. At least it actually made her laugh. Ryan Rivers? Isn't the nightclub I'm going to in a few days the one he founded? He's actually quite talented, Iwaka thought to herself. Bedroom nightclub, upper floor, Ryan's office. Ryan was observing online discussions about the show. When he saw that about 80% of people were praising it, and the rest, while finding the excessive use of vulgar jokes and somewhat crude, also appreciated the novel character designs and remained neutral, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The show, which had given him a strong sense of déjà vu, hadn't disappointed him. Then Ryan received a call from Julie. The feedback so far has been overwhelming. This is probably an unprecedented success, in every sense of the word. He could hear jubilation on the other end of the line. Julie then passed the phone to Therese. At least everyone won't be unemployed. Therese finally seemed relaxed. The phone was passed around until it reached Daddario. Ryan, I might really be a star, Daddario said on the other end, so excited she was almost crying. The phone was then handed to Amber. Thank you. She wasn't as excited as Daddario, but her tone was more sincere than ever before. It's a win-win situation, Ryan said matter-of-factly. 2 hours later, Ryan received a call from someone claiming to be the CW's program development director. Congratulations, Ryan. The Nielsen ratings for the premiere are in. The average viewership for the premiere was a whopping 19.37 million. This is the highest premiere rating for a comedy series since the fall of 2001, and also the highest premiere rating in the CW's history. The caller delivered the most exciting news in the most nonchalant tone. 19 million, I see. Ryan had no concept of the exact number, but hearing that it had broken records, it was clearly a huge success. Surprised, right? Everyone who knows this number is surprised, including me, the caller continued. You. I didn't quite catch that. Ryan found the woman's tone remarkably calm. If you have any questions about the show in the future, feel free to call me directly. This is the station manager's arrangement. All requests for this show will be approved by the station, provided they fall within the CW's purview. My name is Guy Hershey, the channel's program development director and vice president. She formally introduced herself. I'd like to know how many viewers The Vampire Diaries had for its premiere yesterday, Ryan asked. Just yesterday, The Vampire Diaries set a record with 4.91 million viewers for its premiere, so, Two Broke Girls nearly quadrupled the premiere viewership record. That's right. That premiere number almost guarantees it a spot on the top 10 for the year. According to last year's data, the #1 show, American Idol, only averaged a little over 20 million viewers, and the highest-rated show, SYNOPSIS, only averaged 19 million viewers. NBC Sunday Night Football averaged only 18 million viewers, so, this sitcom has more viewers than football. Ryan was a little shocked. Of course not. I was talking about average viewership. For a show, the premiere episode usually has the highest viewership, and then it gradually declines, Guy explained. Even so, Two Broke Girls is still the CW's top show? Am I right? Of course, even though it's only aired one episode, Two Broke Girls can definitely be a mainstay of the CW, provided it maintains its quality. Gossip Girl only averaged 2.48 million viewers last season. America's Next Top Model's 11th season only averaged 3.91 million viewers. What about Two and a Half Men? It averages 14 million viewers, and The Big Bang Theory is about the same. Grey's Anatomy averages 13 million viewers, roughly the same as The Good Wife. Desperate Housewives has 12 million, Ghost Whisperer has 7 million, Hell's Kitchen is similar, and The Apprentice also has 7 million viewers. The Simpsons and Law & Order also average around that number. The first season of Breaking Bad that I watched only averaged 1.5 million viewers, Guy continued to explain to Ryan. Ryan had a general understanding of the viewership of major American television programs. The sitcom genre already has a large audience. With such a phenomenal start, Two Broke Girls could easily compete for a top 3 spot in the sitcom category. Like I said, as long as the quality of the show doesn't decline, the revenue will immediately increase. For example, through distribution to TV stations worldwide, DVD releases, and online rights distribution. Online rights, that's right. On the Hulu platform, CW is signing an agreement with them, and Two Broke Girls will be among the first CW shows to appear on this website. It's a media programming website that will eventually cover almost all TV programming, Guy explained. Hulu is a product of traditional TV media banding together to counter Netflix's online impact. The name actually comes from the Chinese word for gourd. How much money can all of this generate combined? It depends on the specific circumstances. 10 times, 20 times, or even 50 times the price per episode in the broadcast agreement, provided there are enough episodes. It's a long process. A single episode's revenue could increase tenfold. That's 10 million. A season has over 20 episodes. The total revenue is quite astonishing. Okay, getting Two Broke Girls onto these promotional channels as soon as possible will be the biggest help to the show, Ryan said. Chapter 222 Business Potential, ending the rankings ahead of schedule. Of course, the program development department's year-end bonus this year is all tied up in your show, Guy said abruptly. Surprisingly honest. To be honest, I don't know much about the CW. All the CW executives I have contacted so far are women, Ryan said. That's related to the CW's current positioning. Our positioning is to attract young female viewers, so naturally we need management who are also women, Guy continued. Looking closely at some of the CW's well-known shows, America's Next Top Model, Gossip Girl, 900 2010, Reboot, and this year's new The Vampire Diaries, all primarily target female audiences. The only show with a larger male audience, Smallville, is a legacy project from before the merger. The CW also wanted to attract male viewers, but couldn't come up with any competitive programs, until Two Broke Girls appeared. According to Nielsen data, the main audience for this show is young male college students, and the percentage of effective viewers aged 18 to 49 is also very high, which means the show has excellent commercial development potential, Guy said. In American television programming, there's an important metric called audience rating, which measures the percentage of viewers aged 18 to 49. For advertisers, only viewers in this age group have advertising value. You mean you can make money through product placement? Ryan immediately understood what she meant. This isn't an area CW channel programming development director should be involved in, but you have connections in this area, right? Ryan said with a smile. Her reminder to Ryan was clearly intended to start a business. A friend of mine happens to work for a marketing company and can introduce you to quite a few similar opportunities. This friend she was referring to was, of course, herself. No problem. If the price is right, we can cooperate on dialogue, product placement, costumes, and props. It depends on the advertiser's requirements. It's industry practice. The company takes a 15% cut. I can only give you 10%. You're just a middleman. The difference between middlemen can be huge sometimes. You need to know that one more product placement means one more source of revenue. That's much more than a 5% cut. Okay, you've convinced me. 13%. Deal. Ryan put down his phone, surprised that this program development manager had a side hustle. I didn't know you had a side hustle, Ryan couldn't help but say. The reason is simple. CW is a loser's league. The best talent has already gone to the 4 major traditional networks. We don't really have much competitiveness. Our premier programming is limited to Monday to Friday, and our competitors' weekend programming lineup is terrifying. The station is even considering outsourcing the Saturday and Sunday primetime slots. True story. Ryan keenly sensed the business opportunity. CW was, after all, a national television network, but unfortunately, he only had one series. After finishing his conversation with Guy, Ryan glanced at the currently airing America's Next Top Model and, finding it uninteresting, turned off the TV. Ryan usually only watched late-night programs, such as various talk shows. American television networks divide time slots into 3 categories: daytime, primetime, and late night. The Emmy Awards also have 3 slots, corresponding to the 3 time slots. Ryan checked the time. He didn't need to be on stage tonight. He wondered if he should go see Teresa when Taylor called. "Is the show over?" Ryan asked on the phone. "Just now. During intermission today, I played your show, and the results were fantastic. Everyone raved about it, except for some of the risque jokes about Daddario's genitals that were a bit offensive. Everything else was great, but her genitals are perfect creative material, aren't they?" Ryan chuckled. "You're not wrong about that," Taylor laughed on the other end of the phone. Ryan's program development manager then relayed his data to Taylor. 19.7 million? That's an outrageous number. This must be a national hit, right? Yes, judging from the first episode alone, it's definitely a national hit. The 2 leads were clearly the biggest beneficiaries besides Ryan, but that didn't necessarily mean their careers were guaranteed to be bright. Many actors became famous through sitcoms, but many quickly disappeared after the show ended. Besides the objective reason of making enough money, transitioning to a new role is a major hurdle for these actors. A role that's too deeply ingrained in the public consciousness can become an obstacle to transitioning. Jennifer Aniston is a rare example of a successful transition. By the way, I have something to discuss with you, a cameo role, right? Of course, we can arrange that. Restaurants always need customers, Ryan immediately replied. Not just that, there's something even more important. I want to invest in a movie, Taylor said nervously on the phone. We need to discuss this properly, Ryan immediately forced a smile. In his eyes, Taylor investing in a movie was no different from burning money. This industry was too murky. "Tell me first, who gave you this idea?" Ryan followed up. He would intervene if necessary to prevent anyone from corrupting Taylor's mind. Who else could it be? Emma Stone, of course. Last time, a few of them came to my concert, and afterwards we went out for a day together. Emma Stone mentioned her new film offer, a teen comedy called Easy A. Sounds like a movie about exams, Ryan asked, puzzled. No, it's a movie about slut-shaming. A good girl's bragging accidentally spreads throughout the school, and she becomes a slut. Boys approach her, hoping she'll admit to their relationships. You know, people always like to brag about how good they are in that area, how many people they've slept with, which bothers her. In the end, she confesses the truth and finds true love. I think the angle of this movie is quite novel, but the production company is small, currently in the early stages of preparation, and there's a $3 million funding gap. What do you think? The movie has a translated title, Broken Shoe Queen, which aptly summarizes the plot. I think the story is good, but this industry is murky. You know Harry Potter, right? Film companies have a million ways to balance their books. You'll never get your share of the profits. The production company has probably noticed you. They'll not only get you to invest, but they'll also drag you into promoting the film, including giving you a cameo role. They might be using you, Ryan warned. The budget is limited. This is just a low-budget school drama, and Emma Stone is already confirmed for the role, Taylor said slowly, her mood somewhat downcast. Clearly, she saw this as a good opportunity. Ryan disagreed. Then there's only one solution. The 2 of us will personally contact the production company. I need to thoroughly investigate this company. If there are problems, we'll withdraw and not get involved. If there are no problems, then you can invest, Ryan suggested. It's decided. Perfect timing, we're going to LA next month for a cameo role in a film. We can get this sorted out then, Taylor said excitedly. The 2 chatted for a while longer, and so far, they still had a lot to talk about. After all, they were both career-driven individuals, and they had a lot to discuss just about their own business operations. The 2 female singers you introduced me to be honest, they have a lot of ideas, but not much commercial value. They live in their own world, Taylor objectively commented. Compared to others, I realize how lucky I am. I'm the one blessed by God. Taylor admitted that her career had been incredibly successful from the start, but her biggest advantage was encountering Ryan, the system bug. We should encourage them more, Ryan also mentioned his two new artists, Ellie Goulding and Kevin Harris. They had been given radio appearances and opportunities to be seen, but they just weren't making a difference. Ultimately, it came down to the songs. If the songs weren't good enough, no amount of resources would help. As for the two newly recruited DJs, Ryan thought they were quite good. They'll blame us for not doing our jobs well later. Taylor seemed to have already foreseen the outcome. If all else fails, let the two of them stay with me for a while. Ryan remembered the borrowing a hen to lay eggs principle, thinking it might work. Let them become DJs. Taylor, of course, didn't understand. It's not impossible, at least they can earn some money, Ryan said casually. But then again, I can't have them following me around all the time. Staying with you is a solution. I'll rent another house soon, specifically for the female singer and DJ, like a dormitory, Ryan said. Perfect, it's decided then, Taylor nodded in agreement. The two said goodnight to each other, both telling the other to get some rest. Ryan hung up the phone and decided to go straight home. Before going home, he stopped by the dormitory where the two DJs lived and was quite satisfied with the result. The two were very surprised and delighted by Ryan's arrival. Ryan reminded the three that a third DJ would be arriving soon. Joel had sent good news. Avicii had already boarded a large plane to Florida. This time, Ryan didn't disappoint. The next day, Ryan finally met Avicii, whom he had seen countless times before. Joel opened the door and let him in. Avicii looked very awkward, wearing a baseball cap backwards, and resembled a low-budget version of Leonardo DiCaprio. Beside him was a middle-aged woman, presumably Avicii's mother. But as the saying goes, appearances can be deceiving. Ryan stood up and went to Avicii. "Welcome to bedroom," Ryan said, shaking his hand. Avicii looked somewhat dazed. Everything before him seemed like a dream. Ryan then shook hands with Avicii's mother, who immediately asked many questions, clearly not comfortable letting her child stay in an American nightclub. "Ms. Boglin, you can ask around. Bedroom has unique rules globally, strictly prohibiting the entry of contraband. Every guest undergoes rigorous testing before entry, and only those who pass the test are allowed in. As for your son's job, he works here as a DJ, producing music and releasing it. If he becomes popular, the income can be very substantial. I've listened to your son's music online, and I can sense his talent. I can't guarantee he'll achieve the same success as me, but I can guarantee this industry currently has a bright future." Ryan showed Avicii and his mother the trophies he had won. "There's no need to worry about the living conditions. My colleague will take you there, it's just a few minutes walk. There are also two young men who arrived yesterday, they're downstairs now. Would you two like to come along?" Ryan looked at Avicii and her son. The mother and son exchanged a glance and then nodded. So the group went to the main hall of bedroom. Although it wasn't open yet, many people were gathered around the DJ booth. Dippy Nipple and Deadmau5 were auditioning DJs. Ryan happened to have some time, so he came over to take a look. Standing on the stage was a girl with flowing hair, or at least she looked like one. Her skin was fair, her figure petite and delicate, and her movements were fluid. Her hair was bleached and dyed in many colors, yellow, green, blue, purple, red, pink, and orange gradients, appearing vibrant and colorful under the lights. She wore pink cat ear headphones, and swayed to the rhythm, her hair billowing with the momentum. Under the lights, she looked like a musical sprite. She wore overalls, but only one strap was on. As for the music playing, Ryan didn't like it. It was too experimental and avant-garde. We talked to her about this. She wants to showcase her own music, and for the performance, she'll agree to choose some more mainstream electronic music, Dipple explained to Ryan as he approached. At least her appearance is eye-catching, and her movements are very engaging, Ryan said. This kind of high-tech electronic-style girl was exactly what nightclubs lacked. Her performance ended quickly, and she proactively came over to shake Ryan's hand. "Finally, I've seen her in person," she said. "You might see her often in the future." "Where are you from?" "Canada. I'm a student, but I applied for a gap year so I can work for a while." "You studied art in university?" Ryan looked her over. She did look like an art student. "No," she shook her head. "I studied neuroscience, minoring in philosophy." "Studied, yes, graduate school. How old are you?" 21, "Graduating early." "Yes, actually I skipped a few grades when I was little." She nodded. "Have you looked into the benefits and everything here?" "Pretty much," she nodded. "So I got accepted?" You can call me Claire, you'll remember that name. Next, Deadmau5 waved to another female DJ in the distance. A tall woman walked onto the DJ stage, dressed all in black, a black t-shirt and black trousers, with straight black hair. She was very thin, like a model. This is currently an H&M print model. She's a part-time DJ, D-Ball whispered to Ryan. The woman on stage had already begun her performance. Her movements were crisp and efficient, and she looked very focused after putting on her headphones. Her outfit, combined with her expression, gave her a natural coolness. She was almost the complete opposite of Claire, who had just come on stage. She performed a techno remix by Armin, an electronic music style that emphasizes rhythm and beat, without any harmonics, giving it an industrial feel. This kind of music also matched her appearance very well. Not bad, Ryan nodded, noticing that many people around him were nodding to the thump 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 rhythm. When she finished her performance and walked up to Ryan, he found that her appearance was also quite good. Amélie Lenz, from Belgium, she extended her hand. How tall are you? 181, you passed, Ryan nodded, without any unnecessary words. Thank you, her expression didn't change at all, judging from her reaction. She was probably an ice queen, the kind who didn't talk much. Ryan turned his head and found that Claire was already chatting with third brother in Hardgood, while Avicii stood to the side, looking like she wanted to join in. With the addition of Amélie, these 5 new DJs are enough to fill the current gap. We can start promoting the new event now, Ryan called Sean over and instructed him. Okay, this Friday. The Jaguar cheerleaders are all contacted. I guarantee the quality will be very high, and the dancing will be fantastic, Sean said with a smile. What day is it today? Ryan suddenly asked. The weekend, the day the new Billboard charts are released. Ryan pulled out his phone. Taylor Swift's Mean unsurprisingly broke into the top 10, but only debuted at number 9. Ryan had expected it to be around number 5. The main reason was the intense competition. The previous champion, Right Round, had slipped to third, and second place went to Lady Gaga's Poker Face. As for number 1, it was a surprise debut single, Boom Boom Pow by the Black Eyed Peas. Some might not know the song title, but they definitely know the phrase Curry, Please. The Black Eyed Peas have boldly shifted to electronic music across the board in their new album. If Lady Gaga's arrival was a refreshing surprise, then the Black Eyed Peas' arrival signaled that electronic music was officially becoming mainstream. Ryan guessed the beginning, but not the end. At this moment, he probably didn't realize that 2009 on the Billboard Hot 100 was over, and the rest of the year would be dominated by the Black Eyed Peas. Chapter 223 Just Friends, this song is for you. Backstage at the nightclub, Ryan looked at the dozen or so girls dressed in Jacksonville Roar cheerleader style leopard print 2-piece bras and hot shorts. He snapped his fingers, signaling them to come closer. We're on stage in 5 minutes. Anyone have any questions? My shorts are a bit tight, can you loosen them for me? A glamorous woman turned around, shaking her breasts encased in the leopard print shorts, eliciting laughter from the group. I have a question too. Do you need an XXL or an XXXL umbrella? Another woman chimed in, her bra barely concealing her cleavage. These hourly football cheerleaders were far more enthusiastic and daring than the college students from before, constantly trying to seduce Ryan. I don't like using that stuff, Ryan casually replied. This only drew more gasps, with many women covering their mouths with their manicured hands to hide their surprise. Alright, get ready to go on stage, Ryan said, stepping aside. The group of girls walked forward in a line, each holding a bouquet. They approached Ryan, but instead of giving him a high five, they poked him in the face. Ryan patted each of them, and the sound of cards being played echoed backstage. Immediately afterward, screams and applause erupted from the audience outside, and the atmosphere became even more heated. At this moment, DePaulo was still performing on stage. Ryan would appear later in the most important segment. Ryan, Paris in the VIP box wants to see you, the manager, Sean, spoke through the walkie-talkie. Tell her to wait, I'm busy right now. Ryan usually visited wealthy customers personally to inquire about their satisfaction and feedback, but only after his performances. She said if you go now, she'll order tens of thousands more dollars worth of drinks. Testing me with this? A few tens of thousands of dollars and she expects me to run over there smiling obsequiously? What does she take me, the nightclub owner, for? Which VIP box is she in? Ryan asked, holding up the walkie-talkie. The usual place, Ryan turned around and took the elevator upstairs. There was an employee entrance that led directly to the private rooms, and he was inside within 2 minutes. Ah! Look who's here. Paris, who was about to clink glasses, saw Ryan and immediately stood up, walking over and putting her arm around his neck. She was wearing a shimmering gold-fringed jumpsuit, similar to the dress Taylor wore for her previous performance, and high heels, so the movement wasn't difficult for her. I brought your sister with me, but you have to keep me company first. If I'm happy, I'll take care of things between you and my sister. Paris patted Ryan's chest. Nikki, who was sitting on the sofa, was looking at her phone. Hearing this, she immediately looked up, her brows furrowing. If you drag me into this again, I'm leaving right now. Paris winked at her. Nikki snorted and continued looking at her phone. Paris Hilton practically clung to Ryan as they sat down together. There were quite a few people there today. Besides Paris's sisters, there were several young men, all dressed very fashionably and wearing expensive accessories. As soon as they sat down, Paris called a waiter and ordered a ton of stuff, enough to keep whatever they couldn't finish. Although she debuted with the aura of an heiress, everyone knew that Paris wouldn't actually inherit the family business. Her spending was extravagant. All the money was actually earned by herself. She acted in movies, launched perfumes, released records, and did reality shows. Except for her perfume sales, which were relatively good a few years ago, she was a jack of all trades and master of none. But thanks to her fame, she received some attention, and her combined income was beyond the reach of ordinary people. According to reliable data, since 2006, her annual income had been in the millions of dollars. I'll have time next week, Paris chuckled. Terry will contact you when we get to Los Angeles. By the way, I saw some new faces on the DJ stage earlier. They were unfamiliar. Paris picked up her glass of pink cocktail. Recruited, Ryan said. Recruited? You didn't tell me that. I've been a record label person too, Paris Hilton chuckled. DJ? I know a thing or two. Just stand on the DJ booth and turn the buttons. Actually, I'm quite influential. The Paris Club in Orlando has been working with me. She tossed her hair, striking a seductive pose. I just don't know if you're interested in me personally. She winked at Ryan. She was really persistent. If you mean interested in performing, then yes, you can go on stage yourself later, Ryan said. What about other aspects? Paris Hilton persisted. We're just friends, friend. Do you need me to spell it for you? Ryan flashed a ring on his finger. A bitter feeling welled up in Paris's heart, then she smiled slightly. I know what kind of person you are. You'll eventually give in, but she didn't get the reply she expected. Or are you admitting it? Paris sensed a glimmer of hope and smiled. Ryan waited a full 5 seconds before snapping back to reality. Where were we? I was daydreaming, Ryan said. To be precise, the deja vu had returned. Let me be the DJ, no problem. In high spirits, Ryan wouldn't refuse the request. Can you write me a song? Paris probed further. I'll give you a suitable song if I find one, Ryan said. He then stood up and said goodbye to Paris. I have to get to work. Will I see you again later? If you open a few more bottles of wine, that's not impossible. Go away, don't come see me tonight. Paris waved. Ryan had just stepped out of the private room when he saw Jared approaching, accompanied by a blonde woman. A waiter was leading the two to another private room. Ryan. I was just about to call you. Jared immediately waved to Ryan. Your wife, Ryan responded, looking at the woman. She was a stunningly tall woman, almost 10 centimeters taller than Taylor, who was already quite tall. Her breasts were large, whether natural or artificial, he'd have to examine them to know. Blonde and blue-eyed, with a commanding presence, she could easily play a medieval queen, a typical blonde bombshell, perfectly embodying the term foreign beauty. Naturally, she was a princess. I'm not wearing a ring, the woman said before Jared could speak. Boyfriend-girlfriend, Ryan sized her up, smiling. Just friends, the woman replied, repeating what Ryan had just said. Ryan Rivers. Ryan extended his hand. Iwanka, she said, giving her last name. The same last name as Old Tang. I just met your father at Mar-a-Lago. My place isn't far from there, Ryan said immediately. Really? The blonde seemed surprised. She hadn't expected this. We've only known each other for a short time. Your dad even said he'd have a cameo in my TV series. Have you watched it? Ryan asked. Yes, it's pretty good. By the way, those two actresses, they're not related to you, are they? the eldest princess asked thoughtfully. Those two actresses are so beautiful, how could a man not be tempted? She clearly didn't believe it. But then she remembered the ring on Ryan's ring finger and immediately realized her slip of the tongue. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't have asked that. Ryan shrugged. Of course we're related, it's a business relationship, nothing more. Taylor knows about it too. Taylor did know, but she hadn't asked about it, nor had she asked Ryan to avoid suspicion. After all, it was Ryan's business. Iwaka nodded. Bless you too, Jared, seeing the two chatting so enthusiastically, without even needing an introduction, suddenly panicked and quickly said, Ryan and Taylor are indeed enviable, mainly because Ryan is a very upright man. He would never cheat on his wife, right? Giving Ryan a compliment was also a reminder not to have any other thoughts. See you later, Ryan, he turned to the eldest princess. Ryan is busy, I'll have him come over later so we can have a proper chat. I'll take you to the private room first. I've arranged your favorite wine and fruit. You're too kind. The eldest princess smiled politely and nodded to Ryan. See you later, Ryan replied to the eldest princess. The two parted ways in the corridor. Ryan hadn't taken more than a few steps when he couldn't help but turn back and glance at the eldest princess's slender, hourglass-shaped back. He thought to himself that Old Tang had raised a wonderful daughter. Old Tang's cameo appearance needed to be put on the agenda. On the DJ stage, Ryan appeared amidst a deafening roar of cheers. He was already used to everything that was happening. The cheerleaders, after a short break, were now returning. Welcome to the bedroom, everyone. This week we've invited some well-known performers. I'm sure you've seen these girls on TV. Ryan picked up the microphone, avoiding mentioning anything like Jacksonville Jaguar throughout. Then Ryan called out names one by one, and those whose names were called raised their hands to receive cheers from the crowd. Okay, now there's only one thing left, and that is, enjoy the night. Ryan swelled the music, and the lights dimmed. Starting with a new song Weekend Hymn, followed by the annual medley, Ryan had performed this routine countless times, and everything seemed effortless. Meanwhile, the eldest princess and Jared were in a private box. Iwaka, it's a bit noisy in here, how about we go get some food together? Jared felt this place was really unsuitable for a date. If Iwaka hadn't suggested coming here, he wouldn't have booked this box. Besides the date, he also had some important business to discuss with Iwaka. What kind of nightclub wouldn't be a nightclub if it wasn't noisy? Iwaka chuckled. You're right. Well then, I'll have the restaurant send some over. What would you like to eat? I'm not hungry. Iwaka shook her head, then stood up and walked to the semi-open terrace, holding onto the railing and swaying slightly to the rhythm. She wasn't a frequent nightclub patron, but she was quickly swept up in the vibrant atmosphere. There are so many people down there, Iwaka exclaimed, noticing the large crowd, shoulder to shoulder. If you want to go down to the main hall, I have to go with you. It's dangerous down there, people might grope you, Jared said warily. Besides protecting her, he might even get a chance for a close dance with her, a rare opportunity indeed. I'd rather not, Iwaka shook her head. 40 minutes later, the food arrived. You must be hungry, Jared said, placing the food in front of Iwaka. Thank you, Iwaka chuckled, accepting the food anyway. How much? I'll pay you later, don't give me that, Jared said politely. Iwaka was then drawn to what was happening on the DJ stage, pointing below. Look, another one's coming up. A new talent from the Netherlands walked up to the DJ stage. A rising star from the Netherlands. He just collaborated with me on a brand new song. Tonight, the song will be performed for the first time, Ryan announced. It was naturally the same song, Power. Ryan noticed many people pulling out their cameras and phones. New songs are always posted online after a performance, a form of organic promotion that infiltrates various social media platforms. Besides, some people were recording the entire performance. Ryan was naturally happy to see this happen, although the footage was sometimes blurry and shaky. The powerful music sent the crowd into a frenzy. This music is amazing. I feel so energized, Iwaka said, leaning on the railing and nodding along with the music. I knew Ryan's music was good, just like him, Jared quickly agreed. You just said he never cheats on you, Iwaka seemed to remember something. Actually, that's just a facade. He's a nightclub owner. Did you see those cheerleaders? He's done this kind of event many times. Do you think Ryan wouldn't have some kind of relationship with them? Otherwise, how did they get on stage? Jared said with a laugh. Oh, That's actually possible. Iwanka frowned slightly. The performance was nearing its end. Just as Ryan had predicted, Power had given the audience a sense of novelty, but that was all. They might forget the song next month. It was too similar to some of the previous big room music. In other words, it wasn't the breakthrough they'd hoped for. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes tonight's performance. I wish you all a pleasant evening. It's time to rest, and so am I, Ryan said, microphone in hand. The audience members were starting to chat amongst themselves. Normally, there would be some background music, but the volume would be low. However, tonight, I suddenly had a new idea, and I'd like to reveal it to you in advance. It's a completely new style of music, different from the big room music we just heard. I already have a specific song idea in mind, Ryan mentioned, referring to the new song, which he had just gleaned from his initial impression. This song will have a completely different timbre, similar to future bass, blending the low-frequency drum beats of trap music, the high-pitched main melody of electronic dance music, and the spatial feel of house music. It's a music genre from the future. Many people were drawn in by Ryan's words and looked up again. As for the new song itself, it comes from a lady here tonight. We always have awkward moments, but we're too shy to say it directly, so we just say, we're just friends. I can even sing a bit a cappella. Don't go look at me with that look in your eye. You really ain't going away without a fight. You can't be reasoned with. I'm done being polite. I've told you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,000 times. Haven't I made it obvious? Haven't I made it clear? Want me to spell it out for you? Friends. Paris Hilton and her friends were also leaning on the railing. Upon hearing Ryan sing the lyrics a cappella, she immediately realized that the lyrics were sung to her. If it were an ordinary person, hearing Ryan say that would likely hurt their feelings. But Paris Hilton didn't think so. I'm going to tweet about it right now. Ryan wrote a song for me, Paris exclaimed excitedly, immediately taking out her phone to take pictures of the scene. Not far away, on the terrace of another private box, Iwanka was also startled. She had just said just friends, and then heard Ryan say that the song was inspired by a lady present tonight. Wasn't that herself? Jared, what do you think of this song? Iwanka rested her chin on her hand, looking at Jared beside her. I don't know much about music. Jared shook his head. It's for you, Iwanka smiled. I'll have to refuse it, Jared shrugged. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 Muscle Display, Lamb enters the tiger's mouth. Hearing Jared's reply, Iwanka sighed. Please, Jared, this won't work out. No, you just don't know me well enough. Jared quickly shook his head. Iwanka was his angel, her smile, her looks, her figure, her background, everything was perfect. The moment he first saw her, Jared secretly vowed to seduce her. We've known each other for a long time, let's skip that for now. We can talk about work. You know, last year I took over the Kushner Group from my father, a huge real estate company. Although Little O wasn't initially one of my beneficiaries, our family still has influence within the Democratic Party. Think about your father, Iwanka. He's always been excluded from the circle, and this is what he needs all these years. I can help him, and I can help you too, Kushner hinted. He said I should follow my own instincts and go with my gut feeling, Iwanka said, feigning distress. There are significant differences between real estate tycoons. In the 1980s, her father made a huge bet in Atlantic City, from the early days of Old Tang Plaza and the Taj Mahal to acquiring a local Hilton hotel and renaming it Old Tang Castle. At that time, everyone believed that Atlantic City would be the next Las Vegas, the Las Vegas of the East Coast. But what happened? The first two projects have already declared bankruptcy, and Old Tang Castle is now on the verge of collapse. Local gambling revenue has nearly halved, and the financial crisis was the final straw. Wynn stopped investing in Atlantic City, as did MGM, and Morgan Stanley's Revel Casino project is already looking for a buyer. Atlantic City is completely finished. The United States cannot support a second Las Vegas. Last year, Iwanka and her brother and sister-in-law accompanied her father and his current wife on a family trip to China to meet a local real estate tycoon, with a belt, with the highest level of courtesy. As a result, The whole family spent the entire afternoon in the office without even seeing the man's face, standing there like lackeys. This incident left a deep impression on Iwanka. Although her father would always boast about how huge his business was and how many viewers his reality show had, Iwanka knew all too well that investment failures were the main theme in recent years. Otherwise, he wouldn't have filed for bankruptcy 5 times in a row, and there was a high probability that he would file for a 6th this year. He just doesn't want to say it outright. He doesn't want you to have any mental burden, but you can save him, Iwanka. Jared took a step forward, getting closer to Iwanka. How can you help him? Iwanka wanted to hear his thoughts. It's simple, shift the focus south. Florida land prices have fallen sharply right now. It's a good investment opportunity. The Kushner Group has already started doing this. Your father has connections in Florida, Mar-a-Lago, am I right? With Kushner Group's funds, plus your father's connections, we can achieve great things in Florida, and then your father can get out of this mess, Jared said immediately. In reality, this was Jared's first step in luring the family into a trap. The truth was exactly the opposite of what he said. It wasn't that old Tang needed Kushner, but that Kushner needed old Tang. The next step was to gradually force Iwanka to comply, and once their relationship was solidified, then talk to old Tang slowly. What do you think of this plan? Jared took another step forward. I think. Iwanka was about to speak when Jared's hand was already outstretched. Iwanka's mind went blank, she didn't know what to do and instinctively didn't resist. Just as he was about to touch Iwanka's hand, the sudden sound of the door opening startled Jared, and he withdrew his hand. I didn't disturb you too, did I? Ryan asked knowingly. Bad timing? No, perfect timing. Why didn't you knock? Jared shook his head, inwardly cursing Ryan for ruining the atmosphere. That new song was something you came up with on the spur of the moment. Iwanka saw Ryan and used the opportunity to leave Jared. Yes, Ryan nodded. Is it because of what I just said? Iwanka tentatively asked. Ryan then realized that Iwanka had misunderstood. Actually, the déjà vu was thanks to Paris Hilton. I guess so. You're one of the people who inspired me. I thought of some lyrics after hearing what you said, Ryan added. Cool. You're a genius, Iwanka exclaimed, her eyes flashing with admiration. Seeing this, Jared immediately stepped in front of Iwanka. Ryan is indeed an artist, but artists can't attract investment. Investment? So you're talking business? Is it about a commercial real estate development project in Miami? You said you were short of money before. Has the funding problem been solved? Ryan fired off a series of questions. Short of money? Iwanka caught the key information and looked at Jared with some surprise. Just a few minutes ago, he had said he had funds to help his father get out of trouble. Jared smiled slightly. That's not entirely accurate. In reality, the Kushner Group's own funds are invested in much larger projects. Ryan, you don't understand how real estate companies operate. In my hands, $1 has to be spent like $10 to achieve the highest return on investment. That's the mindset of a businessman, while artists, immersed in their spiritual world, often lack this awareness. That's not wrong, but we're all in different fields, so some differences in thinking are normal. It's like scenery, different places have different beauty, Iwanka said. Ryan vaguely sensed what Jared was planning. He guessed he wanted to ask Iwanka's father for help. Upon further reflection, wasn't this a way to gain both money and sex? Ryan had an idea. Where you find the money is your business, but one thing is certain, the start date can't be delayed. I'm the middleman for this project, after all, so I don't want any problems to arise at the end. Middleman. Iwanka never expected that the Miami commercial real estate project Jared mentioned was actually brought by Ryan. Your commission will be paid on time. Jared's face turned pale, then red. He felt Ryan was deliberately going against him tonight. Meanwhile, Iwanka had begun asking Ryan about specific details. Yes, I have several collaborations with companies under Carlyle Capital in Florida. You probably saw the construction around the nightclub when you came. That's one of my projects. You're only 20, right? Iwanka seemed incredulous, never expecting Ryan to be not only a musical genius but also ambitious in the business world. How old are you? I'm much older than you. When I was in college, you were still in elementary school, Iwanka remarked. You must have had a lot of admirers in school. I think your name was known throughout the entire campus the day you registered. It's not that exaggerated, Iwanka laughed, her pearly white teeth parting slightly. That must mean something bad happened to you on registration day. Ryan changed the subject. Why do you say that? Iwanka was taken aback. Because you look even more beautiful when you smile. You're so funny. Iwanka was a little embarrassed by the compliment. Would you like to look around? I can take you to see the record company upstairs. Ryan extended an invitation. Really? Won't that be inconvenient? It won't be inconvenient at all. Most of the staff at the record company have already gone home. Iwanka, it's already quite late. Jared's smile stiffened, and he quickly spoke up. Seeing the two chatting so enthusiastically, he felt quite uncomfortable. By the way, Jared, regarding the funding, why can't we cooperate with local banks? If you need it, I can help you connect with local banks. Ryan then turned to Jared and said unhurriedly. Jared had previously said that he couldn't borrow money from banks in New York, but that didn't mean he couldn't borrow money from banks in Florida. Thank you for your concern, but I have many other financing channels, Jared said, somewhat exasperated. Iwanka, unaware of the reason for his excitement, asked with some confusion, Jared, isn't this a great opportunity? Ryan has a lot of connections here. I just met some friends by chance, like Rick and Jeb from time to time, Ryan casually replied. Then Jared's gotta have to curry favor with you. Iwanka smiled, increasingly sensing that Ryan was no ordinary celebrity. Ryan made a move to stand up. Let's go. I'll show you around now, okay, big star. Iwanka stood up immediately. I'll come too. Actually, I'm quite curious about the inside of your nightclub, Jared said, standing up as well. Seeing his crush almost being snatched away by someone with a fiancé, he had to take action. You're curious about the nightclub? Iwanka asked, puzzled. Not that kind of curiosity. Didn't you just say I have to curry favor with Ryan? I'm doing it now, Jared said jokingly, showing his flexibility. Ryan nodded, and the three of them left the private room. I'll show the two guests around. Don't clean the private room yet, Ryan instructed the waiter at the door. Yes, sir, the waiter nodded immediately. The three hadn't walked far down the corridor when they saw a familiar face approaching. Iwanka. What are you doing here? The man exclaimed in surprise. Paris. You're here today too, Iwanka recognized him and exclaimed in surprise. The two had known each other for a long time. Paris and Iwanka had both been signed models with T Models Agency about 9 years ago, the agency founded by Old Tang. What brings you to Florida? Paris immediately approached. I just arrived today. I heard this nightclub is popular, so I came to check it out. Oh, why didn't you tell me sooner? I have a private room here. You didn't tell me either. Didn't you see the photos I have posted on Twitter lately? I really didn't notice, Iwanka chuckled. If she had known Paris had connections, she wouldn't have sent Jared. The two women immediately held hands and exchanged pleasantries. Just then, Paris noticed Jared and immediately nudged him with her elbow, asking with a smile, Young master, have you won over your sweetheart yet? Paris knew every young, wealthy, and famous person from New York's Upper East Side. What are you talking about? The eldest princess quickly interrupted. So, Paris knew about their relationship? Ryan caught the key information and decided to ask her about it later. At this moment, Paris noticed Ryan, and just like in the VIP box, she instinctively pressed herself against him, wrapping her arms around his neck in front of them. Ryan, what are you doing here? You didn't even come to see me after your performance. You have no idea how much I missed you. She was slightly drunk, her breath reeking of alcohol. Iwanka, standing nearby, immediately gaped, feeling that the two were behaving far too intimately. You're a little drunk. I'm not drunk. I know your new song was written for me. My sister doesn't believe it yet. Go to the private room and tell her yourself. My sister is actually very easy to work with. How about we have a threesome? What do you think? Her face was almost touching Ryan's. Threesome? Iwanka was completely stunned. Well, he was in the entertainment industry after all, so he couldn't be immune to the common practice. Iwanka thought to herself that the image Ryan had just built in her mind was being strongly shaken. Ryan raised his hand and called over a waitress, preparing to help her to the restroom. Iwanka, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Come sit in my private room, I'll be right there, Paris said to Iwanka before leaving. Okay, I'll wait for you in the private room, Iwanka nodded. Let's go to Paris's private room, Jared immediately chimed in. Now that Ryan's image was ruined, he felt that his opportunity had come again. Iwanka nodded, then looked at Ryan, a hint of suspicion flashing in her eyes. Ryan, you seem to be quite close to Paris, Yes, we're quite close. She's a big client. Our relationship is nothing more than that. She has no sense of boundaries, you know that, Ryan explained somewhat helplessly. Iwanka didn't say anything, and the three of them went to Paris's private room. Their nightclub tour had to be postponed for a few hours. Iwanka. Jared, as soon as they entered the room, the young people greeted them. I didn't expect you to be here. I ran into Paris in the hallway. Iwanka temporarily put Ryan down and chatted with the others. Nikki looked at Ryan at this moment, and Ryan happened to look over as well. Nikki quickly lowered her head. After a while, Paris returned, and with her lively presence, the atmosphere gradually became cheerful again. Ryan also joined in, chatting with the others. Ryan, tell me now, was that song written for me? Paris remembered this and wanted Ryan to admit it himself. Now the whole world knows you gave me the friend zone card, Paris muttered. It's called a security clearance, Ryan said with a smile. With Carly Kloss as an example, if word got out, Paris would face boundless public wrath. Iwanka, standing nearby, suddenly realized the truth. Ryan must have said something similar to Paris first, and then heard herself say something similar, which led to the song. Thinking about it this way, the song became irrefutable proof that the two weren't related. She had really misunderstood him. Iwanka felt somewhat embarrassed. By the way, Ryan, what happened to your collaboration with Dior? A young man at the party asked. The Olsen sisters are handling the specific product details, Ryan explained. What does that involve? Iwanka's eyes lit up, and she quickly asked. Determined to make a name for herself in the apparel industry, shortly after graduating from Wharton Business School. In addition to joining the family business, she began launching jewelry, shoes, and clothing under her own name. In 2007, she even reached a cooperation agreement with a diamond merchant to launch her own jewelry line. Iwanka, I can tell, you're trying to gather business intelligence, Paris immediately teased, realizing something. My little business can't compare to Ryan's, Iwanka shook her head. It wasn't modesty, in fact, from supply chain to sales to advertising, everything was influenced by her father's connections. No wonder her entrepreneurial endeavors were described as selling lemonade in her own garden. In that case, we could collaborate, Ryan immediately said. Really? Iwanka exclaimed. Jared's expression was extremely awkward. If the two of them really collaborated, wouldn't that be like a lamb entering a tiger's den? Paris glanced at her, a sour feeling rising in his heart. You jerk, I've been trying to be nice to you for so long and you've been ignoring me, but the moment you see Iwanka you're inviting her to collaborate, huh? You're just a lustful animal. Chapter 225 Those who grow up in a greenhouse are bound to decline. Ryan, why are you pushing all this business onto Iwanka? Her father won't be happy, Jared said immediately, afraid Iwanka would agree. Ryan, they don't need you. Iwanka's shoes and clothing are already available in many department stores across the U.S. I even saw her stores at Macy's in Hudson's Bay last time, the pink storefronts, right, Paris chimed in, forgetting even her baby voice. That's even better, it'll give us another distributor, Ryan nodded immediately. Ryan, Paris stared intently at Ryan, already regretting inviting Iwanka to his private room. Oh, I'd really like to collaborate with Ryan myself, but Stray has already partnered with Dior, which will make the collaboration very complicated. I need to go back and think it over carefully. Iwanka chose her words carefully. She knew Anna Wintour had personally recognized Ryan's design talent, but collaboration wasn't something that could be decided with a few words. She instinctively left it to her father to make the decision. Iwanka has always followed her father's plan, from studying business at Wharton to joining the family business and then starting her own business, all were propelled by her father. Even her early modeling career was the result of his guidance. Beneath her beautiful face lies a hothouse flower, at least for now. Old Tang started giving her exposure when she was 15, hosting the Miss Teen America pageant, a privilege her brother didn't receive. While her eldest son, Donald Jr., also joined the family business immediately after graduating from university, Old Tang's indulgence of his eldest daughter far surpasses his. Ryan nodded, I'll contact you later, okay, Iwanka nodded, sensing a passion Ryan held for her that surpassed that of other women. After chatting for a while, Ryan led the group to the record company upstairs and then to his office. To be honest, it's a bit small, and the decor is too simple. Iwanka, I'll take you to my office later, Jared said to Iwanka beside him. Do you have one of these in your office? Iwanka pointed to the trophies gleaming under the lights not far away, the most prominent being 2 Grammy Awards. Cough. Jared coughed violently, clearly choking. Paris and his group had already rushed over upon seeing the various trophies, taking turns posing for photos with him. They even pulled Ryan in, with Paris standing at the front, holding up his phone for a group selfie. Ryan chose a spot next to Iwanka. Since phones didn't have telephoto lenses back then, everyone had to stand close together to get in the picture. Jared tried to join in, but Ryan pushed him aside. Iwanka and Ryan were very close. They could smell each other's scents. Iwanka exuded a unique fragrance, a blend of rose, amber, vetiver, and sandalwood. Seeing Ryan twitch his nostrils, Iwanka offered, "Clive Christian #1. If you prefer, Taylor can use this one too." The key point was the second half of her sentence. Western women often wear perfume, not because they're particularly fussy, but mainly to mask body odor, and Iwanka herself had a rather strong body odor. "She probably has her own preferences," Ryan replied. At that moment, Paris pressed the shutter button, and the group dispersed. Ryan looked over and saw that Paris immediately posted the photos on Twitter. She had posted at least a dozen photos that night. As an early internet celebrity, she wouldn't miss any opportunity for exposure. Posting photos is a way to interact with fans. Your Taylor does that all the time, Paris explained, noticing Ryan's gaze. Ryan then led the group around for a while. The group was curious about the recording studio's furnishings. When Ryan began introducing some of the more expensive music equipment, Iwanka's eyes flashed with surprise. She hadn't expected these seemingly unremarkable items to be so expensive. As it was getting late, Ryan announced that the nightclub was closing. The group of young people Paris had brought began to prepare to leave. Most were pairs of 1 man and 1 woman, with one group of 2 men and 1 woman, clearly planning something more exciting later. "How many days are you staying in Florida?" Ryan asked Iwanka. "About a week with my 2 best friends, just sunbathing," Iwanka replied. "Speaking of sunbathing, I know a beach not far from here, with a really nice environment." Ryan recommended a tourist destination. "Why don't you call Taylor, and we can go together?" Iwanka suggested with a smile. She also wanted to meet Taylor, who, like Ryan, was very talented. "I'll let her know, and she'll come if she has time," Ryan said immediately. "It's settled then. Are you going to see your father?" Ryan asked again. "If he's in Florida, I'll go." Jared walked over at that moment. "What are you two talking about? By the way, Iwanka, I'll arrange a car to take you back to your hotel." Ryan didn't give Jared any chance. "No need, Iwanka came in my car," Jared immediately said, afraid Ryan would find out which hotel Iwanka was staying at. "My van is spacious, specially modified, with luxurious seats and sofas, and you can even watch TV in it." Ryan completely ignored Jared. "Then I really have to try." Iwanka nodded immediately, knowing that Ryan was helping her get rid of Jared's entanglement. Ryan saw Sean coming over just then, so he had Sean put her in the car. As soon as Iwanka left, Jared glared at Ryan, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. "You made him angry." Paris walked over at this moment and whispered in Ryan's ear. "Do you know what the best ingredients for barbecue are?" Ryan suddenly asked. "Grilled squid, of course." Ryan laughed, though the meaning of that sentence could only be understood in the Chinese context. "What are you trying to say? You're pretty good at managing social networks." "Perfect timing, I need a PR manager," Ryan continued. Since she was going to DJ at Bad Room anyway, she might as well extend the collaboration. "You want to hire me? I'm very expensive. I don't want to scare you, but you'll also have to buy me the best health insurance," Paris reminded her. "On the condition that you can meet the corresponding targets, KPIs, right, pretty much. Besides a fixed amount of promotional materials, you also need to increase the number of online followers and interactions. You'll work 3 days a week at Bad Room, currently only at the Orlando headquarters." "I can do all that, but can you afford the corresponding fees?" Paris certainly didn't mind if there was money to be made. "How about this? In addition to your monthly salary, there's a nightclub allowance. I'll pay for your nightclub expenses," Ryan suggested. This way, she could pay less and invite more friends to support her. Like celebrities, these friends could also provide some publicity, making it a win-win situation. "Ryan, you're such a shrewd businessman. How did you even come up with this idea?" Paris saw through Ryan's plan and couldn't help but chuckle. "You know I have many expenses right now," Ryan said in a low voice. Then you have to agree to 2 extra conditions. Paris's eyes darted around as she immediately proposed. Tell me, first, you have to write me a song, within 6 months. I don't care if you wrote it or not, but you must credit me. Okay, I agree to that. Second, I want you to tell me yourself what you really think of Iwonka. Paris stared at Ryan. What could I possibly think of her? That's a very problematic question. Can't I talk to people other than Taylor? Ryan sneered. Why did you send her a car? Paris immediately retorted. She's been harassed by Jared and came to me for help. Then why are you helping her? And why are you working with her? Her dad's a real estate tycoon, and he's my neighbor too. He's useful to me, Ryan answered fluently. TCH, you're just pretending. Paris pointed to her eyes, then to Ryan, meaning, I'll be watching you. Seeing this, Nikki suddenly said, don't pay attention to her. My sister has a mental illness. You're the one who's sick. You eat my food, drink my drinks, use my things every day. I've spoiled you for nothing, Paris scolded her sister. Alright, you can take your time lecturing her on the way. Ryan has things to deal with. Let's hurry up and go, she pushed Paris. You're so concerned about him, but why aren't you concerned about me? I'm just concerned about you. It's getting late, let's go home. The 2 sisters left in a back and forth. After the 2 left, Sean returned. He first reported that Iwonka had gotten into the car, then began reporting on the first day's revenue. Today's revenue had once again broken the record since the bag room opened, with one night's income approaching $500,000. In fact, the main hall was already at full capacity. Before the expansion was completed, it could only accommodate that many people. The growth mainly came from VIP guests in the private rooms. Also, the New Orleans branch called me yesterday, asking when they could start events there. I've already asked, and the groups that have performed here before don't have much time recently. Have you asked about the group performing today? Ryan then asked. Not yet, I'll handle that. Where are they now? Changing clothes backstage? Ryan quickly went to the backstage dressing room. He originally wanted to wait outside until they finished changing before going in, but the group of girls insisted on coming in now. They didn't mind, and neither did Ryan. After going in, he found there wasn't much to see. The girls were all wearing underwear, only changing their outer clothes. Ryan, where's the private party later? Let's not change the location, just here, then I'll take off my clothes. The woman's words were still full of provocation. Ryan explained his purpose for coming here. He wanted to hold another event in New Orleans after the main event. He originally thought these cheerleaders would refuse. After all, they were NFL cheerleaders, and football is the national sport in the U.S., with extremely high national recognition. Plus, it involved business travel, so he was afraid they wouldn't have time. Unexpectedly, these girls readily agreed. Ryan, as long as you ask, we'll perform anywhere. Yeah, one performance in a bad room is worth half a month's salary for a cheerleader. If you can let us perform long term, I can quit my part-time cheerleading job. Ryan felt he hadn't paid a high appearance fee, only to find out that the hourly wage for cheerleading was ridiculously low, and the cheerleaders present at other professions. Some were kindergarten teachers, some were office clerks, and some were aquarium guides. They were actually just ordinary people. Since cheerleading pay isn't high, why do you guys do it? Is it for a fame? Ryan asked, pressing for an answer. What fame? Unless you can hook up with a player, and that player has to be willing to spend money on you. Forget about living a comfortable life. I have to pay rent and car loans. One job isn't enough to cover my monthly expenses. At least you're not in debt. I'm in a terrible situation. My dad's surgery 5 years ago, and my whole family is still paying it off. My credit card is several months overdue, and I don't even know how I'm going to pay my student loan this month. My credit score has dropped significantly, and the interest rates are getting higher and higher. I'm even considering working part-time at a strip club. At least the pay there is higher. If all else fails, I'll have to sell my blood. The girls immediately started complaining. Ryan then realized that in America, it's already difficult enough for ordinary people to survive. These girls have college degrees, can dance, and are above average in looks. If even they're struggling like this, you can only imagine how much worse off ordinary people are. While they certainly have suitors, the average American man's economic situation isn't much better, so the simp economy doesn't have a fertile ground. Even if they have boyfriends, they're more likely roommates sharing living expenses. Of course, some women join cheerleading squads specifically for the role, hoping to find sugar daddies. There are also star cheerleaders who marry wealthy men, but these women wouldn't stoop to accepting invitations to bad rooms. As for their provocative language, besides Ryan being undeniably handsome and a celebrity, making a night with him a good deal, the more important reason is Ryan is rich and generous, so they all feel they'll receive substantial tips. Ryan thought of the group of young men in the private room, all decked out in gold and spending money like water. The drinks they wasted tonight would be enough for these girls to live comfortably for 6 months. On one hand, the wealth of a few rich people is growing faster and faster. On the other hand, the lives of the general public are becoming increasingly difficult. America's decline is inevitable. There's not much I can do, but your performance tonight was excellent, so I can give you a generous tip. Ryan nodded. This elicited another cheer from the girls present. Also, if you'd like, the frequency of our events will increase to once a week, so you can come back next month. Ryan thought of another idea. Oh Ryan, you're an angel. God bless you, you're a truly good person, you have a heart of gold. Amidst the cheers, the girls were deeply moved. On the way back, Ryan mentioned the cheerleaders, and Teresa said it was perfectly normal, even admitting that she wouldn't have come if Ryan hadn't offered such a high salary. The next morning, Ryan received a call from Taylor. Hi. How did yesterday's event go? Taylor was having breakfast. It was alright, everything went smoothly. Ryan and Taylor also talked about the cheerleaders' difficult financial situation. It's true, I have to admit. My family background is good, and I made money quickly afterward, so I haven't experienced any hardship. But I can also sense the plight of some people. Many fans send me private messages hoping I can offer help. Quite a few people are living quite miserably, having encountered all sorts of misfortunes, Taylor explained. Did you give these fans money? No, Paula said these people's experiences are all fabricated, and if you give to one, you have to keep giving. But I did give Abigail money. She's not a local Kansas high school graduate, and tuition at the University of Kansas is quite expensive. I didn't want her to have too much trouble paying off her student loans, so I helped her pay part of her tuition for this semester. You won't blame me, will you, Ryan? Am I that heartless? Ryan chuckled. If Abigail has any difficulties, just ask, then I'm relieved. By the way, who is that person in the photo with you last night? I mean the one standing next to you, Taylor suddenly asked. She had seen the photo Paris posted early this morning and immediately noticed the woman standing next to Ryan. Do you know Jared? A VIP customer from before. I know him. He was involved in the development of the land around the bedroom, and that's the girl he's pursuing, Iwanda. Her dad's from the reality show The Apprentice, Ryan continued. Oh, I see, she has a unique scent. She said it's Clive Christian #1, I don't use it, it's too wasteful. That perfume costs thousands of dollars for 50 milliliters. She immediately replied on the other end of the phone, she knew the brand. She said she wanted to get to know you, maybe hang out sometime. I'm not like her, someone who does nothing. I have to go to work, we'll talk about it later. They chatted about other things for a while, then Ryan hung up. Not long after, he received a call from Old Tang. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all, see you in the next video.